Good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Share the live. The Commission of Inquiry is scheduled to start momentarily. And as soon as it starts, we'll get started. I thought I would try to start the live on time, just so that you're aware that we are getting ready.
That these statements were admissible. He pointed to our rules. First of all, identifying Rule 23. Rule 23, as published, is under Part 5, under the subheading Evidence. A. General. The Commission may receive evidence in such or any form that it considers to be helpful in fulfilling the terms of reference, whether or not such evidence would be admissible in a court of law. He relied on the word helpful, being in particular reference to the helpfulness to this inquiry and fulfilling our terms of reference, irrespective of whether such evidence would be admissible in a court of law. Clearly, that is a much wider reception of evidence than might ordinarily be the case. He referred us in addition to Rule 43. Rule 43, under the heading Witnesses, states the commissioners shall consider any evidence adduced that is relevant to the inquiry and the terms of reference. Where evidence is challenged or objected to on any ground, the commissioners shall give only such weight to it that the evidence as they determine to be appropriate, having regard to all the circumstances. It will be immediately seen that is a very widely drafted rule. That is not by accident. We drafted the rules, and it seems to us that it was necessary for the purposes of this inquiry to have them drafted that widely. He reminded us that the rule is really about the weight of that's to be given to the evidence that is adduced, rather than its admissibility. Thus, the combination of those rules permits us to hear the evidence and to determine what, if any, weight to give to it, rather than to exclude it altogether. That, as you will appreciate, is what we have done. Having identified those rules, he suggested that the relevance was twofold. Firstly, how both LMCS and Paria dealt with the families in communicating what was happening at the time. And secondly, what support either company gave to the victims whilst they waited in the car park for news of their loved ones. He went on to submit that it must be a core part of an ICT or such other organization in an emergency to open channels of communication and what financial support could, would, or should be given. Mr. Ramadar, his notice has not yet arrived, he referred us in his support for the submissions having been made by Mr. Hossein Shah to the terms of reference, in particular, Part 2, little 6, which states, to make such findings, observations, and recommendations arising out of its deliberations as may be deemed appropriate in relation to, little 6, making any other recommendations that may be deemed necessary in the circumstances. He went on to submit it is commonplace today to hear victim impact statements and the like in cases to put the effect in perspective. Mr. Maharaj for the Commission of Inquiry supported those observations and submissions, and so I considered all of that in making my decision. Yesterday, as I say, I formed the view that the following statements were admissible and therefore I permitted them to be read. Miss Vanessa Cussie, she made her statement on the 28th of September of last year. She is the wife of Rishi Nagasar, and that evidence has been on the website since that time. The same can be said of Janine Manadath Ali, who made her statement on the same day to the inquiry, and she is the wife of Kazim Ali Jr. Thirdly, Catherine Ali. She made her statement to the Commission on the 27th of September of last year, and she is the mother of Kazim Ali Jr. Fourthly, Salisha Kurban, who made her statement on the 8th of January of this year, and she was the fiancée and partner of Faisal Kurban. The first three statements, as I say, were taken by the lawyers for the Commission of Inquiry and have been on the website since September without objection. I reserve judgment on Alaya Henry, the daughter of Yusuf Henry, and Tia Gopal, the partner to Mr. Yusuf Henry at one time and mother to Alaya, to which I shall return presently. I've also been provided with two further statements, which I hope everyone has now had an opportunity to see, which relate to Mr. Henry, his mother, Nicole Greenidge, and his sister, what's her name? Sister? Afisha, thank you, Afisha Henry, which I shall deal with also presently. Follows are the reasons for my allowing the evidence hitherto given and a ruling on the remaining evidence in this category. Our terms of reference are deliberately widely drawn, and I do not believe that they were intended to confine or constrain our inquiry. But I do not have to determine that, as I am satisfied that they cover the evidence as given. I remind ourselves of what those terms are. Whereas the commissioners are appointed to inquire into the following inter alia terms of reference, being matters set out hereunder, and to make such findings, observations, and recommendations arising out of its deliberations as may be deemed appropriate. Viz. 1, to inquire into little 13, and examine all other material circumstances leading up to and surrounding the incidents which took place on February the 25th that led to the tragic deaths of the 4 LMCS divers and continuing up to the recovery of their bodies. 2, to make such findings, observations, and recommendations arising out of its deliberations as may be deemed appropriate in relation to 6, making any other recommendations that may be deemed necessary in the circumstances. The rules, as Mr. Hussein Shah pointed out, are extremely wide, as I have already said. We are not hidebound by the normal admissibility rules in a court and leaving the weight to us to determine what it should be, if any at all, on evidence that we deem relevant at this stage. The combination of these rules are intended to give us the widest possible width and flexibility of approach that does justice to the issues and those engaged in this process. Nothing in Paria's documentation, i.e. policy statements, emergency response procedures, plans, incident command system, or any other documents of that kind, or LMCS's HSE manual or anything else, deals with communication by the employer or contractor with the victims' families in an emergency situation. They should. It is this feature that we come to the view renders this evidence relevant and admissible, and is likely to form part of the recommendations as to the future in these situations where there are communications lacking. I leave aside whether it is best practice on the international standards to have in place a policy that deals with communications with family and relatives and the public. It is our view that common decency to keep the families informed and to provide proper facilities to them was the prerequisite here. The evidence we have heard deals with the following matters. 1, failures by Paria and to some extent LMCS to keep the families informed. Nearly 24 hours passed before anyone from Paria spoke in a meeting to all of the families waiting for news about what was happening. That, on any view, must be unacceptable. 2, families were left to camp in a car park at the gates of Paria facility for days until some measure of assistance was given to them, driven largely by the public outcry and the intervention of the union. That, on any view, must be unacceptable. Thirdly, rumor and misinformation, as was clear from some of the evidence read yesterday and adduced yesterday, becomes rife when there is no formal dissemination of the facts told honestly and timely in a consistently updated manner by those who were in authority and knew those facts. At page 107E of the core bundle is a chart in a Paria document showing the different responsibilities assigned under an incident command system for emergency events. It includes an information officer and a liaison officer, yet it says absolutely nothing about what they are supposed to do. As Mr. Ramadar pointed out, it is common in modern judicial and quasi-judicial contexts for victim impact statements to be admissible to guide a court, judge, or fact finder of the impact of potential wrongdoing, if we so find. There is no mechanism in this Commission of Inquiry to hear the impact of decisions made during this incident at a later time. It is therefore, in our view, important to hear it now. There is inevitably a degree of emotion involved in the giving of that evidence, and that inevitably causes some prejudice, as there was indeed when Miss Balkisoon gave her evidence in a tearful manner on occasion, and when Mr. Piper expressed his point of view in the most forceful and emotional manner about his role in the ICT. As fact finders, we are able to set aside emotion from the task that we have solemnly undertaken to perform. There must be a humanitarian element to any future emergency response plan that includes honest, regular communication with the immediate families of those most affected by the emergency unfolding. It is our task to discover where things went wrong and or how actions could be improved. Flowing from that is the need to identify and recommend action for the future. We have no doubt at all that these witnesses can provide important evidence that will shape the kind of recommendations that all organizations required to have an emergency response consider the way in which they communicate with and treat the potential victims of a disaster or tragedy. As such, I will permit the evidence, partially edited, of 2 statements that we've been provided with yesterday from Nicole Greenidge, she is the mother of Mr. Henry, and Afisha Henry, who is the sister of Yusuf Henry. They've been edited a little and they will be permitted to give their evidence later today. This leaves 2 other witnesses. Alaya Henry is an 11-year-old girl. She is the daughter of Yusuf Henry. He's a short, heartfelt statement setting out her loss. I am not going to exclude it. Her mother, Tia Maria Gopal, also makes a short statement, but it seems to me adds little to what we already have. We will hear all of this evidence at the end of today. That is my ruling on the matter. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I turn to a couple of housekeeping matters? First of all, I have got the chart, Mr. Peterson, that was promised to us a few days ago. Yes. We've got that now and I've seen it, so thank you very much for that. Next is this. Mr. Osei Fleming, who's from Heritage, said last week that the permit to work required that the removal of a barrier required a separate permit to work. I hope I've got that right. That was certainly my understanding of the upshot of his evidence. Please correct me if I've got that wrong, but my understanding that was what he said. And I asked him if he could make some inquiry as to finding that permit to work for the previous similar job that was done in 2020. I should be grateful to ask to receive such a document if it exists. Do you know if inquiries have been made? Mr.
Inquiries have been made. Inquiries have been made. It no longer exists because on the permit to work itself, there is a destruction clause on the procedure.
Which is how long?
3 months after the close off of the works.
Thank you. Just a moment. Right, okay, thank you. All right, I've just been handed a document which deals with that. Thank you very much. All right, so
clause 11.0, I think it is.
All right, well, I mean, if that's the position, so it doesn't exist. Fair enough. But something else I do want your help with, and I don't ask you to deal with it now, Mr. Peterson, but I want to raise it now because in due course, whether you or Mr. Mutu make submissions to the Commission on Thursday, I would like you to address your mind to this. Can I ask you to have in the core bundle, page 1074, volume 3, please. Perhaps we can put that on the screen. 1074. This is a document we're very familiar with now, the work permit for the works that took place on the 25th. In the subsequent pages, at page 1075, there is the work permit that is dated for the 13th of January, or February, sorry, relating to the same works that took place. Yes, you can see that. So you can see there that it deals with the works in their totality. I had to write it down the side column, as we can see. My concern is this, and what I want is someone to help me with it in due course. It mentions, of course, the installation of a migration barrier and so on. If Mr. Osei Fleming is correct and that it needed a separate work permit for the removal of same, there clearly isn't one, so that is a flaw or feature of it. But what I'm concerned about is this, is that is it right that had those works gone ahead as planned when this work permit was issued, the one we're seeing on the screen? In other words, the Dexter Guerra incident with the moving of the barge, which interrupted that, with all works having to come to a standstill for what, 10 days or so. If that work permit had allowed all of the works to take place, it included, did it not, the removal of the hyperbaric chamber and all the things that are set out there, and I need to deal with them all now. And the subsequent work permit, the one that, can we go back please to 1074, that we've been spending a lot of time on, would simply never have arisen. Because all the work would have been done, it seems to me, as I presently understand it, under that original work permit. So it was only because of Dexter Guerra's error in moving the barge before the permit had been issued that this new permit had to be created 10 days later in order for the works to then continue. So if someone could deal with that for me, yes, I would be grateful.
I would seek to assist you further, sir, but I could immediately say that had Guerra not done that he ought not to have done, then that still doesn't displace a separate permit to remove the barriers. Because that, yes, that would have been the last act, so to speak. And that's why the trend of the cross-examination was that the new riser had to be installed and the longer T tool to apply from the top to remove the barriers, as they did to put them in.
Right.
But we'll deal with that in the, we'll seek to assist you.
If you could, I just want to get my head around
I'll
that
be able to
aspect. I'll be grateful for that. Thank you. Yes, and lastly, this, I had a letter a moment ago. Give me a moment. Yes, here it is. From you, Miss Passad Mirage, in which you make a number of observations. This is a letter dated the 7th of January, headed Camera Footage Information and Permit to Work. Right? First of all, it seems to me that the vast bulk of that, I take it this is on the website, isn't it? Yes, it is on the website. The vast bulk of what you're saying there seems to me to be partly submissions. And, you know, obviously you're entitled to make those submissions during your address to the Commission. The last thing you mentioned is a permit to work for the 15th of February of 2022. Well, I think that's it, isn't it? The one that we were looking at. My understanding is a permit to work lasts 7 days. And therefore, the permit to work that we're looking at there, not that one, sorry, go back to page 1075. Please. Yes, that one. Isn't that it?
That is correct, please, Mr. Chairman. But in relation to the renewal of the permit, so it is issued and it would be valid for 7 days, we would have a daily work suspension that would correlate to the days of work. So if we go to page 1076.
Yes.
At daily work suspension, we will see the dates or the times and shifts that the permit would have been suspended, and then of course when it would have been reactivated, so as to say, within that time frame.
Well, it can't be reactivated. It lapses after 7 days.
Within that time frame of 7 days.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So when we have gone through the documents, and we do know that that we had all the work that would have been carried out were permitted works, there is no activation for the 15th of February 2022. So we can also...
You're saying it should appear on there?
It should appear there, that's correct.
Well, it clearly doesn't.
Yes.
So what are you asking for?
So we were asking for the actual permit that we believe that there was a second permit
You
that
mean
has not...
intervening permit?
Yes, after this.
But why would that be necessary? If you've got a permit to work, as this document is, setting out all the works that are to be done, if it's not filled in appropriately on the back of the form, then that's a point you can make, isn't it?
It is.
But it seems to me that there is, A, no need for a fresh permit. What there is a need for is to indicate that you're lifting a suspension, if that's what you were doing.
Well, on that particular day, there was a day that the hot works were done. So it was a crucial day of events in the scheme of the works being...
So what are you asking for?
So we're asking, if it doesn't exist, it does not exist. But we do know that they were permitted works. And being that it doesn't appear on the permit, the date, that material date, the request is being made for Paria to check its records and indeed confirm same or not.
Well, the only hot work certificate that I've been looking at is at 1077.
Yes, and that is valid for 30 days. That's the certificate that goes along with the work to be done.
And in the revalidation of conditions on that document, it sets out that the work was suspended on the 17th of February. You go to 1078.
That would have been after the incident with Dex Segura.
Yes. So scroll 1078, scroll the other way, please. Yeah, do you see there on the 17th of February, Mr. Marajad Singh, who's the applicant?
Work was suspended. And
work suspended
that
under
would have
remarks.
coincided with the incident with Mr. Guerra.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the material time that we're looking for is the 15th. It may have been.
Okay, well, help me, Mr. Peterson, if there is a document for the 15th.
Of February. Yes.
Yes. Is there a separate work permit for the 15th of February? I've certainly not come across one. I hadn't appreciated it was necessary either.
Yeah, I'll be surprised because we have been trying to scrub and supply everything that was relevant around that time. So, but we'll double check. There's no harm in double check.
If you would do that, thank you very much. All right, I think that deals with all the domestic chores that we need to deal with this morning. And so we come back to our witness, Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Chedi, I think. But Mr. Chairman, thanks for the opportunity of perusing this evidence last night. I think it's unfair for Mr. Chedi to now place himself in this commission of inquiry. I say that for this reason. The commission has been assisted by numerous divers and their evidence. From reading Mr. Chedi's statement, it seems that he had the comfort of sitting, reading all the evidence online, probably listening to a lot of it, and construct his statement in some attempt to either answer some of the divers that came before or critique them, as the case may be, without those witnesses who sought to assist the commission being given the opportunity to critique his evidence. So his evidence is standing pristine, unchallenged by their expertise. I mean, the lawyers may now ask questions of him, but we are not experts. No. So it would have been very helpful to this commission had he been able to match his evidence up against that of his colleagues or experts in the field, so that at the end of the day, the commission will have a distilled version of the expert evidence that the court, the tribunal, could decide what weight to attach to each or none at all. Right. But Mr. Chedi, and you had been, and we have been taking at times some of the justifiable tap on the wrist and sometimes clout behind the head for bringing evidence late and for dumping sometimes. But Mr. Chedi dumped on us when Friday this statement, and I think it's unfair for him to now be given a ride, so to speak, into the witness box and into the commission of inquiry. I read this last night. I said, why this? All because when I look at it, and I heard my friend for the union dropped his name sometime last week. I didn't pay much attention because I didn't know who he was. But I have been advised by those who...
I'm not clear on what your application is.
I'm coming to that. Right. I have been advised by those who instruct me that Mr. Chedi had been a feature in the media on this topic since probably March. Since last year. Right. And to wait until the closing hours of this commission to now come and bring this evidence. I would ask you, but I heard the tenor of your ruling and interpretation of your proceedings, to exclude this evidence. But if I'm overruled on that, then I ask you the next best thing, applying no weight to it.
Right. Well, can I say, first of all, I share some of your concerns, as I know does Mr. Wilson, that this evidence is served extremely late. I can't put it any higher than that, extremely late. It is why I was at pains to ensure that everyone appreciated that it was in existence. I think everyone was contacted, just a moment, on Friday. Everyone was contacted on Friday and told about it specifically. Right, well, what we were anxious to is to ensure that it went up on the website. I have to say, I've taken the view that being provided with the statement, it was not incumbent. Well, it was incumbent on us to at least consider it. And the degree of weight we give to it will obviously depend on a number of factors. I have been partially troubled, as it I hope is obvious, by the late service of it, not least because after this witness gives his evidence, we have an expert giving evidence who, as far as I'm aware, has not had an opportunity to even consider this either. Neither has any party had the opportunity to consider whether they have any expert that they would wish to call that might counter what he has in his put in his evidence. There is no question but that he provides some useful evidence for the Commission of Inquiry. But that it is late is a feature which we can't ignore. I am reluctant to exclude it, tempting though that was when I first received it so late, because it does seem to me that if it can provide some assistance to us overall, it's something we should consider. I'm mindful, for example, that Mr. Pigas yesterday made clear there are things in it that affect his client, which he's had no opportunity to consider. And indeed, I have no idea at this stage whether Mr. Pigas will need to ask him any questions following instructions. But it is unfortunate that that was not provided before the witness, Mr. Seals, gave evidence, because clearly it affects him. So there are features about it which I don't seek to hide. I am unhappy about. Our question, though, overall, is whether or not the receipt of that evidence would assist the Commission, with all the caveats that must necessarily be applied to it, given the lack of time that anyone has had to consider it and the lateness with which it was served. I don't know what the answer to the lateness is. It sort of doesn't matter, really. So I am concerned about it in the same way as you are, but I don't believe it would be appropriate for us to exclude it, although I do accept that the weight to which we attach any of the things that Dr. Chetty has said is something that will have to be considered in the light of the fact that no one has had an opportunity to consider it at any great length, or to have any expert that might seek to countervail that which he is saying. So on the one hand, as I say, I'm not going to exclude it, but I will hear submissions in due course as to the weight to be attached to it and why that weight should be reduced, if anything, as I suspect you might say, to zero. But it seems to us not right to exclude it, given that it might provide some evidence for us to consider. As I say, at this stage, I'm just receiving the evidence. I'm making no judgment about what value to give to it. But I think that that's the best I can say at this stage. I'm not going to exclude it, but I will hear your submissions. I will hear your submissions in closing as to the weight to be attached to it, if any. Mr. Pigas, can I ask you, are you proposing to ask him any questions in relation to your client?
Unfortunately, I would have to put some questions to this witness, because what he included in his statement is at variance with my instructions.
Right. And had you had this in advance, you would have wished to have put that to Mr. Seals when he was here to give evidence?
Definitely.
Yes. Anybody else? I'll come to you in a moment, Ms. Alfonso. Yes, I mean, I think that's the best.
I have course him. I didn't say go on to see, but I have course examination for him.
I imagine you would.
Yes,
I imagine you would. I think the best course to take is to wait until after all the evidence has been dealt with, any cross-examination has been concluded, And then, of course, later this week, you'll be able to make submissions specifically,
Yes,
unless you wanted to make
I
some.
wanted to state my position and not wait to see if he's helpful to me. I take it in principle.
Well,
that is evidence, yes.
I appreciate that,
yeah.
Mr. Peterson, and I can see why you would. It does not come to me as a surprise, save that you're making it now rather than first thing yesterday. But I understand your position, and I take it into account in due course. Miss Alfonso, you've heard what's been said, and it's clearly right, isn't it, that this has been served extraordinarily late in the day for counsel to have to deal with issues that it raises.
Mr. Chairman, again, if a defense is required, this was a witness that we representing the union would have alerted the commission to in the late part of November.
Yes, but alerting us doesn't help us, does it? I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, we got somebody who might give evidence. Well, so? So,
okay, in the absence of a response that said, well, okay, if you think that's a viable witness, then proceed to prepare a witness statement for him. We didn't get that kind of response. So we felt that this would be somebody that the commission would in fact interview.
No, forgive me, Miss Alfonso. He had almost nothing whatever to do with the events on the 25th.
Except for the short exchange that he describes, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the greatest respect, doesn't really matter, does it, in the scheme of things? The evidence that he gives now is as an expert giving general evidence about what might or might not have taken place had he been asked at the time. I understand you're submitting his statement as drafted and no doubt put together by you and him as being in the form of an expert giving his best evidence about what he thought could or could not be done on the day.
Indeed, that is
right?
correct.
That's relying on expert testimony. We as a commission already had expert testimony, which is to be called this afternoon or later on this morning. It was not necessary, as I understand it, to go to the expense, yet more expense, of another expert. But if you wish to rely on one in the same way as if, for example, counsel for Paria or lawyers for LMCS wanted to bring an expert forward to say it was either possible or impossible to do certain things, they would have been entitled to do so. But I wouldn't have expected them to have handed it to us on the last days of the actual inquiry. I mean, Friday was literally to be served on a Friday before the last 2 days of evidence to be heard is on any view, not just late, but extremely late. I mean, I don't know when you decided with him that you were going to be relying on this evidence. I don't know what date his statement is, and I imagine it's Friday.
Indeed.
Yeah, but I mean, look, we are where we are. My castigating anybody for serving it late doesn't serve any purpose at all. He has provided evidence. I took the view with our legal team and Mr. Wilson that this was evidence which we had to consider, given that it had been served. As Mr. Peterson has pointed out, how much weight we attach to it, given that it has been served so late and that there's been such little opportunity for it to be properly tested, will depend on the view we take of it once all the cross-examination has been concluded.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said, Mr. Peterson and any other attorney present and the commission itself, I can make what they can from it. Certainly, Dr. Cherry was somebody who assisted us in understanding the evidence that was being led from various divers, which were either associated with Paria or Heritage or called on the scene by somebody. So certainly, I say it was a resource that we used, and we felt that it was a resource that we should share with the commission. Not, as I said, having put forward his name in November, I said at that time it did not occur to me that okay, we should now proceed to do a witness statement. That's I have to say with subsequent discussions with members of the commission's legal team.
Yeah, well, Ms. Alfonso, as I say, we are where we are. Hundreds of names have been advanced to this commission as potential witnesses. There has to be a limit to where we are drawing a line. This was a witness who said virtually nothing, as I understand it, about the events itself on the 25th and was being proffered as an expert. We had an expert, didn't need anyone else.
Mr. Chairman, I said, really, we thought that we were facilitating Dr. Chetty in putting together, a witness statement in a viable form.
Ms. Alfonso, it may well be so. But, serving it on Friday of last week is, on any view, an extremely late. I mean, you don't need me to tell you this. You've been a lawyer long enough. You know what the situation is. You would not have been happy if representatives from Paria had dumped a statement on you of this kind of detail days before the conclusion of the inquiry. You would not have been happy, and you would have been understandably unhappy. But that's where we are, isn't it? I mean, unfortunately, that's what's happened. As I've said, I'm not going to exclude it for pretty much the same reasons that I've identified in the admissibility of the victims' families. We have a very broad remit. We're entitled to take into account all the evidence. What we determine is the weight to be attached to that evidence will come in due course when we take our time to consider all of the evidence in the round. And I will have to bear in mind that this is a witness who was served so late that people have had very little opportunity to digest it, to be able to get any contrary evidence from other expert testimony. None of us are experts in this field. And so we will have to consider the extent to which anything he says is either corroborated elsewhere and or is capable of being accepted because it's not contradicted or sought to be undermined. But where it is, we'll have to give it very careful consideration as to whether we can accept it at all. That's where we are, all right? But I will hear in the course of the next 3 days any submissions that anyone wants to make about it.
And certainly we will try to address it as well, Mr. Chairman, in my closing. Again, I want to assure the Commission we were attempting to be helpful and to facilitate this witness.
I'm sure you were. Let's without any further ado, get him in and conclude his evidence. Yes, can we have Dr. Chetty, please? Mr. Peterson, do you want a formal ruling on this?
Yes, sir. I take what you said was as a ruling, sir.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I can formalize it in a way if you particularly wanted to. But I mean, I make it clear that what I have said to you in reply to your application for the exclusion of it and in relation to its weight will form the basis of a judgment if you want it. I take it that is my judgment on the matter.
That's good enough, sir. I want to put it in that cut. I take that as your rational.
I'm grateful.
As an oral judgment.
That saves me an evening. Thank you very much.
If I knew that, sir, then could I back up?
Yes, thanks for that. Dr. Chetty, please. Right. Doctor, you're still on oath, all right?
Yes, sir.
And we were about to hear cross-examination from, I believe it was Mr. Pegas. Yes. Mr. Pegas, I understand you've taken some instructions and you do have questions for this witness.
Indeed so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, all right. Well, go ahead. I need to just give me a moment. I need to just find my copy of it. Where is it? page. Sorry, Doctor, just can't find my copy of your statement at the moment. 3232. It's not found its way into here. I need my copy because I've marked it quite considerably. It's not there. Well, I'm not going to hold up proceedings any further. I'll have to look at the screen and make my notes in due course. Yes, Mr. Pegas, please proceed. I'm sorry about that.
Good morning, Dr. Chedi.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Chase Pegas, and I represent the interests of Kenson and also Mr. Rolf Seals specifically.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, you filed before this commission a statement dated the 6th of January 2023.
Correct.
Good. Now, in preparing your statement, did you have any contemporaneous notes relative to the day of the incident to refer to?
Contemporaneous notes before the incident. Say it again, before the incident.
Okay. Let's start somewhere else. What day you started preparing the statement?
The statement was prepared, well, I had it in scrap on notes that I had made up from since this entire incident happened, right, on the 25th. Was in my brain as well as in writing stuff. So on this particular statement, when I was asked to make it, that's when I did it. I'm trying to remember sometime
Okay, so
in November, around there, I had contacted, what's called through the OWTU or something, and I always felt as though I would have a witness statement to make, so I started preparing one.
okay, so it's fair to say that you started the construction of the statement in November 2022. Yes?
Around November sometime, yes, sir.
Right. Now, when you started the preparation of this statement, these proceedings, the Commission of Inquiry, had already begun. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, in your statement, you made reference to reviewing documents filed before this commission.
Quite so.
Right. So you made your statement with the benefit of having reviewed evidence which was already before the commission. Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Now, you are aware that Mr. Seals gave evidence in this matter last week, a day last week. Yes?
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Good. And your statement was filed after Mr. Seals left the witness box. Agreed?
But yeah, it was filed on Friday, correct, yes.
Right. Now, you made a reference to having the benefit of contemporaneous notes in preparing your statement earlier. Yes?
Yes.
Good. Do you have those contemporaneous notes to place before the commission today?
Today, no.
Good. Can you locate those notes?
I will be able to. It should be on my computer somewhere, yeah, under the COE. Yeah.
Good. And of course, you would have no difficulty forwarding those contemporaneous notes to the commission.
Yes.
Good. Now, I want to focus specifically on paragraphs 5 to 9 of your witness statement, and I will take you through some of what you said in turn.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, before we proceed, sir, I just want to make it abundantly clear that this is the only part of your statement that I intend to take issue with, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, at paragraph 5, I'm reading specifically, okay, so from the first line, you indicated at or around 20:45 hours on the 25th February 2022, I received a call from Rolf Seals. And you then go on to say, he informed me that 4 divers were sucked into a pipeline operated by Paria Fuel Trading Company. Yes?
Yes.
Good. Now, my instructions are that Mr. Seals never provided you with that information.
Okay.
What say you?
Okay, well, Mr. Caesar called me, as I said, on the time there. And I know exactly the time was around that time because I do not answer my phone at home, my personal phone, anytime after 10.
So, okay.
So at 20:45, I would have answered my phone because at that time I'm around. That's my personal number.
Okay, good.
So so when I answer that number, of course I don't know the number that was calling me. And on the phone was, he said, hey, Glenn, it's Rolf. I said, Rolf Seals. He said, yeah. I said, okay. Then he asked me if I have an RV. Such is not in exact words, but do I have an RV? I said, yeah, I have an RV. Where you heard about that? He said, well, I just heard that you have an RV. I said, okay, what's going on? This is a past student of mine, so we will have a conversation.
Mr. Chedi, may I interrupt, please?
Yeah, sure.
Right. The time that you mentioned in your statement is very specific. You agree?
It says at or around.
Okay, but 20:45 is a specific time.
Yeah, at or around.
Good. Did you okay, at or around? Let's have it your way.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make any contemporaneous record of having received a call at that time?
No.
Good. When you had this conversation with Mr. Seals, you had no idea that there were going to be 4 dead men.
Of course not.
Good. You had no idea that there was going to be a subsequent commission of inquiry.
Of course not.
Good. And lastly, you had no idea that you would, at some point in the future, almost a year after, provide a witness statement anyway. Agreed?
Agree.
Right. Now, you go on to say in your at the same paragraph 5, I asked who these divers were and heard 2 names I was familiar with as being former students. You mentioned the names Kurban and Nagasa. Yes?
Yes.
Is it your evidence that you received this information from Mr. Seals at or around 20:45?
Yes.
Good. I'm suggesting to you, sir, well, I'm putting to you that Mr. Seals at that time was not in possession of that information.
Okay, well, he told me, I asked him because it's only a logical question I would ask, what do you want my RV for? And he says for a pipeline,
So,
and I asked him,
okay,
why?
We'll get to the ROV, right? You mentioned the names of 2 men.
He mentioned those 2 names to me.
And I am putting it to you that at or around 20:45, he was not in possession of that information.
Okay.
Now, at paragraph 6 of your witness statement, sir, you further stated, I immediately inquired from Mr. Seals as to whether the divers were on scuba equipment, and he responded in the affirmative. Yes?
Yes.
Good. Are you aware that Mr. Seals did not work on the Paria compound on the 25th of February 2022?
No.
Good. Are you aware that Mr. Seals did not play an active role in managing this incident when it was known that people were sucked into the pipeline?
No, I just got a call.
I am putting to you.
What do you mean by active role?
He was not part of. Okay, I would put the question specifically.
Please.
Mr. Seals was not part of any incident command team. I'm putting that to you.
Okay, I don't even know what the incident command team was at the time. So, no.
And let me put to you, sir, that Mr. Seals back then was not in a position to say to you that the men were using scuba equipment.
I asked and he answered. And the reason I would ask, because that's my passion. I wanted always to know how divers die in Trinidad. So I asked.
Sir, at that time, there wasn't any question about anybody dead.
Right. They were in a pipeline and I asked who was there. Right? Who was there? And then he mentioned what went on. Because I had to know where my RV was going to work. It was only logical. I'm the pilot for the RV.
Okay, now, sir, you went on to say, I'm putting to you that Mr. Seals was not in a position to give any indication as to what equipment was being used, right? Good. You went on to say that you told Mr. Seals that divers ought not to have used scuba equipment for commercial diving operations.
Yes.
Is it your evidence that at that time you were aware that the exercise that was undertaken by the LMCS divers required commercial diving equipment?
No.
Okay, let's stop there for now. Mr. Seals, nowhere in your narrative up to this point did Mr. Seals tell you anything about the exercise that was being conducted on the day. It's not in your statement.
No, he did not say the exercise.
Good. Therefore, sir, you would agree that there was no basis. We're going based on your narrative, right? Good. You would agree that there was no basis for you making that statement relative to commercial diving operations.
Yes, I had a right to make that statement. Because as I said before, divers in this country, right? Divers in this country, a lot of divers die in this country because of scuba. So when I heard that people were sucked into a pipe, I asked that question. It's my passion. I needed to know that.
Right. Now, Dr. Chedi, what I'm suggesting to you, sir, is based on the narrative you provided in your statement. We only go in with what is there.
Correct.
We're not attacking your passion.
Right.
Right. I appreciate that you're passionate about this. We only go in based on the narrative that you placed before this commission. Agreed?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Seals did not inform you or did not give you any information relative to the task that was being undertaken. Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. Now, paragraph 7. Okay, well, you might be happy to know he accepts that he did inquire from you whether you had an ROV.
Yeah.
Good, right. Your response to that inquiry, sir, was that your ROV was located in Guyana.
I told him I had two. One was going to Guyana and one in Trinidad, which was now going to be assembled.
On the 25th of February 2022, you had any business in Guyana?
Yeah, we were starting a Guyana business under one of our companies.
You had any equipment in Guyana?
It was going to be sent.
It was going to be sent.
Yeah.
Right. Now, focusing on paragraph 8, sir, you said in your statement, I further informed Mr. Seals that I remain available to help and assist with respect to the rescue of the divers. Now, I'm happy that that was your position. Let me put to you that you did not say that to Mr. Seals. My instructions are that you had no such conversation with him.
As an instructor,
so
as a
no,
diver,
is it a yes
I
or
had
no?
an yes, I had it. Yes, I had that.
Right. So I'm just putting what my instructions are and you
okay,
respond.
well, yes.
Right.
I had that.
And where you go on to say, Mr. Seals responded stating that he would let me know.
Yeah.
my instructions are that he said no such thing to you. That's my instructions.
Yeah, he said such.
And focusing on the last line of paragraph 8, I then told Mr. Seals that an air umbilical ought to be inserted into the pipeline as soon as possible in order to assist the trap divers who may be able to reach same. My instructions are, sir, that you said no such thing to Mr. Seals.
I said that to him.
Good. Now, sir, earlier you indicated, and we almost at an end, earlier you indicated that you would have reviewed documentation which were previously filed before this commission, yes?
I didn't review the documents. I just heard or read on the papers, that's all. Not review as a, you mean like going and looking at the documents themselves on the website or such? No, I never did. I reviewed things like on the Guardian or whatever on the papers, that sort of thing.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
and what you said there is true, yes?
Yeah.
Good.
I would have read about it.
Can the witness be taken to paragraph 16 of his statement, please? Good. Now, read the first line of paragraph 16.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant. From the review filed,
No.
my review of documents filed before this commission.
Okay. So hear me out. Hear me
Right,
out.
go
Right.
ahead.
Now, just less than 1 minute ago, you indicated under oath to the chairman and his co-commissioner that you did not review any documents filed before this commission. Do you accept you said that?
Yeah, except I said that.
Good. Do you accept that what you're saying at the beginning of paragraph 16 is from my review of documents filed before this commission, and then you continue?
Yes.
Good. Now, you appreciate that on the one hand, saying you didn't review anything that was filed before the commission is different from making a statement that you reviewed documents filed before the commission?
Correct, yes.
Good. And if you appreciate that it's different, you agree that both of them cannot be true?
Well, it's how you read it.
No, sir.
That is how it is.
Sir.
It is
No,
states,
sir. No,
because
sir.
in my view,
Dr. Chedi, please.
I know, but wait, can I have a word?
No, you answer my
Right.
question.
Go ahead.
As the
No, I understand what is there, from my review of documents.
Okay, Dr. Chedi, please, please, right? I am only interested in the answer to my question.
Okay.
I know you are familiar with the proceedings. The learned chairman would give you the opportunity to say whatever it is you want to say after.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. Saying to the learned chairman that and didn't review anything filed before this commission is something totally different from saying in your statement from my review of documents filed before this commission. Yes?
Yes.
Good. In the later statement, what you are saying here is that I did in fact review documents filed before this commission.
Yes.
Good. And you agree, lastly, I'm not going to ask you which one is the truth or not. You agree both of them cannot be the truth. You can't say on the one hand, I didn't review anything. Under oath, you said that from your chair there this morning.
Which is quite true.
Good, right. Both of them cannot be the truth, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions to this witness.
Before you leave it, Mr. Pegas, do I understand from the line of cross-examination that you've taken that the only conversation had between Dr. Chedi and your client, Mr. Seals, was about the availability of an ROV?
Yes, those are my instructions. Mr. Seals accepts that he did call Dr. Chedi. It was around 9 o'clock on the night in question, sometime thereafter. He inquired whether he had in his possession an ROV, and the answer that he was given is that his ROV was in Guyana. They didn't have any conversation about what took place simply because Mr. Seals didn't have that information. And the learned chairman would be aware that Mr. Seals gave evidence before this commission, and he did indicate such.
And nothing else was discussed, is that the decision?
Nothing else was discussed. When my instructions are, and I'm sorry to be doing it this way, when Dr. Chedi indicated that his ROV is in Guyana, that was the end of the exchange that they had on the night in question.
Right. Yes. Thank you very much.
Much obliged. Thank you.
I think then next. Everybody else content? Yes? Right. Then it is you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you very much, sir. Morning, Mr. Chidi.
Morning.
Dr. Chidi, sorry. When did you first learn of this incident on the 25th of February?
On the same night at 20:45 when I got the call.
Also, before Mr. Seals called you, you didn't hear about this?
No.
He called and told you about this incident?
Yes, by the RV.
And he said he informed you that 4 divers were sucked into the pipe?
And that's what he said.
He having informed you that 4 divers sucked into the pipe, you with all your experience, urgency of rescue came to mind?
Correct, yes.
Time is of the essence?
Yeah, well, yes.
Well, when I say, well, yes, what do you mean?
I heard about it 20:45 in the night.
Right.
So I didn't know exactly what time it happened and all those things. That's what I meant.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But time being of the essence would occupy your mind because men sucked into a pipe, you being a diver.
Yes, sir.
Right. The next logical question is, how long they in the pipe?
Yes, it's a logical question.
But did you pose that logical question?
No.
All right.
Can I be clear? Were you told it was 4 men sucked into the pipe? Or
Yes,
5?
I asked. No, I just told 4.
Yeah, because in your statement, you said he informed me that 4 divers were sucked into a pipe.
Correct.
A pipeline. And he asked you for your ROV.
Yes, he did.
Your next question was what size of pipe?
Yes, because because of the size of the RV.
All right. And your ROV could not fit.
No, cannot.
Right. What you understood to be the purpose of employing that ROV?
That's what I asked him. And he said it was to go into the pipe to look for the divers. That's why I asked. There's no logic. I asked that question.
Without asking that, you in your experience and owning 2 ROVs, did you know the purpose of it?
For what? Sorry,
ROV.
I don't understand. I don't understand. The purpose of
You
the
didn't know
RV?
the purpose of an ROV?
Yes, of course. But you asked a different question just now.
Which is?
You asked me, what would the RV be used for?
Right.
Right. To go into the pipe to look for the divers. That's what he said.
And you understood the wisdom of using an ROV at that time to go into the pipe?
At that point in time, yes.
But now, as you sit there, you're critical of that employment of the ROV or attempt to employ the ROV?
Not totally critical.
Some critical?
Some critical. Yeah, part of using an ROV.
And the extent of your criticism is what?
ROVs work by propellers, like a drone underwater drone. And if it's if there are sediments in the pipe or if there's oil in the pipe as well or anything, it could affect the propeller. So the ROV would not move. Again, it may just shut down.
So you didn't advise him against using an ROV?
I didn't know about pipe, but about oil and all those things. I didn't advise against it.
Right.
I didn't have any information to not advise.
Right. And you inquired from him the identity of the 4 divers?
Yes, I asked him, yeah.
And according to your statement,
yes.
You learned it was Nagasa and Kerbant.
Yes.
2 of your students.
That's when I heard the names, yeah. And that's why I won't forget.
Well, Mr. Figures dealt with you on that. 2 of your former students.
Correct.
Right. You consider yourself to be a very effective instructor.
Yes, sir.
You realize from your statement, your students seem to disregard what you taught them.
Yes, sir.
Not only 1 student.
But 2.
2. What about the other 2 divers?
And I'm going to tell you, it's Michael, Andrew, Faizi, and Rishi.
All were your students?
Yeah.
And all of your students disregard your teaching?
Yes.
As a teacher, I would have had a problem.
Yeah, because I'm not with them anymore.
You know, there is,
I wasn't with them at the time.
Yeah, but you know, there's a saying that nothing is taught unless it's learned. You know that?
And there are many, yes, I heard that saying, correct.
You taught them never to use scuba in that kind of commercial exercise.
Correct.
Not only one of them, 4 of them you taught that.
All of them.
What you taught them should be used.
Surface supply in habitats.
And you also taught them about Delta P in that situation?
Yes, they would have seen the video on Delta P and they would have gone through the manual.
What you taught them about Delta P in that scenario?
Not in that scenario, not in a habitat scenario. It would have been Delta P on the whole, general.
But I heard you said something earlier to Mr. Pegas that many divers die in this country using scuba.
Yes, sir.
Name me 2 divers who died in this country using scuba.
I couldn't remember the name, but I know the situations.
Give me the situations.
In 2018, or around 18 or 19, there was a diver who was doing ship husbandry, which is cleaning underneath those big tankers. And he was on scuba. And he ran out of air and he died. And it's for a company situated here in Trinidad. There's another young boy who was using, he was a party certified, and they were cleaning some chains for a barge or such at 60 feet. And he had another helper with him. And they were using, one was using the primary and one was using the octopus. The one was certified, the other one was not. The one who was not certified rushed to the surface for whatever reason. And when he arrived at the surface, that was at 60 feet depth. They found him frothing at the mouth and he died shortly after.
But did you not tell this commission yesterday that it's appropriate to use scuba to clean under vessels?
I wouldn't have said that. I would have said small vessels. You can use scuba to clean under small vessels.
You said to this commission yesterday.
I can't remember saying that, sir. I really can't remember, but I would have said scuba is, you have scuba commercial. You can use scuba for certain jobs. Nothing is wrong with using scuba for certain jobs. Our draft standards has scuba commercial in it.
So when you decided in this narrative that scuba was wrongly used at Paria on the 25th?
Once I heard scuba, and I heard that Paria, because I asked him Paria, all I could think was oil and gas. You don't ever use scuba for any oil and gas jobs. That's all I heard. And that's what I made that statement.
But you didn't know the nature of the job?
No, I did not know the exact nature.
You don't know whether it was to clean barnacles off one of the tugs?
No.
But right away you say scuba
it's just me and scuba.
And nothing wrong using scuba to clean the barnacles off the tugs at Paria?
It depends on the tugs and it depends on the depth and the visibility.
What dependent on the tug you're talking about?
Right. The size of the tugs. They say same thing with ship husbandry, is the size of the tugs.
What's the average size of tugs in Trinidad?
I don't know. They have them from 50 feet to 100 feet. It's not so much a length, it's the width.
How wide are the tugs in Trinidad?
You might get them about 30 feet, 40 feet. The idea below a tug, sir, is that you must have access to the surface, right? The diver must have access to the surface. And if he's cleaning underneath a tug, be it small or like about 20, 30 feet, it would become dirty. It become like soup below there. The diver wouldn't see where he's going.
I'm talking about cleaning barnacles, you know?
Yeah, it's the same. That's what causes the mess underwater, the dirtiness.
So
the barnacles.
All right, let's move on. So to clean barnacles under a vessel, like a tug, you need commercial diving equipment, no scuba.
As I said, depends on the width of the tug. But I would always recommend surface supply. Always.
How long you got your certification in surface supply?
In 2015. From there on there, yeah.
That's just the other day?
Yes, sir.
How many commercial dives have you supervised in this country?
My students, maybe about 100 around there, supervisor. Mostly my students in school.
No, I ain't talking about
No,
training.
outside,
I'm talking
no,
about
That's not quite the same thing.
Yeah.
I understand it to be asking you how many
outside
supervised dives
correct.
employing that equipment have you been involved in?
No, none, except for school in Trinidad.
Right. So all you've done is the training exercise. You've
Yes.
never actually done any practical.
No.
Right. I thought that's what you were asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So you have done no company, you have not worked for any of the companies in Trinidad,
No.
major diving, commercial
No.
diving.
No.
Because I observe in your purported expertise that you had 30 years experience and 100 hours booked.
Yeah, I dived before.
No, just now.
Mhm.
I
Go ahead.
don't know you before Dr. Chidi. I go down what I read in here.
Yeah.
100 hours.
Yes.
30 years.
Yeah.
That's something like 3 hours a year.
The 30 hours is with scuba as well as with commercial diving. That 30 years incorporated both. The scuba was the main part in the beginning. That's where the all my 30 years came from, mostly scuba.
So that 100 hours is spread over what time?
But I've been spread over from when I was in Canada doing my training as well, into Trinidad.
You logging hours of training
Yes.
as years of experience is like a lawyer being in law school for 10 years
no.
and saying that 10 years practice.
We can log our dives. We have to log our dives to become supervisors. Because if you have to become a supervisor, you have to have log dives. And every time you carry a student down underwater, you log that as well.
So you have 100 hours.
Yes, sir, as
And
logging hours.
Inclusive of your training to become a commercial diver.
No, to become a commercial diver, you don't have to have 100 hours.
No, I know.
Right.
Tabulating your 100. Your 100 is inclusive of your training,
Yes, sir.
not experience.
No, the experience, as far as what I'm understanding, the experience would be while I am with the students, that is experience of logging our dives as well. Not personal with the hat and hose alone.
So post-qualification, how much experience you have post-qualification?
Right,
How many hours?
post-qualification, I would have had maybe about 20 hours, not
That's
much.
something like a week of diving?
And not a week of diving, you dive in an hour when you have a time or 2 hours, that sort of thing.
We know we got evidence in this
Right.
commission before, you know.
Oh, okay.
So you have about 20 hours post-qualification dive experience,
Yes.
commercial dive experience. And you think that that qualifies you to be critical of Paria and other diving operations in this country?
No, wait. No, maybe I misunderstood
No,
you
you've
about
been
my
very
20
clear.
hours. I am critical when I'm also a supervisor, so I had to have all those hours logged as a supervisor. I'm a diving supervisor. I'm not just a diver.
I asked you post-qualification as a commercial diver, how many hours experience you have?
Oh, sorry, post. I thought I heard pre. Sorry, that's my fault. Post.
You mixing up post and pre?
Yeah, well, I wasn't just listening maybe that well. Post as a diver, commercial diver you're talking about.
Yeah.
I would have had close to maybe about 75, 80 log dives around there. That would be supervising. Every student.
No.
Can I ask, do you have your logbook?
Yeah, I have a logbook. I have to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that available?
Yeah.
Yes. I just have to find it. Because, I mean,
Just have
I
to
retired a
find it.
long while. No. It would have been in the office and somewhere.
Well, I mean, a logbook is quite important for a diver, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
To
I'm
log your
retired, so,
dives.
yeah.
I mean, the logbook shows where you've dived, how deep you've dived, how long you were diving for, the conditions you were diving in, all of those things, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. Well, let me explain how this works with the diving. How diving operates is that as a supervisor, every student you send down, you're able to log it as dive time. not just for the student themselves, not for the students themselves alone, but for you as well as the supervisor. That's how it is. So I have main thing I have is a diver supervisor's logbook with the hours in it.
Mr. Chidi, excuse me. Can you tell this commission how many hours are required to get a dive supervisor ticket?
Right, that's what the thing is. This was a long time ago. I think it's about I can't remember exactly. I don't want to say the wrong thing. You had to have a unrestricted or a card, and to get that card, you would have had to do about 10 to 20 dives, commercial diving, as to become a commercial diver first. And then after you become a commercial diver, then you do a supervisor exam or such, which I did to become a supervisor. Right after you do your commercial diving.
Did you go straight to supervisor, or did you have to be competency assessed from dive, assistant dive supervisor before you progressed on to dive supervisor?
Yes, and
So
that's what I
again,
was doing in Canada.
hours?
When I went to Canada, I was learning how to be a supervisor while I was there.
So was it the certification you was going for was assistant dive supervisor
No.
before you progressed? It was straight to
Straight
dive.
to supervisor.
And again, how many hours taking you from
Assistant.
assistant? Oh, so you recognize that as the assistant dive supervisor before
From the,
supervisor?
but there's no assistant supervisor card.
Okay.
There was just like you would do your supervisor exam and get certified as a supervisor.
And again, how many hours before you pre-qualify?
Once you have your unrestricted or your ADCI card, you can I can't remember exactly how many hours, but there is something about hours, but I can't remember. I could always check that.
And which accrediting body is this?
ADC,
because it's audible.
okay, I did ADCI as a supervisor.
ADCI.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was trained under the DCBC, which is the Diver Certification Board of Canada first. And then when I applied for my school to open, I had to have all those credentials for the ADCI to see. They had to view all those things.
Just your diving credentials?
Yes, sir.
Under the ADCI, was your training facility ever audited?
Yes, that had to be.
Okay.
It failed the first audit and then I got it the second time.
Got it the second time. Well, thank you.
Dr. Chidi, after you were certified as a commercial diver,
Yes, sir.
before you became a supervisor,
Yes, sir.
how many dives did you do? Commercial dives?
I would have done enough. I think it's about
Enough?
20. No, I'm trying to remember. This is like in 2015, around there. And I would have done before that. I'm trying to remember how many dives I did. I can't remember exactly. I really can't remember.
Approximately.
Maybe about, before I did my supervisor, you're asking, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Qualification as a new
as a unrestricted
freshman, as a fresh minted commercial diver.
Yeah, as a
before
unrestricted.
you get to supervisor, how
Right.
many dives you did between there?
I would have done about 30 dives.
Name 5 companies that did that for in Trinidad.
No, wait. You mean like in Trinidad, 5 companies?
Yeah. Name 3. I will knock off 2. Name 3.
No. We did, not for companies. I didn't do it for companies. I did it for like.
So that's none. The answer is none. How many companies that did commercial dives for? The answer is.
No, now you asked me how many companies.
No.
No, you asked me how many
Please.
dives I had before.
How many companies? I say name 5.
No, before you asked me how many companies, you asked me how many dives I had.
Yes.
Right. Now you ask me how many companies.
I
You
asked you
don't
that
necessarily have to. I did not dive for companies as such.
Right.
We were doing our private jobs. We were doing private jobs.
Name some private. Name 5
Right.
private jobs you did.
Right.
Commercial diving
Right.
jobs.
Commercial diving jobs. We did one in on Gaspre Island, a couple on Gaspre Island for a jetty there to clean the jetties and underwater works on the jetties. That's in Gaspre itself. And then we did some for wreck for removing of small wrecks underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about it, really.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
That's two.
No, that's more than it. It's more than one job on the same
Jetty?
on the same jetty. It'll be
So
long.
what, each pile of the jetty counts as a job?
No, at the hours that you'll go down, you can't stay long. So we would have
I
done
didn't ask
like
you hours, number of dives.
okay, like in one day we may have done 2 dives or 3 dives, and then the next day we'd have done maybe 2 again. That's how it's done for diving.
So those numbers they give me, you could have done all of that in a week or 2?
If the job was available, I suppose. If the jobs were available.
Mr. Chedi, excuse, let me interrupt. What was the mode of diving you used for those jobs you're describing here?
We didn't use, we used surface supply with the, we had our own hose and equipment set up. It wasn't like established like the big ones like we have now.
No problem. And as a practitioner in the industry and your awareness of standards, you do have those dive logs?
For those dive logs or that
For
time?
that job, yes.
Not for those. Those have been before. We only had to log what we did for diving.
Those would have been
For the
before
class.
what?
Before we went to school, like for the restricted or the unrestricted.
So that was before you even
Yeah,
became
that was-
qualified.
yeah,
So
yes.
you're not even diving to any standard.
No, it wasn't
Okay,
diving in.
no
That was
problem.
before.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Dr. Chidi, help us here.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about tendering for diving in the oil and gas industry. You have no experience in that.
When you say I have no experience in tendering,
But you said in your statement, you attempted to convey yourself or portray yourself as an expert to this commission.
correct?
And you were giving an opinion in your statement about the evaluating of tendering process in the oil and gas industry.
Okay.
You have any experience in that?
No, sir.
In March 2022, you were quite vocal in being critical of Paria on the incident in February.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
I think more LMCS, but I don't think about Paria. More LMCS.
Both. Guardian newspaper,
Guardian newspapers, correct.
March 2022, I think it's 13th or somewhere there.
Yeah, around that.
But you had no experience in the oil and gas industry and commercial diving in the oil and gas industry.
It's not about experience.
No, answer me. You had no experience.
I answered already. I said no. No experience.
But
I
you
have
got out there
Mhm.
and critical against Paria. LMCS will deal with you on that.
Right.
But I deal with Paria.
Can I?
No, not
Okay,
yet.
go
That's
ahead.
true. Isn't it?
Yes.
That you were critical.
Yes.
Do you realize that as an expert or putting yourself forward to a tribunal, commission, court as an expert, you have to declare whether you're independent?
Well, I am independent.
No, let's deal with whether you're expert first.
Right.
Are you an expert?
I'm a professional. Yes.
No, expert.
I never consider myself an expert. I said professional.
Right. So you don't.
I know about the jobs.
Thank you for that confession. You don't consider yourself an expert.
Professional.
Right. So we have that. You consider yourself independent in before this tribunal?
When you say independent, what you mean?
Giving a view, an open, balanced view without having a preconceived bias.
Okay. A preconceived bias against, I don't have a preconceived bias against LMCS or Paria. I have a preconceived bias when it comes to how diving is performed in this country.
According
And how
to
clients hire their contractors and how the contractors perform in this country.
But you have never been hired by any of the big commercial outfits in this country.
No, sir.
That makes you happy?
I don't understand that. If that makes me happy.
It makes you sad?
What? What would make me happy or sad?
The fact that you were never considered to be hired in the oil and gas industry in a commercial capacity?
I was always an instructor and I ran a school.
I know.
That was more of my interest.
So you don't hold yourself out as a consultant?
Yes.
That's the point. And your services have never been accessed by any of the big commercial operators in this country.
I have had 4
Isn't that
persons.
not a fact?
No,
Answer my question first.
No, that's
What?
not a fact.
You have been hired by the big commercial oil and gas commercial
When you
outfits
say
in this country?
big high-end, when you like talking about BP,
Shell,
no,
BP,
okay, those names, no, no,
Paria,
no,
Heritage, Petrotrin.
no.
You want me to continue?
No, those are the big names that you call, no, but I've
Ask some
been
more, you
called,
know, Repsol, Petrocaribe.
I said no. What I'm
No,
saying.
I was going on the list to see if you will say yes to any.
No. I have been called in on certain smaller jobs by certain smaller companies. Right? There are small companies that work in heritage, and they ask me for simple advice, and they brought their hats by me to check and those things.
Right. So I get back to my fundamental question. You have a bias against Paria, Heritage, Petrotrin for the fact that you were never hired by them. I'm putting that to you.
No. Why?
That's my question. Why?
No. Right. Because I never put myself out for jobs with Paria and Petrotrin, and we have spoken to a lot of these persons who work for the companies in Paria, but never put out ourselves for that. Mostly of a school. We were school here advising.
Dr. Chedi, let's cut through a lot of this. You said that you hold yourself out as a consultant. That means you're available to be retained.
Yes, I am.
And you have never been.
Right. If someone wanted me, I didn't go out there and ask for people for jobs.
That's what you're doing today. You're putting yourself out in this commission, at the close of the commission, to market yourself. I regret I had to put that to you, but I'm putting that to you.
Okay.
Isn't that not true?
That is not true. That is definitely not true.
You're here to help the commission independently.
Correct.
But you were critical of Paria back in March 2022 before you knew the facts.
February, March. Yes, I knew the facts that divers died and where and how they died. Those were the simple facts, not all the integrated facts about, I didn't know about what happened in the habitat and those things. I had nothing like that.
And as a professional, don't you think not having all the facts as you just admit, you should not be out there criticizing an entity?
Right.
A professional not supposed to do that?
No, stop. My area of expertise or professionalism that I was interested in is how the dives are done, right? How dives are carried about by contractors and by clients. Now, I have taught in my school many times.
Yeah, we got all of that.
Wait.
No, don't.
And I have thought that scuba should not be used in the oil and gas. I use all my textbooks. We use all the standards and all that. I have sat on the Bureau of Standards here in Trinidad, and I've sang that for many years. So when I hear anytime divers die, once divers die in this country, I am concerned on how they die and where they would have died.
Yes, Dr. Chedi, we got
no,
all of that.
No, but I'm going to go on.
No,
so that's
please,
my passion,
please.
and that's
you
what
have to
I
answer my
wanted to
question,
find out.
Dr. Chedi.
All right.
Dr. Chedi, please.
Just pause for a minute. Dr. Chedi, this is not an opportunity to make a speech.
Yes.
You are required to answer the question. And as I've said to many witnesses, the best way of doing that, where possible, is to say yes or no to the question. And if you have a rider to that, a but, however, you'll be entitled, and I will permit you to make it. But the best way of proceeding is to answer the question first, all right? And try not to get behind why the person's asking the question. Simply ask the question, answer it, all right?
Yes, sir.
And that way we'll make progress.
Can you ask the question again?
Can I ask you, Mr. Peterson, do you think you'll be a little while yet?
About 10 minutes, sir.
Well, let's conclude your cross-examination then before we take
Your PhD is not in diving, is it?
No, sir.
But I looked at your CV When were you called to the bar? You said you're a lawyer yesterday.
No. That's what I'm.
Yesterday you said you're a lawyer.
I know.
No, don't stop me.
No.
That's yes.
Yesterday
You said you're a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
That is not true.
No. Well, not called to the bar lawyer. This is what I was. That is a mistake I made.
So now we call it a bush lawyer.
Right. This is what that's what I made. I mistake when you see when Prakash came up and he asked me that question. It was all excited.
Blaming Mr. Ramadan?
No.
You blaming counsel, Mr.
I am
Ramadan?
a sports consultant, right? A sports law consultant, and that's
just
because
now.
my LLM.
Wait, not so quickly, Dr. Chedi, please.
Yeah.
It's either you're a lawyer or you're not.
I'm not an
It's either you're a doctor or you're not. It's either you're a carpenter or you're not.
Right. I'm not a lawyer practicing in Trinidad.
Yesterday, until I just asked you that question,
right,
you conveyed to the learned chairman and Commissioner Wilson that you were a member of my honorable profession.
No, I never said that.
You want us to pull the transcript?
No. When he said, if you're a lawyer, I said yes.
Well, that's the point.
Yes.
You're not a lawyer.
No.
That's a lie. Sorry to put it to you that way. My grandmother told me that if it's not true, it's a lie.
Okay.
I don't know if your people tell you otherwise.
No, that's fine.
So that was a lie.
It wasn't a lie.
Was a what?
It wasn't a lie. It came out wrongly in the excitement.
Because I was about to ask you what is your bar number.
Right, I know that.
And do you know under the Legal Profession Act, you're saying that you're a consultant, do you know under the Legal Profession Act to portray yourself in public or otherwise, or hold yourself out as being a lawyer is an offense?
Yeah, I know.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
And you just did that on oath yesterday. You know that?
Yes.
I hope the Law Association following this commission.
Can I say something now?
No.
Yes, you can. You can seek to explain why you said yesterday you were a lawyer and today you're saying you're not.
Right.
You can do that.
Right. Yesterday, when Prakash,
Mr.
Ramadan,
we blame him for a lot in this building, but I'm not sure that's his fault.
Asked me that when he asked me that, I wasn't thinking about lawyer, I think about diving, and he just said it, and I said yes, and I realized that was wrong.
Well, why didn't you correct it?
I should have.
Just a moment.
Yeah, I should have.
Dr. Chedi, you see, we all say things sometimes in the heat of the moment, which we either regret or realize is perhaps not as accurate as we would want it to be. But bearing in mind where you are and that you are on oath, do you not think that the prudent thing to have done would have been to come in here today and say, look, I have to tell you, Mr. Chairman, I reflected on what I was asked yesterday by Mr. Ramadan about whether I was a lawyer. And I, in the heat of the moment, said yes. I'm not actually a fully qualified lawyer. I have practiced some areas of law, if you like, give whatever explanation you want to give. But that would have been the prudent thing to do, to correct the record, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than waiting just in case somebody found out and then asked you, as Mr. Peterson has, about your qualifications or your status.
Yeah, well, I realized that yesterday, and I didn't know
how
to approach it today. I did not know. I was hoping that if Mr. Peterson or somebody asked me, I would have explained my position.
Do you appreciate that taking that course affects your credibility?
Yeah, I realized that yesterday.
What, and it's different today?
No, I realized that when I said it.
Yes, but I'm saying, why didn't you try and correct it? That's what I want to know. You wanted to say something more. Mr. Peterson was going to say you didn't have to say any more, but I want to know why you didn't correct the error that you appreciated you made yesterday.
I was hoping that today I would get a chance.
Well, you just have, but it's not really the right circumstances in which to get the chance.
Yeah, I realize that.
Is there really anything more?
Two more questions. No, on that point, no, I would like to see what Dr. Chedi puts on an immigration form when he coming through. You know, the form that asks your occupation.
I'm from sports law consultant. Sports law consultant.
That's where this one?
Yeah.
I never see one, but I don't even have to take your word for that. Now you would accept that in a diving team, in particular in a rescue, there must be a understanding between the dive supervisor and the divers he's sending in along, in this case, a pipeline. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And what would be very helpful in such a risky enterprise is if the team had been diving together previously as a team, like in the World Cup now, as opposed to a throw together team. You agree with that?
No.
You do agree with that?
No.
So let us take, for example, you send down a diver and he meets an obstacle like a tank in a pipeline.
Yes, sir.
Should he bring it out and then go back in to continue his dive, or should he just push it aside and bypass it? Which one would you advise?
It depends on the diver at that point and the supervisor.
And it depends on the supervisor.
Yeah.
So if the diver is to leave it and continue, the supervisor would have to know the competencies of that diver, whether that's a good call or whether he should back out and bring out the obstacle and then continue.
No, he would, no, not the competencies. He would ask, well, you remember all of these are qualified divers.
Yeah.
So he would ask the diver, first of all, what do you think about passing it? Or if you can leave it, it will snag your line on the way back.
Right.
And if you feel comfortable to leave it or remove it.
And the supervisor has no input in that decision?
The supervisor has an input because it depends on what the diver is saying to him. Once the diver said to him, it looked as though it will snag my line, when I'm coming back, and then the supervisor said, take it out.
Yeah, but if the diver forms a view, the supervisor goes along with that without challenge? If the diver say, yeah, fine, I going ahead?
Yes.
So what's the role of the supervisor in that scenario?
It's for the safety of the diver.
Right? So he has an input to instruct the diver, no, I think you should come back out.
No. He don't have, he has the option to say yes or no as well, but he will leave it up to the diver who is in the water at the time.
But he's relying on the judgment of that diver.
Yes.
So that's what I'm telling you. But the only way one can assess the integrity of the judgment of that diver is an experience that they had before, relationships. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but it's not always like that in the
I know
diving
it's not
industry.
always like that.
Yeah, not always like that.
But that is the preferred standard.
It could be preferred, not a standard, but preferred.
The preferred course.
Yes.
So going into a rescue like in that 30-inch pipeline, a team that having a historical relationship would be important.
It will be an added asset.
It would be an added asset. And the knowledge of the inside of that pipe to undertake a dive would be crucial information.
Yes.
And how you go into that pipe, head or foot first, would also be crucial.
Yes.
A camera will give you that information as to the internal conditions of that pipe, wouldn't it?
It will help.
And a light on your head, as you described yesterday, going in foot first would not assist you.
No, sir.
It's only for going head first.
Correct. But when I know one asked me, but those lights can come off, so you can hold it.
Well, that light could come off.
Yeah. So the supervisor and the diver will make that decision at the JSA that he will hold it if he's going on feet first.
Yes.
And we usually move it around so you can hold it down.
But remember, he holding other things too, huh? Wouldn't he be holding a tank to assist the diver when he reaches a diver?
No.
Wouldn't he be holding a backup tank?
The backup tank would be hooked up to him.
Where?
He won't be holding. In this scenario, most likely it will be under the arm area over here, not on the back, because the tank will penetrate the tank as well as the diver size and 28 inches.
You ever did any of this kind of thing before?
No.
You ever analyzed anything like this before?
Only in
before
school.
the Guardian in March?
Only in school.
Only in school?
Yeah, when I teach it.
So you teach rescue from confined spaces like a 30-inch pipeline?
Not rescue, but penetration diving.
Yeah, in a pipeline?
Well, penetration diving in pipelines.
You taught penetration diving in a pipeline?
It's part of our,
what size of pipeline you taught it in?
We looked at different sizes, but it had to be
You taught
Right.
it in a 30 inch?
No, we're not exactly 30
No, well,
inches.
32 inches.
Yeah, we would have worked about pipelines that are a bit larger than you are.
What size pipeline you taught it in?
For any 30s, it would be about 30 something inches around there.
And you taught that to Kurban and Nagasa and any of them that disregarded your teaching?
It would have been in the textbook, yes.
No, you
Yes,
taught it.
yes,
I
yes.
used to teach her.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking in the textbook
Yeah.
that I never taught.
No. This one was in ADCI manual, and we went through everything in that manual.
With the divers that died, the 4 divers.
Yes, sir.
And your lesson to them is never dive into that scenario with scuba.
Yes,
And they disregarded your training.
yes, sir.
Let me just check, please, Mr. Chairman.
To be fair, Mr. Peterson, they didn't dive in the pipe, they were sucked into it.
That's true. No, but I mean, they didn't dive into the when the habitat using scuba, which you say should never have been done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chaley, while we wait on Mr. Peterson, just let me interject here. Again, conducting that type of training, where did you, where are the pipelines located that you conducted penetration dives?
No, these were never done on practicals, only theory.
Only theory.
Only in theory,
Okay.
never practicals. It was not what.
So therefore, it wouldn't have had a diameter pipeline you went in, because you just said you taught them on 30-inch
About 32 inch, we would have it as part
On
of the
theory.
theory. Yeah, part of the theory.
Thank you for that.
We were not told to, we were never allowed to teach that like in a actual scenario as part of our training.
Part of my training, I did penetration dives, actual in water tenders and everything.
No, we weren't.
And it was,
ADCI doesn't have
it was under the ADC College of Oceanarian.
Well, under the ADCI standards, we were not allowed to do that.
Okay, no problem. Just in theory.
Yeah, just in
Okay.
theory.
Mr. Chairman, I was finished by that last question, excitement. So this training and teaching in different sizes of pipe hunting, 30-something inches, is just book thing?
Yes, sir.
No fellas, hey, tomorrow we're going out in the sea and go to put along some pipeline and we dive?
No.
That's like a doctor learning and never did a cut.
Well,
A surgeon?
in the recent 6th edition of the manual, we were not allowed to do that sort of diving.
So
Training,
you have not
diver
taught
training.
actual practical diving?
In a
Penetration
pipeline.
diving.
In a pipeline.
Penetration diving?
Penetration, yeah, be clear. I mean, he says he dives. Yeah.
Well, so we
No.
got the 20 hours already. The penetration diving, you never actually did the practical to that?
No. We are not allowed to do that in school. To teach it in school, we are not allowed to do that.
Realize the commissioner just told you he did it, right?
He
That's
did
a
it.
lot-
We
no
were not
questions.
allowed to do it.
Wow.
Is that your cross-examination? Yes.
I thought I said thank you, sir.
No, that's all. Ms. Persaud Maraj, you have none. That leaves you to ask any questions that you might wish to Ms. Alfonso. Yes. Can I ask you before we embark on that, do you think it'll be a little while?
Sorry. Maybe 15, 20 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Let's have our break now.
Thank you,
Let's
Mr.
have our
Chairman.
break now. Doctor, we're going to take a 15-minute break now. We'll resume back at 25 minutes to 12, please. So take your break now, and we'll come back then. Thank you very much.
Well, I have to say that whether people like it or not, the lawyer for Paria, Mr. Gilbert Peterson, has actually succeeded in some regard to discredit Dr. Glenn Chady, who, perhaps had a slip of the tongue, but that slip of the tongue was quite a large slip of the tongue, because to say that you're a lawyer when in fact you're not called to the bar, you should have been in a position really to clarify that very early on. And so to come back now and say, well, he didn't really know how to deal with the matter, really questions your credibility. And to be fair to Mr. Peterson and Paria, that is fair enough, considering this statement came very, very late on in the day, right? Thank you very much for joining. We have a 15-minute break. It returns at 11:45. And as Ann Jones says, it is indeed a slip, quite a damning slip of the tongue, right? We must also, be fair. Mr. Peterson, hold on a second, one second. Right, sorry. We must be fair to the lawyers. They do have a right to kind of, ventilate all these matters. And to pursuant to that, if someone is indeed an expert, they should be able to be cross-examined very harshly. We may not like the tone and style of the lawyers' stuff, but yes, sometimes they need to be called to order so that it's not seen as badgering the witness. That being said, quarter to two. We will return in momentarily. 15-minute break. Take care of yourselves, everyone. I am seeing some comments coming through. Yes, perhaps we could talk about this a little later, but I'm going to take a 15-minute break and I encourage you to do the same. Do share the live and return so that we can continue the conversation. All the best. And yes, I will not forget to unmute.
this commission to rely on what he has said, given his confession that he is A, not an expert, and B, that he had asserted he was a lawyer when he clearly is not. Those facts alone call into question the extent to which we'll be able to rely on his evidence. That combined with the cross-examination by Mr. Pigas, in which he has suggested that virtually everything that he asserted took place in the conversation between him and Mr. Seals is challenged, given that Mr. Seals has had no opportunity, unless I were to have him recalled, to make that plain. I wonder what value there is in calling him to conclude his evidence now by way of any questions you might have.
Mr.
I mean,
Chairman.
realistically, you know, there may be elements of what he has said which is uncontradicted and which is supported by other evidence, which we can rely upon. But do we really need to rely on that evidence if it is uncontradicted evidence that exists elsewhere? I have to say, for my part, I would take some persuading as to the value that he brings to this inquiry. I don't want to press it any further than that, and it's a matter for you. If you would wish to have him recalled to deal with further questions, then by all means do.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I could persuade you to bring back this witness. I would like to, but I don't think in good conscience I can try to persuade the commission of the value of bringing Dr. Chetty back to complete his evidence.
If I may say so, that's a very sensible approach, and I'm grateful for that indication. In the absence of anybody else having anything to say, Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make one further point. I mean,
Yes.
As I said, it's not in defense of the union or the interests that I represent. Again, Dr. Chetty was somebody that was preferred up by a union who I do not represent. That's the OWTU. In my estimation, what he had to say seemed worthwhile and worthwhile to put forward before the commission. It has turned out on testing that information not to be as useful as I had thought it would be. So
Well,
in attempting to facilitate Dr. Chetty to bring forth his evidence.
Well, don't take the responsibility too heavily on your own shoulders, Ms. Alfonso. That's not necessary. As I explained to Mr. Peterson this morning when he made his application, we too had some misgivings about the late service of his evidence, but on the face of his statement, we felt it would be inappropriate to exclude it on that ground alone, and that's why we permitted it. As you say, on testing, it has proved to be less than as valuable as we might have hoped. There it is. I think out of courtesy, I will ask him to come back into the room and tell him that there are no more questions for him, and that will be the conclusion of his evidence.
I'd be grateful, Mr.
So
Chairman.
I'll do that out of courtesy to him. So let's have him back in, please. Doctor, you needn't take your seat again because there are, in fact, no further questions for you. I wanted to thank you for coming and to thank you for your evidence. Thank you very much. All right. So what we're going to do, actually, in those circumstances, is this. We're going to rise for 5 minutes now because I understand that the inflatable plug is here. It's going to be displayed in its full glory in the center of this court. So we'll get that done, and I think there are one or two other props as well. So let's get that all in place, and once that's done, we'll then resume with the evidence. My anticipation is that we will do as best we can up until about 1:30ish, so that we get the bulk, if we can, of his evidence out, and then we can resume after perhaps a shorter lunchtime to hear his evidence concluded today. There is, after that, Mr. Ramadar, you weren't here when I was giving my judgment earlier on. I'm content for you to read the very short statement of Elia Henry, the daughter, the 11-year-old daughter. Please, at the conclusion of today, read that statement. I've said that I don't think that Tia Mary Gopal adds anything to what we already have, my having admitted Mr. Yusuf Henry's mother and sister's evidence in addition. So I think that whilst the statement has been served and it serves as part of the material in the case, it's unnecessary to read it aloud, but I am going to permit the 11-year-old daughter statement to be read by you, as I understand it. Is that right?
I'm grateful to you.
Right. Well, we'll do that at the end of today as well. All right. So the program then is we'll rise for 5 minutes or 10 whilst this is being done. We'll then have the evidence of the witness. That will continue till about 1:30-ish. We'll resume after a shorter lunch break, and then we'll have the final parts of the evidence concluded today. So one way or the other, all of the evidence concluded today, whatever time that is. Thank you very much. Let's rise for a few minutes.
All right.
So, as we heard, for those of you who have missed the commission chair, Mr. Jerome Lynch KC, would have decided to exclude Dr. Glenn Cheddi for a number of reasons. One, because on the face of his statement, there were a number of inconsistencies. And two, because his credibility was called into question because he would have, of course, said that he was a lawyer in response to Mr. Prakash Ramada, but upon checking, of course, you know that you're supposed to be called to the bar in order to refer yourself as a lawyer, and his subsequent answers and failure to admit that fact called his entire credibility into question. In addition to the fact that, you know, he would have admitted to the Kenson lawyers, Mr. Peters, that he would have been looking at the material in the construction of his testimony. And that, of course, gives him an unfair advantage to address some of the concerns of the commission. So it is with that basis that the chair has determined that Dr. Glenn Cheddi should not be recalled to the witness box to be further cross-examined because he does not add any further value to the commission. And as you heard from the lawyer representing the SWW2U, Mrs. Alfonso, she too admitted that, of course, you know, she was sort of blindsided. This was a recommendation from another union to suggest Mr. Glenn Cheddi be added to the commission to help out the proceedings. That much was not acceptable to the chair, and he still determined that Dr. Glenn Cheddi should be excluded from further participating in the Commission of Inquiry. So that is where we are. We are on a 5-minute break at the moment, or 10, as they look after some procedural matters. So do stay tuned and carry on the conversation. And don't forget to share this live. Just keep in mind that the reason you're not hearing audio at this point in time is because they're on a break and the microphones are off, right? So no audio because we are on a break.
So the next witness is
Mr.
Khan.
Zaid Khan. Mr. Zaid Khan.
From In-Corr-Tech.
He is an expert.
Now.
You don't intend the challenge.
His statement, and there are some additions. Yes, please come in, Mr. Khan. His statement and the additions are in
In the supplemental co-bundle.
1389.
1389.
Yes.
And,
And then at the back, there are 3 letters
1533
and following.
and 1536A and 1536C.
Got them all. Lovely. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Can you take the oath, please?
I,
I,
please state your name,
Zaid Khan,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
to
this commission
this commission
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, do take a seat. Mr. Khan, I know you've been waiting, and I'm grateful for your doing so. We have your full report, some revisions to it, and a number of other documents in relation to that, which is going to be asked of you. Now, who's going to do the... Right, now, Mr. Bissessar, who sits opposite you, is going to, in part, I think, summarize and in part refer to relevant parts of your evidence. And that will serve as your evidence in chief, all right, so that everybody understands who you are and what we're doing. After that, then, Mr. Maharaj, who sits with a little table in front of him, is going to be asking you some questions. And then a number of the barristers and lawyers here will also have an opportunity to ask you questions, all right? And that's the process. We're going to go on till about 1:30 or so that we get a good chunk of your evidence dealt with first before we take our break for a bit of a lunch and adjournment, all right? But one way or the other, we will conclude your evidence today. And so with no more ado, I'll ask Mr. Bissessar to do his thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Zaid Khan is an expert. He is the president and CEO of In-Corr-Tech Limited, which is a company carrying out inspection, metallurgical design, and quality control engineering services at 15 to 17 Rodriguez Street, Victoria Village, San Fernando. Mr. Khan is a registered professional engineer and failure analysis consultant. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in mechanical engineering and a diploma in microstructural analysis, and is certified as, firstly, an ASNT NDT Level 3, secondly, as an API 510 and 570 certified inspector, and thirdly, as an AWS certified welding inspector. Mr. Khan is also a licensed, competent person for hoists, boilers, and pressure vessels under the Occupational Safety and Health Authority. In-Corr-Tech Limited was retained by OSHA to conduct a relevant root cause failure analysis and causative factors in relation to the accident which occurred on 25th February 2022. The company was also requested to review Paria's scope of works and the methodology adopted by the LMCS. I will now read selective excerpts from the report, starting with the executive summary at 2.0. I will then read the report's findings and discussions at 3.0, and I will conclude with the recommendations at 5.0. I will then relate the supplementals to the report. So I'm starting with the executive summary, Chairman. It's at 1394, and it reads as follows. The root cause of this accident was the failure by both the client, Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, Paria, and the contractor, LMCS Limited, LMCS, to recognize that a latent hazardous differential pressure condition, delta P, would have been created by the methodology used in the execution of the works, with particular reference to the removal of fuel oil from Sealine SL36. If this delta P hazard was recognized, then simple mitigation steps and/or changes in methodology could have been instituted to eliminate this hazard. LMCS's Method Statement 116, Attachment X, pertaining to installation of the SO flange on riser at number 6 berth, was based on partial removal of the line content using an air-driven pump as per their method statement submitted with their proposal, see Attachment 8. This procedure was changed to air blowing, and the management of change was not adequately addressed with respect to appropriate and timely issuance of JSA and method statement. The reasons for this change were not recorded in any subsequent analysis or discussion from the data supplied to OSHA from Paria and LMCS. The removal of fuel oil from line and the installation of a migration barrier, as stipulated in Paria's Scope of Works, Section 2.1 and 3.1.12, respectively, created a large gaseous void in Sealine SL36. This void served as a prerequisite for the latent differential pressure hazard that was created when the habitat was installed and pressurized to facilitate work within the said habitat. The hazards associated with this void were overlooked by both Paria and LMCS. See drawing SK1 in attachment for an illustration for this gaseous void. LMCS Job Safety Analysis, Paria's Permit to Work number 9320, LMCS's Method Statement, Risk Assessment, LMCS's Toolbox Meeting, LMCS's Dive Plan, and Paria's Bid Evaluation of LMCS's proposal all failed to identify this potential differential pressure, delta P hazard, and hence no steps to eliminate the hazard were implemented. This latent hazard existed at the onset of work within the habitat and became active when the divers were attempting to remove the primary seal, which is inflatable plug, from within the riser. See drawing SK1 in attachment and section 3.1 for further details. Not being aware of this latent differential pressure condition incorporating a gaseous void, LMCS's divers proceeded to deflate the plug after safe removal of the mechanical seal. On reaching a deflated pressure of approximately 11.4 psig, the resistive force of the plug was then lower than the downward force, 4,031 pounds force on the plug. This force of 4,031 thrust the plug down the oily riser into the large gaseous void, previously created by removal of the line contents. See also 2.2 above. Simultaneously, the transient and sudden loss of habitat pressure caused the seawater to rush up into the habitat, pouring into the 30-inch diameter riser at a rate of 540 gallons per second at a velocity of 14 feet per second, creating a free vortex, entraining all personnel and loose equipment into the riser. Gravity, habitat supply air from the compressor, large gaseous void, and an endless supply of water perpetuated this vortex in the riser. A diagrammatic illustration of sequence of events and section 3.1 for further details. A scale model at In-Corr-Tech Limited fully demonstrated this scenario. Appropriate JSA risk assessments were not seen for several key activities in LMCS's proposal supplied to OSHA from Paria with respect to safety issues. This reflected the lack of thoroughness of the bid evaluation by Paria. Paria had stipulated in their scope of work that method statements and JSAs be supplied for all key elements of the projects. See section 3.2. LMCS's method statement 116, attachment X, items 56 and 57, pertaining to removal of migration barrier and inflatable plug, could only have been applied safely if a delta P condition was not present. This was also a grave oversight by both Paria and LMCS during this evaluation, and subsequent discussions with LMCS. As stated before, the method and extent of line content removal resulted in a large gaseous void within the 30-inch diameter Sealine SL36. See drawing SK1 in attachment. In the 6 psig pressurized habitat, a downward force of 4,031 pounds force on the face of the inflatable plug was counteracted by a resistive force of 5,292 pounds exerted by the 48-inch long inflatable plug of the wall of the riser, based on a plug inflation pressure of 15 psig. This provided the necessary seal during all hot works within the habitat. The sequence of events leading up to this accident are described verbally and illustrated via appropriate drawings, as shown in sketches SK1 to SK6 in the attachments. The operational safety concerns observed during inspection of the crane, example load slippage under engine cutoff, non-functional load cell, etc., did not contribute to this accident. Inspection of the compressors, hoses, air filter pots, scuba gear did not reveal any issues that could have been contributory to this accident. Tests and inspection of the inflatable plug confirmed that there were no issues with the plug that contributed to the accident. It is to be noted that the inflatable plug was intact and operational upon removal of the mechanical seal, as it was then exposed to the habitat pressure of 6 psig, equivalent to a downward force of 4,031 pounds on the said plug. Supply air problems, example compressor failure, were not experienced as corroborated by discussions held with OSHA and barge topside personnel. It is to be noted that supply air from the compressor into the habitat accelerated the vortex formation and strengthened its force and suction. The hyperbaric chamber, also referred to as the habitat, and the mechanical plug were not inspected as they were not recovered from the seabed at the time of this report. Possible malfunction of the habitat or air compressor was not considered to be contributory to this accident, as the operation of the habitat and the compressor remained intact during and after the accident, facilitating the recovery of one diver within the said pressurized habitat. On his return up the riser, the lone survivor stated that he was approximately 5 feet from the top of the riser and within the habitat, confirming that the compressor was in operation and supplying air to the habitat. This confirms that when the flow into the riser was stabilized, air supplied by the compressor forced the water back down in the habitat again, creating a dry, workable environment. I will now read out the findings and discussions. This is at 1396. Firstly, removal of line contents. The removal of contents with respect to quantity and method in line SL36 between number 5 and 6 berths was the underlying factor that led to this accident. This removal created a gaseous void in the riser and sea line, setting up a latent differential pressure condition between the habitat and a large gaseous void in the sea line when the mechanical seal and inflatable plug were installed and the habitat pressurized. See drawing SK1 in detachment. With reference to fuel oil removal from Sealine 36, LMCS's method statement under Section A, procedure for removal of line content between berths 5 and berth 6, cited two areas. A, using air-driven pump out approximately 300 barrels of line content. B, once level in the riser dropped to 35 feet below sea level, a line plug will be installed. Reference page 6 of 22 of LMCS's method statement. A and B are contradictory, as removal of line contents to 35 feet below sea level in the riser would have been equivalent to approximately 30 barrels of oil removal with no gaseous void formation on installation of the mechanical seal and inflatable plug. On the other hand, as stated by LMCS, A, pumping out 300 barrels with an air pump does not equate to dropping level in the riser to 35 feet below sea level. This discrepancy was not addressed in Paria's bid evaluation. Further, LMCS's project schedule calls for draining of line from day one of job execution, further adding conjecture to this exercise. Paria's maintenance department, as recorded by OSHA, stated that line contents were indeed removed by air blowing from number 5 berth to number 6 berth. This technique, although not stated in LMCS's method statement or in Paria's SOW, would have created scope of works, would have definitely removed way in excess of the optimum quantity of oil from the line, thus creating a significant continuous gaseous void between berths 5 and 6 together with empty risers. This condition would have introduced a very dangerous latent differential pressure condition as soon as the inflatable plug and mechanical seal were installed in the line and the habitat placed and pressurized. This latent hazardous condition existed very early in the job execution, but was activated on the 25th of February 2022 when 5 divers were in the process of deflating the riser plug for its removal. See drawing SK3 in attachment for a pictorial illustration. See drawing SK1 and SK4 in attachment. And he concludes, changing the method of oil removal from the line from using an air-driven pump, as per LMCS's method statement, to forced air blowing from berth 5 resulted in a dramatic increase in the risk profile of the job. I turn to the recommendations as made at page 1403 at 5.0. At 5.1, working in differential pressure environments necessitate an engineering risk analysis by a competent person. Differential pressure can be assumed to exist when 1. Water levels vary between adjoining areas. 2. Water is next to a gaseous void. 3. HP air is next to low pressure air. 4. Positive pressure, that is, above atmospheric, is next to atmospheric pressure, 0 psig. The differential pressure condition in this accident was not active but latent. The condition became active when the plug or the barrier was being deflated by the divers. The divers were most likely unaware that a large gaseous void existed behind the inflatable plug due to excess line contents removal, and as such, the lack of knowledge and communication on this issue could have contributed to this accident. 5.2. All risk factors must be considered whilst working in a positive pressure environment similar to a habitat. Where possible, actions must be taken to avoid these risks. Example, some of these risks are as follows. 1. Loss of positive pressure. 2. Possibility of establishing flow conditions from area of high pressures to areas of low pressures. 3. Faulty operation of seals. 4. Improper installation and retrieval of seals. 5. Creation of large gaseous voids on the low pressure side of seals or plugs in a differential pressure condition. 5.3. Differential pressure problems can be adequately minimized by the following. 1. Back pressure or equalizing the pressure on both sides of the seal. 2. Maintaining a physical barrier. 3. Avoidance of creating flow conditions, be it liquid, vapor, or air. 4. Avoidance of creating empty spaces or gaseous voids on the low pressure side of seals. 5.4. In high-risk jobs, always ensure that JSAs are not generic. A JSA must address a particular task with in-depth analysis of potential hazards and necessary mitigation steps to be adopted. Work permits must also reference the applicable JSA or JSAs. 5.5. All changes to original procedures, as we experienced on this high-risk job, should be carefully managed and appropriate JSAs developed. Having executed a robust management of change, MOC procedure is essential. 5.6. Have real-time video and audio contact. 5.7. In risk assessment forms pertaining to diving work operations, a section should be included titled Differential Pressure Conditions and Hazards. 5.8. Suitable qualified and equipped rescue personnel should be at hand at all times. 5.9. Inspect and certify the habitat before use. Name tag with maximum internal pressure limits should be installed. 5.10, inspect and certify all seals before use. 5.11, cleaning all mating surfaces between the seal and substrate, be it a pipe, nozzle, or vessel. 5.12, pressurization of seals are to be done in accordance with the OEM specifications. I turn to the three letters that were written after the report. The first is at the 6th of December 2022, which is at Supplemental Core Bundle 1533. It's a letter dated 6 December 2022 from the expert to the Secretary. Dear Ms. Sinanan, in response to your request dated 30th November 2022 for further advice, I wish to advise as follows on the 5 matters. 1. The carbo test specifically verifies the structural integrity as well as the leak tightness of the weld and adjacent parent material. Failure to conduct the carbo test had no bearing or influence on the existent latent delta P within the pipeline, nor would it have contributed to any induced delta P. 2. As a latent delta P condition did indeed exist within the system based on Paria's evidence, then Paria was duty-bound to mitigate the risk and highlight it to all and sundry. In fact, Paria's own HSE safety guidelines, which includes, and he quotes, hierarchy of risk control, clearly specifies elimination as the most effective method of risk mitigation. 3. On removal of the mechanical seal by LMCS's personnel, as seen on video footage, the inflatable plug was subjected to the habitat pressure of 6 psig, equivalent to a downward axial force of 4,031 pounds, and it held its seal for an extended period. In no way did the alleged out-of-roundness affect the inflatable plug grip on the pipe ID, and thus there was no need for a pressure test. As stated in In-Corr-Tech Limited's report, and he specifies, on reaching a deflated pressure of approximately 11.4 psig, the resistive force of the plug was lower than the downward force 4,031 pounds on the plug. Thrust the plug down the oily riser into the large gaseous void. Furthermore, the alleged out-of-roundness of the pipe had little or no effect on the inflatable plug's sealing ability. The plug material, flexibility, and design would have catered for differences in pipe ovality. It is the opinion of the undersigned that the out-of-roundness, if any, was negligible, as there were no problems reported during fit-up of the new slip-on flange on the said riser. And then 4 and 5. Prior to Mr. Christopher Boudram's rescue, the entire system stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36, and thus allowed Mr. Boudram to negotiate the pipe without any disruptions, as the system was static. This condition was the best opportunity to attempt a rescue, as removing the blank at berth 5 or shutting down the compressor would have just released the stored potential energy from the compressed air and thus disturb the equilibrium and thereby imperil any divers in air pockets. Mr. Khan then says, if you require further information or clarification, please do not hesitate to contact the undersigned. And he concludes, sourcing the entire video footage obtained from the crawler boroscope from berth 5, conducted around 5 a.m. on Saturday, 26 February, may be worthwhile for this investigation. Mr. Chairman, there was a further letter dated 28th December 2022, which is at page 1536A, and I will just read the contents, again addressed to Ms. Sinanan. Dear Ms. Sinanan, in light of the several references made by various legal counsel to the above report, I wish to bring to the attention of the Commission the following pointers. These, in my opinion, will negate the possibilities of misinformed deductions, skewed inferences, and unnecessary conjecture in further deliberations. 1. An agreement dated March 2022 was signed between In-Corr-Tech Limited and OSHA to conduct a root cause analysis and causative factor investigation pertaining to the tragic incident. 2. To satisfy the requirements of the said agreement, the following was adopted as stated in my report under section 1.6. A. Inspection of associated equipment used Firstly, positive pressure habitat hyperbaric chamber. Secondly, compressors. Thirdly, hoses. Fourth, filter pots. Fifth, inflatable pipe plug. Sixth, mechanical seal. Seventh, scuba equipment. Eighth, crane used in the exercise, being a model LS218H. B, review of Paria's scope of works. C, review of contractor LMCS's method statements, job safety analysis, and risk assessment. D, review of relevant work permits, risk analysis, dive plan, and schedule notes. And he notes that the habitat was not seen. In his further opinion, he says, 3, during the investigation, prior to the issuance of the report, other information deemed relevant and necessary, example, details surrounding the actual line content removal and methodology, were not received. 4, owing to the delays experienced, the scheduled time for the submission of the report was not met. 5, the report was issued to OSHA on 19th July 2022, several weeks late, with the caveat, this report is based on the information and available documents supplied by OSHA, as stated under paragraph 1.7, page 6 of my report. And then 6, based on reviews of additional pertinent information seen after the issuance of my report, I wish to state that my basic conclusions and recommendations remain. 7, based on pertinent information supplied to me on 27th July 2022 by OSHA, which I requested on 6 May 2022, there may be need to revise some sketches in my report to reflect a more realistic picture. And then it says, in summary, 1, agreement between OSHA and In-Corr-Tech Limited was signed on 29th March 2022. 2, report issued to OSHA on 19th July 2022. 3, pertinent additional information requested by myself during discussions with OSHA was supplied on 27th July 2022, 7 days after issuance of the report. And it says any further clarification can be accommodated through contact with the undersigned. His third letter, dated 6 January 2023, is at Supplemental Core Bundle 1536C. Again to Ms. Sinanan. Sorry, 1356C. Dear Ms. Sinanan, in response to your request, I wish to reply as follows. A, in view of the many variables in a project of this nature, and in consideration of the nature of the accident, I thought it would have been prudent to build a model to demonstrate several scenarios pertaining to this accident. This decision was made whilst conducting the root cause analysis as requested by OSHA through an agreement between In-Corr-Tech Limited and themselves. This was not part of my remit from my agreement with OSHA. However, in the interest of education and understanding for all parties involved, I proceeded to build this model at my expense. Subsequent availability of information pertaining to this exercise of repairs to Sealine 36 at Berth 6, Paria confirmed in my mind that I had the correct inclination to construct this model. The parameters considered were to simulate as close as possible the various aspects of the job leading up to and inclusive of the accident. Parameters included sea levels, riser positions, subsea line, air supply, and flange and habitat installation. The components of this model were made of transparent material for ease of understanding and to afford some reality to what actually happened. Owing to its many variables, a fixed scale ratio was impossible. However, the main objective was to demonstrate the physics and hydraulics involved for a better understanding and indelible visual impact on the minds of all. The basic principles of flow dynamics, pressure differentials, gravity, and compression were considered, as these very principles were common to the execution of this job. There were no major differences in the fundamental engineering principles of both the model and actual site equipment and condition, apart from scale size and materials of construction. I hope that the above sheds some light on your request. He then prepared a table, and I will just narrate as best as I can what the table demonstrates. The heading is Oil Quantities Removed from Sealine 36 and Topside Piping Due to Phase 1 and Phase 2 Air Blowing. Phase 1, 18th January 2022, 798 barrels removed. On 20th January 2022, unknown quantity of barrels removed. On 21st January 2022, 118 barrels removed. Total phase 1, at least 916 barrels. And then on 1st February 2022, there was a setup for phase 2. And phase 2, which was subsea, on 2nd February 2022, 276 barrels were removed. On 3rd February 2022, 60 barrels were removed, which were in a barge. He said not 100. On 4th February 2022, an unknown quantity of barrels were removed, so that the total for phase 2 was at least 336 barrels. He says the total of phase 1 and phase 2 is at least 1,252 barrels. The author makes 2 notes. Note number 1, out of the 960 barrels removed during phase 1, it is estimated that approximately 200 barrels was drained from the topside piping leading to Sealine 66. So therefore, 716 barrels was displaced from SL36 risers and horizontal section. I estimated the topside piping to have contained approximately 200 barrels of line contents based on my recollection of its configuration. The conclusions in my investigative report issued to OSHA in July 2022 will remain unchanged, even though the estimated amount of 200 barrels from the topside piping is not exact. And his second note, phase 2 removal consisted of at least 336 barrels, subsea only. Mr. Chairman, what is now contemplated is that we will now show the video which was prepared and presented by Mr. Khan. The video is in 4 parts, and each part will be paused from time to time for Mr. Khan to give various explanations in respect of what is shown. Afterwards, the video will be shown again, this time uninterrupted. Thereafter, it is anticipated that Mr. Miraj may ask several questions of the expert.
Lovely, thank you very much for that. Is it proposed that Mr. Khan should, as it were, point to things that help us as we go along?
Yes.
I wonder in that case if we can move that screen around a little bit so that everyone can see what he's pointing at. And then I think there's a microphone as well that he can have to assist us. But someone needs to turn that screen a few degrees to the to the right. My right, its left. Yeah, just could you just very slightly back again? No, that's too much. That's it. Perfect. Great. Thank you.
If I may first mention what the first video is.
Yes, please.
Mr. Khan, the first video gives a site description, an introduction to the model, and phase 1 air blowing. And this is how the first video is labeled by Mr. Khan. So what will happen, I will allow the operator to start the video, and then I would stop it at 44 seconds and give you, Mr. Khan, an opportunity to explain it. Okay?
Okay. This picture shows an overview of Berth 6 offshore, where the incident occurred. Depth in this area is approximately 60 feet, with riser pipes coming up from the sea bed. Here we see the actual configuration of the top side of the 30-inch diameter Sealine number 36, into which the golfers were engulfed. We see the top bolted flange of the riser mated with a long radius elbow through which the product is pumped. The flange at the top of the riser is approximately 5 feet above sea water. This long radius elbow was removed.
Right. Mr. Khan, could you point out the top of riser at Berth 6 for us, please? Yeah.
The top of the riser. The top of the riser is in this area here. Okay? And that's the elbow that was removed to facilitate viewing and facilitate work on this flange as they look down into the pipe.
Okay. Now, if you stay there, if you don't mind.
Pardon me?
If you can remain right there, if you do not mind.
Yeah.
I'll ask to play the video and stop at 1 minute.
Move to facilitate maintenance work on the said sea line. Here we see an overview of the model used to demonstrate the various work activities associated with the repairs and preparation of the line to facilitate such repairs.
Okay. Now, this is a tabletop model which you have prepared, but the model is not to scale. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Right. Can I ask you to point out and explain what you're seeing here from the right of the screen to the left? I can assist you. Boat 5, from the right to the screen to the left.
This is boat 5 here.
Okay. Then it's a 38-inch feet long pipe.
Pardon me, repeat that.
The 30-inch
1200.
Yeah, yes, the 30-inch 1,200 feet long pipe.
That's the number 5 berth riser there, and this represents the entire length
of the pipe
the subsea line.
Yes.
And you will see here, I just put some liquid in it to represent the initial condition of that line, that it was filled with liquid or filled with fuel oil, as said by Paria.
Okay, and the stovepipe?
The stovepipe, this represents, as you already realize, this entire thing represents the ocean. And this is the stovepipe on top the habitat, where materials can be introduced into this or taken out. This is a small aquarium pump here used to supply air to the habitat. And this represents a barge here where LMCS barge, was floating on the water next to the Berth 6 riser.
And what about the compressor?
The compressor was this aquarium pump.
Okay.
All right. Okay. That represents the rail compressor on side, but
right.
The aquarium pump to supply air for the model.
And the tank?
This tank here is a 50-gallon tank that was used to demonstrate the ocean at this particular area. This is number 6 berth riser coming up here. And this represents the gooseneck, as you saw in the previous pictures.
Right.
And this line represents a line going to offshore. This is a mistake here, but we have this supposed to be offshore instead of supposed to be onshore instead of offshore. Offshore means it's out in the sea. Onshore means on land. So this just shows the demonstration where the system on the oil has been pumped through Sealine 66 onto land to be stored in a tank.
Right.
What represents the habitat, or is it not there yet?
The habitat?
Yes.
This is the habitat here, this plastic bottle here.
Right.
That's a plastic bottle that represents the habitat. And that's on top the habitat is the stovepipe.
Right.
But would it be correct to say that the image on the model reflects the position before the habitat was installed?
Yes, that's correct. The image on the model here represents the habitat is waiting to be installed here, but you had to drain the line first before we install the habitat.
Right. We got you. We'll now play the video and stop at 3.55 minutes.
You see berth number 5 on the right-hand side, berth number 6 on the left-hand side.
Okay. Sorry, go. Play it on the 3.55.
A distance of approximately 1,200 feet between them. The subsea line filled with fuel oil is seen, terminated with risers at berth 6 and berth 5. We also see the model habitat with a compressor on a floating barge. A 50-gallon tank container is also seen, filled with water to simulate the actual ocean, and a riser at number 6 berth, into which the divers were engulfed. We see also a manometer on the side of the tank used to measure the pressure inside the habitat when installed. This tabletop model represents part of the ocean with depths varying from 50 feet to 60 feet at berth 6. Here we see the offshore tank into which product from the Sealine 36 was pumped to facilitate clearing of the said line. This manometer represents the pressure gauge used for monitoring the pressure within the habitat where the divers would execute their work. We also see a 5-inch diameter plastic bottle with a PVC pipe at the top to represent the habitat, and stovepipe through which tools and materials can be fed and suspended. We also see an aquarium pump used to represent the compressor for supplying air to the habitat. The 1,200-foot long line filled with fuel can be seen with the levels at berth 5 and berth 6. So what we have here is a huge manometer between berth 5 and berth 6. This product in the line, as shown with the pointer, has to be removed to facilitate repairs. The 1,200 long line is actually straight, but is shown looped here for clarity. We also see the compressor hooked up at the top of berth 5 to facilitate the air required for pushing the product out. A line was pulled between berth 5 and berth 6 to show the levels in the risers. We also see an aquarium pump at the top there on berth 5 to supply the air to facilitate the air blowing as per Paria's work instruction.
Right. Sorry. Is this the document, the work instructions, which is attached to Paria work instruction at CB3, Core Bundle 3, page 1039?
Yes, it is.
Secretary. I'm showing him the hard copy too.
Well, I don't see the drawer in here.
1039. Then I asked this. Maybe I could ask him on the diagram.
Okay.
On the right. Okay. Can you explain to us what it shows?
Or this line diagram represents the relative positions of number 5 berth here and number 6 berth here. And this is number 636 Sealine progressing from number 5 berth, coming all the way subsea up on number 6 berth, going through a gooseneck onto a manifold on 6 berth. And that manifold is valved so that oil can go this way through a header, a large header on top here, down to this valve onto Sealine 66 before going to shore. This Sealine 66 is I don't know how long it is, but it's a 50-inch diameter line. I think it's about 2 miles long, they say. But that's what this represents. To give you a pictorial view of the system as it was designed.
So on the right, it shows berth 5, and it is from there where the air blowing to clear the line was introduced, correct?
Correct. The air was introduced via a compressor through this valve here.
Yes.
So that, and this line, this here was blind flat, was slip blanked. A blank was put here, and the valve was closed. So any pressurized air coming in here will tend to push everything this way, up this way, through the manifold, and down to true line 66 to onshore.
Great. So it shows, then it goes down and then horizontally and then vertically to berth 6 and then into Sealine.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Correct. And after that into the shore tank, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, sir.
Then we will play the next part of the video up to 4.44.
This line diagram shows the piping configuration from berth 5 to berth 6 to facilitate air blowing using a compressor at berth 5 to displace the subsea line contents to the offshore tank 111 as shown in the line diagram. Drawing 1. Compressed air was used from the compressor at berth 5 to displace the fuel oil from the line. We see the fuel oil being pushed forward along the line, subsea line, into the riser at berth 6, through the gooseneck, and onto through line 66, onto the offshore tankage.
And would this be the demonstration of the air blowing during phase 1? Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct on that.
And again, it shows that the air was introduced at berth 5, pushed the line content through the horizontal section of the pipeline to berth 6, and then through Sealine 66 to the onshore tank.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. The onshore tank, Mr. Khan, is where the measurements of the oil drain would have been taken. Am I correct?
Yeah, this is as recorded in the Paria's method statement.
Yes.
Or Paria, one of the method statements associated with this job, with this phase of the job.
Is it in the daily reports or the method statement?
I think it's in the daily report, you know.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Daily report, that was supplied by Paria.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's play the video and we'll stop it at 4.59.
A point will be reached where more air than fuel was seen coming from the control valves at berth 6 and onshore, where flow was monitored and measured.
Right. Could you explain what we are seeing here?
What is happening here, as I said, a point will be reached where a lot of the stuff will be expunged from the Sealine 36. But there will be a particular time where the quantity of oil that was removed is such that air will be traversing to here and bubbling up through that vertical riser. All right? The air is much lighter and it will, with respect to the liquid. And the liquid, due to gravity, will just keep coming down. Okay? And the air will be just bubbling to here. So it will give an indication that a lot of line content was removed at that particular point. And then, because this was being monitored somewhere, I think it was on the manifold system on berth 6 by operations department. Or it was, when they see this air coming on, they would have, say, hey, a lot of liquid has been expunged from the line, and there's still more liquid in the line, so we'll have to do something else to get the liquid out. But I think the objective was to drain the line as much as possible.
So in effect, what you're saying that a point would have reached where more air than fuel would have been seen coming from the control valves at berth 6 and onshore where the flow was being monitored and measured.
Yes, yes, yes. At berth 6, there is a bleed there, or a vent, as the case may be, And they would have probably opened that to do a verification check on the extent of the blow-in with respect to line content removal.
Good.
You know, that is the way that they could gauge visibly on the Berth 6, at least to see, have an idea what's happening with respect to line removal. Whilst on shore, I don't know what measuring technique they had, but they would also measure that technique on there. And I think in the LMCS method statement, it was stated that they will be monitoring this process by this technique here. They look at, see what's happening here with respect to the air, how much air is coming out, and also Paria's operation personnel will be monitoring the volume of barrels expunged from this particular exercise. That's how I understood it.
Good. Now, the second video, before I start, the second video demonstrates phase 2 air blowing, and this is how Mr. Khan has labeled the second video.
I wonder if before we go to the second one, can we watch the first one again from start to finish?
Okay, could we
Perhaps
watch
we'll
the
take a
first
seat
one
for a moment.
again?
And I mean, you're giving us commentary on the video anyway, but I'd like to see it from start to finish, please.
This picture shows an overview of Berth 6 offshore, where the incident occurred. Depth in this area is approximately 60 feet, with riser pipes coming up from the sea bed. Here we see the actual configuration of the top side of the 30-inch diameter Sealine number 36, into which the golfers were engulfed.
Can we stop there?
Stop.
We see the top bolted flange.
Stop for a moment, please.
I just want to clarify this point here. This particular picture was taken way before the time of the accident and way before the contract was awarded, because this picture here represents the gooseneck on the line. So this picture, I did not say that in my voice recording, that this section here, this picture was taken way before. So this has to be understood. Okay? And then this piece of line here was removed to facilitate after the blow-in exercise, then this line was removed. After the blow-in exercise, then this gooseneck was removed. Everybody understands that? Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Yes, I understand it. But I'd like to start it from the beginning, please, and watch it uninterrupted.
Yeah, that's the only stoppage I will have, Chairman, on this thing. This picture shows an overview of Berth 6 offshore, where the incident occurred. Depth in this area is approximately 60 feet, with riser pipes coming up from the sea bed. Here we see the actual configuration of the top side of the 30-inch diameter Sealine number 36, into which the golfers were engulfed. We see the top bolted flange of the riser mating with a long radius elbow through which the product is pumped. The flange at the top of the riser is approximately 5 feet above sea water. This long radius elbow was removed to facilitate maintenance work on the said sea line. Here we see an overview of the model used to demonstrate the various work activities associated with the repairs and preparation of the line to facilitate such repairs. We see berth number 5 on the right-hand side, berth number 6 on the left-hand side, a distance of approximately 1,200 feet between them. The subsea line filled with fuel oil is seen, terminating with risers at berth 6 and berth 5. We also see the model habitat with a compressor on a floating barge. A 50-gallon tank container is also seen, filled with water to simulate the actual ocean, and a riser at number 6 berth, into which the divers were engulfed. We see also a manometer on the side of the tank used to measure the pressure inside the habitat when installed. This tabletop model represents part of the ocean with depths varying from 50 feet to 60 feet at Berth 6. Here we see the offshore tank into which product from the Sealine 36 was pumped to facilitate clearing of the said line. This manometer represents the pressure gauge used for monitoring the pressure within the habitat where the divers would execute their work. We also see a 5-inch diameter plastic bottle with a PVC pipe at the top to represent the habitat and stovepipe through which tools and materials can be fed and suspended. We also see an aquarium pump used to represent the compressor for supplying air to the habitat. The 1,200-foot long line filled with fuel can be seen with the levels at Berth 5 and Berth 6. So what we have here is a huge manometer between Berth 5 and Berth 6. This product in the line, as shown with the pointer, has to be removed to facilitate repairs. The 1,200 long line is actually straight, but is shown looped here for clarity. We also see the compressor hooked up at the top of Berth 5 to facilitate the air required for pushing the product out. A line was pulled between Berth 5 and Berth 6 to show the levels in the risers. We also see an aquarium pump at the top there on Berth 5 to supply the air to facilitate the air blowing as per Paria's work instruction. This line diagram shows the piping configuration from Berth 5 to Berth 6 to facilitate air blowing using a compressor at Berth 5 to displace the subsea line contents to the offshore tank 111 as shown in the line diagram, drawing 1. Compressed air was used from the compressor at Berth 5 to displace the fuel oil from the line. We see the fuel oil being pushed forward along the line, subsea line, into the riser at Berth 6, through the gooseneck, and onto through line 66 onto the offshore tankage. A point will be reached where more air than fuel was seen coming from the control valves at Berth 6 and onshore, where flow was monitored and measured.
Right. Thank you for that. Can I ask just a couple of things from that, please?
Sure.
Before we move on. So we can see the red fluid. You don't need to hold the microphone when you're sitting down. You've got one in front of you. That's fine. Thank you. The red fluid is in a clear tube, isn't it? That represents the pipe.
That's correct.
So we can see the fluid by looking at the red fluid. The first thing I want to ask you is this.
The red fluid represents the fuel oil in the line.
Yes. So once the pump is turned on, it's pushing the fluid.
Once the compressor.
Yes.
Yes.
Is pushing the fluid along the line and out the other end. What we can see is that the fluid itself, it's not as though all of the fluid is being pushed in one motion. What happens is the air gets into the pipe so that there is some fluid in the pipe and some air above it. So that it's only, and you say the point is reached when there's more air coming out of the other end than there is fluid. And I suspect that that's when the pipe is more than half and half.
That's correct. You can, yeah, that's a fair assumption.
Right. So that you're left then, aren't you, with a pipe. If you'd stopped at that point in time and sealed off either end, you would have some fluid, say 50% of halfway up the pipe.
Yes.
And the rest of it would be some sort of air or gaseous air. And
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like to go on the board here and demonstrate why that happened.
All right. Well,
is it okay?
No, it isn't. Indeed, it's okay.
This is the education exercise here for everyone.
Well, I'm ready to be educated, so go ahead.
And,
Yes.
and the entire country. That is the
Now,
objective,
you
as I
better,
said.
if you'd be good enough to put your little stick down and pick your microphone up, you will all be able to hear what you have to say.
Now, yes, I'll do a cross section.
Bit closer,
here.
bit closer.
I'll do a cross section of the pipe, right? And one has to assume this is the pipe here. Pressure is being applied here, okay? But what is happening here, the pressure is being applied at the start on berth 5. And as a result, the air is pushing here, but here has more friction as a little piece on top. And the air pressure here will push the top of the liquid first down the line. And that is why you see an air gap right down the line. And that will happen in a line that is level. Once the line is sloped, these systems become a little more aggressive and more fluid will be involved here because of the sloped condition. I'm going to show you that now because that drawing, it suggests that the line is level. But in reality, the line was sloped at 0.2 of a degree. 0.2 of a degree. That is very small.
Just pause a minute.
I did not go into details with that in my report because I did not have the information at that time.
Just so that I understand, the line is sloped at 0.2 of a degree.
0.2 of a degree.
Right. In which direction? Where is it higher and where is it lower?
It was higher at berth 5. I'm going to draw that here to show the effect of a slope line.
I'm interested in this because the last time I stood up at the front of this board, that's what I was asking about.
Yes.
So higher at berth 5.
Yes.
Than at 6.
At 6.
So if berth 5 is over here.
Yes.
And berth 6 is over here, the line is sloping down to 6.
The line is sloping down to 6.
Right. Not much, but it's sloping down.
Not much, yeah.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it is sloped a difference of 4 feet because of the profile of the seabed in accordance with the engineering design drawing.
Right. So at one end, that is the berth 6 end, it is 4 feet lower than it is at the berth 5 end.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Just a moment, I want to make a note of that. So if you put a pebble in, a marble in an empty pipe at berth 5, it would roll down to berth 6.
It will roll down to berth 6. That's correct.
Yeah, I got you. All right, thank you. 4 feet difference.
Let me see if I get this thing correct. Berth 6. Berth 6, the depth is more in the sea level, right? At berth 6, the depth is more. It's
deeper.
It's deeper, yeah.
Yes.
Than berth
5, 4 feet.
Right. So berth 5 is higher than berth 6.
Got it.
And they are pumping from berth 5.
Yes.
Good. And when you pump from berth 5, the pressure on the inside of the pipe in that direction towards berth 6 will result in a wider surface area being experienced on the cross-section of the pipe with respect to pressure. As a result, more fluid will be ejected per unit time. That's the physics and the hydraulics of the slope.
Right, that's all a little confusing, I'm sure, to lots of people.
But I just wanted to see who would understand that.
Yeah,
But what I'm trying to say here...
It's not a test.
Yes. What I'm trying to say here, if the line was sloped and the initial stages of blowing will result in a lot of more liquid flowing out from the line than if it was level.
Can I just need to understand.
So, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think you're Mr. Chairman, you have a good engineering concept. You better than
Does that mean I passed your test? I just want to understand.
What he drew here was probably what I wanted to draw in the beginning. And when the pressure, if here, this riser will be emptied first. This riser here will be emptied first.
I get it.
You get it? Everybody understands that. This riser will be emptied first because you're pumping from this side.
Yeah.
And what happens when the level gets here, pressure will be exerted here all along in that empty space. So that pressure is over a larger area and it will push more liquid forward.
It changes once you go past the elbow.
Once you change here, once you pass this first elbow,
the
pressure on the surface of the liquid is larger. Well, the pressure is the same, but the surface area is more. So therefore, it's more liquid pushing this way.
Right.
That's the hydraulics of that kind of line. And if it will take me time to put up this model, but this model will demonstrate that in no uncertain manner.
All right. Well, we believe you. Can I, just so that I've now understood it, I think, that given the difference between the depths at the elevations on either end, it means that if you were to look inside, once you've done that in part, let's say you just pumped out a few barrels till it went down to the elbow, and you looked in the pipe at riser number 5, it would look as though it was clear. If you put a dipstick in, it would get clear as if it went right down to the bottom. Whereas at riser 6, it would be 4 feet up above the ocean bed into the riser, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Because what happened, I'd assume that the top of this riser here had a flange.
Yep.
And the valve was here, whatever they were pumping. Just assume that.
Yes.
The valve. And when this compressor is shut down, air will be locked inside here. Yeah. That's number 1. And that air, I wouldn't get to the stages yet, but it shows in my subsequent video. And that pressurized air will suspend a volume of liquid high up on that side.
The other end.
So who is ever monitoring on that side will say, hey, you ain't move out enough stuff yet, boy. You gotta take off a lot more stuff because my level is high on this side.
Yeah.
And the level on this side is 0.
I got it. I absolutely understand it. Thank you. Perhaps we can move then to the next one. Thank you very much.
I think the next video clarifies that particular concept.
Okay, Mr. Khan, what we will do is that I'll play and stop at point 1 second and then ask.
As phase 1A.
This is the document you would say that was attached to Paria instructions work for the line clearing at page 1040 of volume 3 of the core bundle. Could you explain to us what the document shows us?
Well, this is 5 birds here.
Yes.
This is 6 birds, right?
Yes.
Microphone, you need the microphone.
Oh, sorry. My voice is good. I thought my voice could travel right through it. Yeah. 5 birds and 6 birds. We are pumping from here.
Yes.
Through here and up, as everybody understands, right?
Okay.
But when the monitoring took place on top here, and they realized that excess air was coming up, at that particular point, assume that it was decided that, hey, too much air is coming out here. We have not emptied this line properly. So to get at the point where this line is properly emptied, phase 2 was introduced. And phase 2 was introduced by taking out the gooseneck, taking out the elbow from here, and connecting a separate 6-inch line to feed the remnant stuff into Sealine 66. Okay? And the only way to do that, you could not have blown there and get the same result. You have to blow from here and introduce a dip tube at the bottom here and pressurize the entire line. And that pressure will force the remnant liquid through the dip tube into this line to get the remnant liquid out. It's a pressurized system. And I've demonstrated that in one of the videos.
Right.
To do that, this has to be blanked, pressurized here, and this has to be blanked here. So both ends of the pipe will be blanked, but in that blind flange, there's a dip tube coming out inside it to reach the liquid. And when it pressurizes here, the liquid from here will be forced up that dip tube through here and come out. Suppose when you see the video, you might be able to understand that.
Sure.
Okay.
It follows that the dip tube is smaller than the circumference of the,
Yes,
the diameter of the pipe.
Yeah. The dip tube is smaller.
Do you know what size it is?
I think there was a 6-inch dip tube.
6 inch.
Yes.
Right. So a 6-inch pipe, something like this, is pushed right
down
inside
to the elbow,
and a seal created between that 6-inch pipe and the top flange out of the 30-inch pipe that it's coming. A seal is created.
The system is pressurized internally.
Internally. Right.
So the only opening is through the 6-inch pipe.
Gotcha.
There's another drawing here that was issued, which shows this setup here, but it was issued.
Okay.
And it's somewhere in the bundle, I don't know.
Okay, you can stay right there, Mr.
Yeah, okay, good.
I'll play it and stop at 16 seconds, please.
Blowing was not capable of displacing all the product in the line. Phase 2 air blowing using a 6-inch diameter dip hose at berth 6 was done. Drawings showing the line diagram with dip hose at berth 6.
Right, could you explain? Yeah.
Okay. This is the setup. This represents 636 Sealine, number 6 berth. You see the flange on up here? That is a blind flange. And the blind flange had a dip tube going on inside here, like this. See here? This represents the blind flange. The dip tube is going down right down to the bottom of the elbow. This is closed, and that is an inspection port where they would have used to measure the ullage. So, as I said before, at the end of phase 1, there was a pressure at number 5 berth locked in, and that supported a column of liquid inside here. And when whoever took a dip here would have said, hey, we still have material to move out, not realizing that that section of the line is almost empty. But the pressure inside here would have supported the column of liquid in here. So to get out of that now, he had to put this dip tube and drain out into the slops badge. And that is what I think I saw in the method statement.
Yes, and for the records, that document is attached to LMCS method statement for phase 2 line clearing at page 1043 of volume 3 of the core bundle.
Well,
can I ask you now to play the video and stop at 31 seconds?
And an expanded view of the modified blind flange at berth 6 to accommodate the dip hose and inspection port can be seen. A modified blind flange was used to accommodate. You could
reverse it.
Reverse a bit.
Go back to me this way.
Yeah.
This here is the expanded view of this. In engineering drawing terminology, people do that to show that, hey, that is the expanded view of this. Okay? So this here is the expanded view of this. So you're showing a more detailed view of this setup here, which is this. So you see the dip tube coming here to the bottom.
Yeah.
And the inspection port is there. And this tube comes up here, and it continues here, and goes to shore.
Okay. You want to play now?
Everybody understand that?
Stop at 31 seconds.
flange at berth 6 to accommodate the dip hose and inspection port can be seen. A modified blind flange was used to accommodate the 6-inch dip hose at berth 6.
Right. What we are seeing here, could you explain it here?
All right. At that particular point, as I said, the gooseneck on the top side of berth 6 was removed. And this is the flange that I was speaking of in the initial picture. This is the sea level here. So this flange was above sea level at the time. Remember, they have to do repairs below here. So they have to cut this line below this level here. And to get at that, they had to put the habitat on. But anyway, we'll come to that after. So you will see where the dip tube, I simulated the dip tube through a flange here, and I held on this thing with some paper clips, some bulldog clips. And this was a dip tube going down to touch the remnant liquid in the pipe. And when this system was pressurized, both on that side, through the system, it forced the remnant liquid through here and come to here, and you will see that demonstrated.
Right, so if I understand it, this is a modified flange with the dip hose at berth 6. And could you point out to us the elbow at berth 6, which has now been removed?
Well, we don't have it here.
Oh, you don't have it here?
That's the one I showed you in the original picture.
Okay.
That's the 36-inch elbow.
And the dip hose has been inserted?
Yeah, when you take off the elbow, you expose this flange.
Okay.
And they would then put on the modified flange on that with this dip tube inside here. And another valve here with an inspection port. And they will pressurize the entire system from number 5 berth.
And this was all part of phase 2 of the line clearing?
Yes, to ensure that at least you get off as much liquid as possible.
Could you play the video and stop at 1.58, please?
6. A blue plastic hose is shown in the model to represent the hose inserted into the berth 6 riser to the bottom of the elbow to facilitate removal of the remaining fuel oil. The sealed 30-inch sea line, being blind flange at berth 6 and at berth 5, was pressurized at berth 5. The pressure within the 30-inch diameter subsea line then forced the remnant fuel into the 6-inch dip hose to storage as seen. This continued until air with little fuel oil was seen emanating at the collection area, at which time the dip hose was removed. The air supply at berth 5 was subsequently closed and the system stabilized. The remnant fuel oil was pushed up to a certain height in berth 6, balanced by the locked-in back pressure at berth 5, giving a false impression of the subsea level line being filled with oil still, and not realizing that the line was practically empty with a large gaseous void. The line level was pulled between berth 6 and berth 5 to show this difference in levels between berth 6 and the berth 5, as was reported.
Right, pausing there, just looking at that model that you created, we can see that if that's the point at which it had stopped, the pumping had stopped, there was fluid in parts and there were air pockets in parts, just looking at it as we can see it there, because there remained this pressure at berth 5, at that end, yes. So that the realities were that we can see the model as it's been created by you. That is the way in which the pipe would have existed at the point in time when they took that plug out.
Nope. There's a little difference here. And what is happening? Let me just
Well, you haven't got the habitat on yet.
No, we have not put the habitat on yet.
Right. Yes, of course.
Right?
Yes.
So when you applied compressed air there was a point where they say, close the valve on their method statement or shut down the compressor, one out of the two. And if you do that, you will still have a locked-in pressure on that line, on number 5 berth, and push the remnant liquid. By that time, the gravity would have caused the remnant liquid to remain here. And the pressure would push this remnant liquid up to a point here, somewhere here, right? And when they inspected this, when they removed the dip hose and they looked inside the pipe, they would have seen liquid to a certain level.
Giving them a false impression
False
of where
impression
the ullage
that
was.
the ullage, you have a lot of liquid inside there
Sure,
still.
A lot
And
of
they say,
air.
okay, we have our ullage. They get the ullage up till here. But lo and behold, this ullage was a false ullage.
Leading them.
They're leading to belief that this line still had a lot of stuff in it.
Well, that was still flooded.
Flooded. Because nobody looked on that side to see what was happening. But eventually, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, the blind flange on berth number 5 was taken out just before. But let me go back on. Let me get this clean here. When this was achieved, right? When this was achieved, they then introduced the inflatable plug and the mechanical seal on this side.
At this point in time.
At this point in time, when they saw the ullage to the point where they want to reach, they said 35-foot ullage from this place to this point, or 30 or 35 feet they were looking for. Yeah. They saw that. They say, okay, now it's time to introduce the both plugs.
I think it was about 17 feet of ullage they were looking for. So
all right.
35, effectively, if you took both ends, if it were equal.
Equal, yeah.
If it were equal.
But they said, but I think LMC's statement said they were looking for, I think, 30 or 35 feet ullage.
35?
Or 30 or 35 feet, I think so.
No, you're right. It is 35.
Yeah.
70 altogether.
Yes,
That's right.
70.
Yes.
So they saw that and they introduced and put their inflatable plugs in. And that created another problem.
Well, it locked the condition of the pipe.
It locked the condition of the pipe. But that was no problem at that particular time. The system had stabilized.
Yeah.
And the plug was installed here. Both plugs. Remember, the riser is still up here, above sea level. And they inserted that plug inside there with a long handle and make the seals. And then they had to come down and cut off this old piece on top here. That is when they introduced the habitat. But then let's not get there as yet. The important thing, they introduced both seals at this particular point, thinking that the ullage is required, the ullage that they wanted has been achieved, and I'm thinking that this entire line here has liquid filled in it. And what happened? When this was installed here, right before the accident, they went to do the carb test on number berth 5. And when they opened that flange, the pressure was released there and pulled down the liquid a little further. And that created a vacuum on this side. And that accelerated or made the system more dangerous. Because if you have a pressure on top the plug and a vacuum under the plug.
I need to make a note. Just
Still asking the question. Yeah.
Thank you. I wonder if we could watch your video, that video number 2 from start to finish.
Okay, but I just want to complete one more thing, Chairman, with your permission.
If I could just ask him before we do that, you could point out where the gaseous void is?
Yeah.
Gaseous void, but all the way along, all the way down, through the entire pipe. Because at that particular time, according to the records, almost 80% of the fuel oil in that line was removed. According to the report. So if you remove 80% of the contents of a line, 80% of the line is empty. And what I'm getting, so when they went there to do the carber test, they take off the flange. And the air pressure on that side was released. And it became atmospheric pressure on that side now. Instead of the locked-in pressure, the remnant locked-in pressure from the compressor. And when there's atmospheric, remember here it's plugged and sealed properly. And that will cause the weight of the fluid to come back down here a little bit and create a vacuum under the plug. And that was a double jeopardy. You have a pressure on top of the plug and a vacuum underneath. So
the release of the pressure would have made the event more aggressive.
More aggressive. And at that point, one could accurately assume that if the plug was not holding, the additional vacuum under the plug would have dislodged the plug. But the plug held its adhesion to the pipe. The inflatable plug, I mean.
Is that the inflatable plug?
That is the inflatable plug. And the inflatable, as we on that, could I go on that, Chairman?
Well, just a moment. Let Mr. Maharaj ask you the questions to help us.
Well, unless anything more on this, I can then play the whole video for this.
Yes, I'd like to see the whole of this video uninterrupted again, if I may, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you could play back the video on the second video.
As phase 1 air blowing was not capable of displacing all the product in the line, phase 2 air blowing using a 6-inch diameter dip hose at berth 6 was done. Drawings showing the line diagram with dip hose at berth 6 and an expanded view of the modified blind flange at berth 6 to accommodate the dip hose and inspection port can be seen. A modified blind flange was used to accommodate a 6-inch dip hose at berth 6. A blue plastic hose is shown in the model to represent the hose inserted into the berth 6 riser to the bottom of the elbow to facilitate removal of the remaining fuel oil. The sealed 30-inch Sealine being blind flange at berth 6 and at berth 5 was pressurized at berth 5. The pressure within the 30-inch diameter subsea line then forced the remnant fuel into the 6-inch dip hose to storage as seen. This continued until air with little fuel oil was seen emanating at the collection area, at which time the dip hose was removed. The air supply at berth 5 was subsequently closed and the system stabilized. The remnant fuel oil was pushed up to a certain height in berth 6, balanced by the locked-in back pressure at berth 5, giving a false impression of the subsea level line being filled with oil still, and not realizing that the line was practically empty with a large gaseous void. A line level was pulled between berth 6 and berth 5 to show this difference in levels between berth 6 and the berth 5, as was reported.
All right, thank you. There's one question I want to ask you, please, about that. So, the purpose for putting a dip hose in at berth 6 was to remove as much of the line content as possible.
That's correct.
That's
the only way you could have removed it.
Certainly, I get that. So if all you actually wanted to achieve was a 35-foot ullage, if that's what you actually wanted to achieve. Firstly, would you have been able to measure the volume necessary to achieve a 35-foot ullage at either end? Assume you have a full line of fuel, right? You open this end, number 6, you open this end, number 5. You want 35 feet at that end, and you might have something different at that end if it's not level, but I mean, the levels will be the same, right? Down from the surface. 35 feet down that side, 35 feet down that side. It is, of course, must be capable of measuring how many barrels of oil that represents.
Of course.
The equation is not a difficult one. I think
It's difficult,
but elementary mathematics for anyone to work out how many barrels would need to be removed in order to achieve a 35-foot ullage at either side. My best calculation suggests something in the order of between 40 and
and 60 barrels. 40 and 60.
Between 40 and 60 barrels, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Per barrel being, I think in the US is 42 gallons. Is that right?
That's correct,
Right.
yeah.
So that's the sort of volume that needed to be removed in order to achieve that ullage, whilst maintaining the fluid in the rest of the pipe. That is, as I say, straightforward. Once you start blowing and pushing and putting in pipes, this dip hose and so on, there's only one intention, and that's to clear the line completely.
That's correct. Can I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking for a moment. So whoever was doing this, LMCS or Paria, seeking to drain this line completely on the face of it, it must have been intentional, because putting a dip hose in, there's no other purpose for doing that. I mean, frankly, you could stick a bucket down each side and start pulling the barrels out that way, well, couldn't you? To get to your 35 feet of ullage.
This technique, phase 1 and phase 2,
Yes.
clearly states that the line was going to be emptied. There's no question about that.
Right. Thank you. I think that's a useful point, if I may say so, at which to take our break for the lunch. All right. Can I ask for a shorter lunch? Would 45 minutes be enough for everyone? Thank you. Yes, 10 past 2 then, please. 10 past 2. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks for watching, everyone. It's not finished yet. Return at 10 minutes past 2 p.m., which is they've taken a break for lunch. So we will be returning at 10 minutes past 2 p.m. So stick around, and we will return at 10 minutes past 2. They're having a shorter lunch break at this juncture because there's quite a lot to get through, and we will be finishing a lot earlier than usual. So all the best, and see you at 10 past 2.
You happy with that, Mr. Khan?
Yes, this is much better.
Okay.
As I understand you've been scratching up our screen with your wand. You know? But, I said you've been scratching up our screen with your wand.
Yes.
And we got to an electronic one.
Can't afford to buy that screen.
No, good, right. I think you've already bought it, actually. All right. Good.
Right.
Mr. Maharaj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now go to the third video, and before the third video shows the plug installation, the habitat, and the Delta P vortex. This is how Mr. Khan describes the video. And you'll stop at 38 seconds.
Point, as liquid was seen in the riser at Berth 6, a decision was made to install the migration barriers from the top of the riser. You will notice the sea level here. And also at the moment, the inflatable plug is being installed from the top of the riser, down below the cut line.
Okay.
The plug is now being inflated to form a positive seal to facilitate installation of the habitat and create a dry environment. The habitat was being lifted.
Right, Mr. Khan, can you point to the inflatable plug and explain where it would have been installed?
That's the inflatable plug here, and it's in an inflated condition. Now, on top of that plug, they had put a mechanical seal, but I did not simulate the mechanical seal because it's kind of difficult to put in that seal in there, in that small. Remember, this tube is just about 1 inch diameter, and that indicates the cut line. So the plug has to go under the cut line so they can cut here and install the flange. And then they will remove the top section of the riser, which was bad. Okay?
Okay.
When the plug is put in at Berth 6, is the flange already fitted at 5?
Yeah, that is what I understand. The flange was at Berth 5 installed.
Right. But the carber testing hadn't taken place, or had it?
No, the carber testing did not take place as
Right.
yet.
So at that stage, once you're putting in the plug at this end with the flange sealed at Berth 5, the effect of putting this plug in at this stage is to freeze effectively the condition of the pipe at that point in time.
Yes.
Right. So, and it remained in that state until either you open the flange at 5 or you remove the plug at 6.
That's correct.
Right. So at that point in time, it is frozen in time, and it would stay that way until you did one of those two things.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Could we play and stop at 1.21?
The habitat was being lifted by the crane and placed over the riser. The habitat was at this time being flooded with water, and we can see the water level rising in the habitat and filling the habitat.
Good. Is that to stop there?
Also, we can see the insulation of the manometer, which records the pressure within the habitat when the habitat.
Okay. So we are seeing here the plug, the habitat. You want to point? Yes, the plug.
Hold on. What happened to this? Okay. That's the plug there.
The habitat.
The habitat is there.
Which is not yet pressurized.
Not yet pressurized because there is water filled up inside here.
Right,
And that's the stovepipe.
right.
The manometer is being connected here to measure, to ensure that at least there's the pressure, to verify the pressure in the habitat.
And
And that is the compressor here with the
Okay.
aquarium pump.
Okay.
And that is the gooseneck that was removed. All right.
Okay,
And that is the compressor there and pushing air to really go into the habitat.
right.
And when we start the compressor here, the air will pressurize the habitat and push down the water.
Yeah, okay. Where is the sea level?
The sea level is at this point. You see here, this
Yeah.
squiggly mark, that's the
Right.
sea level. So the sea level was below, the
Right,
sea level, the habitat was obviously below the water level here.
right,
Okay, so that's all filled with water. That's the seabed here.
yeah,
Okay.
good. Play now and stop at 2.16.
That is pressurized to blow the water and also facilitate work. Pressure is being applied to the habitat and the water is being displaced below the cut line. That silver strip there represents the cut line where a new flange would have to be installed to facilitate the installation of the new riser. During this time, they install the flange, and the next clip you will see the habitat with the installed flange. Installed flange there, and we're preparing for deflation of the plug. Plug was deflated, and immediately we saw a rise and a formation of a vortex, entraining a lot of air being supplied by the compressor.
Just do that again. Just go back. Sorry, just go back a few seconds.
Plug was deflated, and immediately we saw a rise and a formation of a vortex, entraining a lot of air being supplied by the.
So we just saw the deflation of the plug and the formation of the delta P vortex. This was the vortex in which the men would have been sucked into the pipeline. Am I correct, Mr. Dan?
That's correct, yeah.
And is it possible for you to point to the vortex on the screen?
That's the vortex here.
Yeah.
And that line you're seeing down there, like, sometimes you look up in the sky and they talk about a tornado. That's the vortex, and that's a column of air being sucked in there.
Yeah. And does it swirl like it does?
Yeah, it swirls around. You can see the swirling around there.
Yes.
You can show it a little above it. Show it swirling around.
If you could have run the video slowly for that point, then you could see it in a better way.
Just go back again a few seconds, if you would, please.
Just go back away.
Right, so
Install flange there, and preparing for deflation of the plug. The plug here, see the plug was deflated very quickly. And immediately we saw a rise and a formation of a vortex, entraining a lot of air being supplied by the compressor. And also all loose impediments were sucked into the riser at that particular point. When the system started to stabilize, the compressor pushed back down the water into the habitat, creating a full dry atmosphere once more.
So the pressure on the inside of the pipe, together that had been released by the removal of the plug, together with the compressor pushing down, and the vacuum that you told us about earlier between the plug and the fluid, all of those things came together. In effect.
And propelled the plug inside.
Yes.
Yeah. You had a force on top of the plug and a vacuum underneath.
So you had a sucking and a pushing.
A sucking and a pushing.
Wow. We know that these men and the things that were inside that habitat seemed to disappear in a matter of seconds. would that accord with your understanding of what would have happened? That they would,
Of course, it disappeared in no time at all.
no time at all.
Because the velocity created here was so much. Initially, before the vortex is formed, the velocity of the air is so much, it will just pull them inside. And the first man who goes inside there, he will drop down inside there from gravity alone. And then the water will come and take the others.
Right.
That is how the sequence
So the
is.
first person in would have been actually falling in the pipe rather than being in water.
That's correct.
So he might have been more greatly injured in the fall itself.
Mhm.
Wow. Thank you.
So this
So I want to make
sorry.
This is the flange that was installed. See the slip-on flange they speak about? That was it there. Remember, this is below water now.
Yeah.
All here is filled with water around.
Yes, thank you.
So this demonstrated the system has stabilized. The compressor has now pushed back the water out of the habitat. And the last image we saw on the screen demonstrated the habitat is now dry and there is no water in the habitat. So I want to ask you something. In your letter dated the 6th of December 2022 to the Commission, supplemental for bundle at 1534, you indicated that prior, at paragraph 4 and 5, you indicated that prior to Christopher Budram's rescue, the entire system stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of Sealine 36, and this condition was the best opportunity to attempt a rescue. Correct?
That's correct.
We heard from a witness yesterday, Mr. Donovan, who said that even though this was stabilized, there was still a secondary risk of a delta P. What do you have to say about that?
Mr. Chairman, before I answer that question, there are some terminologies here I want to clarify.
All right. Well,
and
right.
those terminologies are used loosely in this commission. And I need to clarify that. And you might rephrase that question.
Okay.
Are you about to tell me off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Now, the word delta comes from a Greek word.
It's a letter. It's a Greek letter.
Greek letter, sorry, yeah. Greek letter. It's the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet. And delta means a change in quantity or a change. Don't confuse delta. Delta P is a differential pressure. In engineering terms and in mathematics, a delta P is a change or a differential pressure. So you can equate delta P with differential pressure. But a delta P event is the result of a disturbance in the differential pressure. So you don't talk about a delta P. A delta P is a condition. A delta P is an event arising from a differential pressure disturbance. So you cannot, a delta P, if you stand up outside your tank that supplies propane gas to your stove, the tank and you outside, there's a differential pressure there. There's not a differential pressure.
There's one here.
There's
a tank there which has got air pressurized.
Of course, there's a differential pressure there,
right.
But it's not a delta P event. If I puncture a hole in that tank, then I will activate a delta P event. So this delta P cannot stand by itself for your question. You have to state whether it's a delta P event that will occur inside there. Okay? So could you repeat
suitably
that question
admonished
I'm sorry.
Suitably admonished.
Could you
Yes,
repeat
Mr.
that
Khan.
question, sir?
So Mr. Khan, I think I'll have to rephrase the question. So, Mr. Khan, the system becoming static, stabilized. In order for the system to have a delta P, something has to happen.
No, a delta P event.
Yeah, for a delta P event, something has to happen.
That's correct. A delta P is existing all over the place. When you're in an aircraft, you have a delta P because there's a differential pressure inside of the aircraft to the outside. There's a delta P. But there isn't a delta P event. Something has to happen
To
before,
activate.
inside the plane or outside the plane. You could shoot the arm. A terrorist could shoot at the glass and cause a delta P event. Not a delta P. The delta P is already existing. So you could shoot the aircraft, or if the aircraft has a fault in the doors, the door could blow off, and then it creates a delta P event. So we have to distinguish a delta P, differential pressure, and a delta P event. They're very closely related.
I think it is well explained. Thanks for the information.
Yes, sir. So
in relation to what Mr. Donovan said yesterday, the system being stabilized, would you agree, well, would you say that that would have been, you maintain saying that that would have been the best time to effect a rescue of the men in the pipeline?
That's correct. When the system has stabilized, there was a differential pressure there. But there was no differential pressure event. There was no delta P event. Something has to take place before a delta P event is initiated.
And you would have known that after Budram came out of the pipeline, Michael Kurban went into the pipeline to try to rescue you. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And that would, so someone going into the pipeline to effect a rescue would not activate a delta P?
No.
Event?
No.
No.
But if I opened the flange at berth 5, if I opened the flange at berth 5, could that create the delta P event?
Within the pipe at that particular
the position
time,
is stabilized, right?
the position is there, and the men are
This
inside.
event has just happened.
Yes, the
Right?
men
The
are
men have
inside.
been sucked into the pipe.
Yes.
They're in the pipe. Okay?
Yes.
It is what it is now, right? It's returned to stabilization. If I open the flange at berth 5, would that create, or could it create, a delta P event?
Definitely.
There's no could about it.
No could about that.
It would definitely do it.
Yeah, because
So just pausing there for a minute, just so that I follow all of this. And, if there are therefore air pockets within this pipe that these men have been sucked into, and the pipe is stabilized as it is at this particular moment in time, I open that flange, what would happen potentially to those air pockets?
the air pockets will just move around.
They'd move.
They'll move.
Right.
Right.
So what air they might have had to breathe in might have been lost to them.
Could have been lost,
Yeah.
and could have remained, shifted a bit, but they could still have air.
They might do, they might not.
They may or may not.
Yes, right.
It's according to the size of the air pocket.
Right. But the key here is that something needs to happen to create the event.
Yes, yes.
That's the point you've been
Yes.
laboring
That's
about.
the point
the
I'm
existence of delta
Yes.
P and the event that triggers it. So that even if there was a latent delta P within the pipe after stabilization, even if there were, something would have to happen to trigger it. For example, removing the flange at berth 5.
Or
or
shutting down the compressor.
well, I was going to come to that because
Okay, sorry.
something I've been has exercised me before. The alternative is if you leave that end, leave 5 as it is. If you decide that actually what we're going to do is to put fit the riser onto the rising pipe, fix the new piece of riser, take it above sea level, and then remove the hyperbaric chamber with all the pressure that brings to bear, that equally could be an event that would cause delta P.
That's correct, sir.
If there was an existing latent delta P. So the long and the short of that is that whilst it remains stable, delta P or not, it was stable, with the pressure being applied at one end by the habitat and the other end being sealed by the flange. That was a time in which to effect a rescue, if there was to be one. Correct?
Yes, sir.
If you start messing with that, either end, you are likely to jeopardize the lives of the people in that pipe.
That's correct.
Thank you. It's correct and sad.
I would venture another point. When the plug was pulled, the flange on number 5 was installed. And when the water rushed in there, it compressed the air on that side.
Right. Creating an even greater pressure.
Yeah, so it compressed the air on that side. So that is why I mentioned about compressed air. If you disturb the compressed air on either side,
yes,
you create an imbalance.
Yes, and the imbalance might be either compressed air, as is in that tank at the moment, or a vacuum where there's a lack of air.
Well, yeah, of course, but no, what I'm saying is the compressed air on that side, right? The system is stabilized because compressed air is on that side because of the blind flange.
Yes.
And the air is being pushed by number Berth side, 6 Berth side, with the compressor. So the system stabilized. Compressor is working, pushing and clear the habitat. And also there's potential energy stored on the Berth 5 section due to compressed air.
Right.
And if you take out that flange there, you release the compressed air.
I got it.
And you push the water down this way.
I absolutely understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Maharaj.
All right, we now go to the 4th and last video. Sure. Yeah, we'll ask him.
What I've written is that the removal of the flange at 5 or the compressor at 6 would destabilize the pipeline.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Wouldn't destabilize the conditions in the pipeline? Would destabilize, not the pipeline, it would destabilize the conditions in the
Inside.
pipeline.
That's my shorthand.
Okay,
I
good.
don't, the pipe is going to stay as it is. Yes, I get that.
Okay. The 4th video is a simulation with the existing model to demonstrate the deflation of the plug with a filled subsea line. The 4th video, Mr. Khan has labeled this video as inflated plug with line filled. I will first ask for the video to be played and to be stopped at 12 seconds.
Just before you do that, sorry, just before you do it, so I understand. This is now the line completely filled with fluid.
Or
bar some small
beyond the elbow there. Beyond elbows on both sides.
Beyond the elbows at both sides.
Both sides.
So the line at the bottom is
filled.
completely filled, right? Which is how it should have been.
Well, I don't know, but anyway, according.
I do. No, I'm telling you, it should have been. Right, thank you. All right, can we have it, please?
First 12 seconds.
Simulation was done with the existing model to demonstrate a filled line with an inflatable plug and the effects of deflating the
right. would you like to point out the dry habitat and the fill line and the plug?
That's the dry habitat there. Okay?
Mhm.
And the men could be working inside there at the moment. Okay?
Mhm.
And that's the water level. Right? Well, the habitat is pressurized. Okay?
Yes.
And the men could be working inside there.
Mhm.
That's the inflated plug. That that little section you see there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the inflated plug. And there is a gap here, right? A gaseous gap
Below the plug.
that there, and also you could have that. So you could have the water level here. You could have the water level here.
Anywhere
You
along
can't
there.
have it. You can't have it.
Right.
So if the water level is, if you take out the orange and it comes to this level, you still have a gap here. You still have a gaseous gap.
Yeah.
But
It's
the
small.
line is filled right through. And if you deflate that plug, the water will rise very slowly, very quickly up to a certain level here, but it will not rise to the section where you could cause a problem with the people inside the habitat.
Right. Show us the plug.
Okay.
So would we play it up to 1.16?
Plug at that particular time. Here we see the line filled with liquid up to a certain point there. The compressor is installed on the right to pressurize the habitat. The inflatable plug is inflated, and the men are inside the chamber in a dry environment working.
So we have now,
The riser at berth 5 it's closed at the moment, and men are in this chamber working with an inflated plug forming the seal. We will inflate the plug. We will deflate the plug now, and once it's deflated, they'll see no effect of the pressurized chamber. The men are still floating around with no vortex being formed, and the plug is deflated.
good. So it'd be correct to say that with the fill line, there would have been no gaseous void or latent differential pressure hazard.
No, there could be a gaseous void under the plug, but the size of the gaseous void will be small.
Yeah.
Would be
Small.
small.
Even if it was all the way down to the elbow.
Even it is way down to the elbow, because that length would be about 16 feet.
Yeah.
And
So,
the important thing is here that even though the plug is deflated, there will be no condition to establish a flow.
No.
because we did not see a vortex.
Yeah, there was no condition to establish a flow. And you must have a flow for a vortex to form and perpetuate itself.
Perpetuate. Because it's a vortex which will cause the men to be sucked in.
Yeah. It's come like a tornado, which is a reverse vortex.
Yeah. Can you just so that we can be sure, can you point out on this part of the video the deflative plug?
The deflated plug, yeah, that blue little thing
That's
inside
the
there.
deflated plug.
Yeah.
And you also already point out where the men would have been. after
The men up there, you see these little matchsticks inside here?
Yeah,
Those are the men. I didn't want to represent actual man, but
I know.
you know.
And the line being filled, could you just show us that?
The line here, you have to
Yes,
go back.
right.
This is the line
Okay.
here.
Okay.
You have to go back a bit.
Yeah. Well, let's just watch the whole of that video again.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to ask him one question before we. Do you agree whether it was 300 barrels of fuel oil from the underwater pipeline was removed, or over 1,000 barrels, 1,052 removed? There would have still been a latent delta P hazard.
That's correct, because I want to explain that a little more.
Yeah.
When I did my report, I knew nothing about the extent of content removed from the line. All I was going by is by the method statement supplied by LMCS, where it says 300 barrels are to be removed. And if 300 barrels are removed, my calculations show that there'll be a continuous air gap at the bottom of the line. And if 300 barrels removed, when you have, my calculation, so there was a gap of 7 inches or 8 inches of airspace along the line, if you look at my drawings. But if more was removed, or more was actually removed, then that gaseous void becomes larger.
Makes it worse.
It makes it worse, yeah.
But on any view, 300 barrels was way too much.
Yeah, it was way too much. Because if you look at it, if I always say there was an anomaly in the statement, where he says you want an ullage of 30 feet, and 30 feet is equivalent to about 20 something odd barrels.
Yes.
You see, you know, one foot of that 30-inch pipe is equivalent to 0.82 of a barrel. 1 foot of that pipe.
1 foot equals how much?
0.82 of a barrel. But rule of thumb is, as I think Mr. Kazim was saying, 1 foot is 1 barrel.
Yeah.
You know, as a rule of thumb. You know.
Yes.
But when you do the actual calculation,
it's about 8 point. That's what.
Yeah, 0.82, based on a thickness of the pipe of 3/8 of an inch thick.
Yes, I worked it out about 7.5 gallons per cubic foot of pipe. And then you can multiply that up with barrels, can't you? Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
The 1 foot of that pipe in terms of volume, thing is 4.6 cubic foot. And 1 barrel is 5.62 cubic foot. So that's why the 0.82 comes in. Somewhere around that figure, yeah.
It's pi r squared for the
volume.
In order to measure volume is pi r squared multiplied by the height or the length of the pipe.
Correct, yeah. Or diameter squared over 4 by length.
Yeah, all right. The same formula, yeah.
Yeah, okay. High school students know that easily. So why engineers couldn't calculate that, I don't know.
Well, I agree. I mean, the calculation of how many feet had to, of ullage that you wanted to work out how many barrels that represented was a pretty straightforward calculation for any engineer.
Yeah.
A high school student, as you say.
Form 1 student.
Yes, well, I was never that good at best, but it seemed to me relatively straightforward.
Yes.
But so the question I suppose that arises from that is that for anyone to describe the need to remove 300 barrels when all you want is 30 odd feet of ullage on either side must have been on any view a miscalculation.
That's correct. Or misevaluation.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's almost, it begins to approach 10 times the amount you want, doesn't it?
No. That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
What I wanted to do, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to play over the fourth video and then play over the entire one, if that is okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's play over the fourth video.
A simulation was done with the existing model to demonstrate a filled line with an inflatable plug and the effects of deflating the plug at that particular time. Here we see the line filled with liquid up to a certain point there. The compressor is installed on the right to pressurize the habitat. The inflatable plug is inflated and the men are inside the chamber in a dry environment working. The riser at berth 5 it's closed at the moment, and men are in this chamber working with an inflated plug forming the seal. We will inflate the plug. We will deflate the plug now, and once it's deflated, they'll see no effect of the pressurized chamber. The men are still floating around with no vortex being formed. and the plug is deflated.
Okay. Mr. Khan, I'm going to play over the entire 4 videos now so that we could see it sort of continuously. So I'm just telling you what we are going to do. So you probably look at it too, because we after that you'll be sort of question on it. Much obliged.
Thank you. Do take a seat. Yeah.
This picture shows an overview of Berth 6 offshore, where the incident occurred. Depth in this area is approximately 60 feet, with riser pipes coming up from the sea bed. Here we see the actual configuration of the top side of the 30-inch diameter Sealine number 36, into which the golfers were engulfed. We see the top bolted flange of the riser mating with a long radius elbow through which the product is pumped. The flange at the top of the riser is approximately 5 feet above sea water. This long radius elbow was removed to facilitate maintenance work on the said sea line. Here we see an overview of the model used to demonstrate the various work activities associated with the repairs and preparation of the line to facilitate such repairs. We see berth number 5 on the right-hand side, berth number 6 on the left-hand side, a distance of approximately 1,200 feet between them. The subsea line filled with fuel oil is seen, terminating with risers at berth 6 and berth 5. We also see the model habitat with a compressor on a floating barge. A 50-gallon tank container is also seen, filled with water to simulate the actual ocean, and a riser at number 6 berth, into which the divers were engulfed. We see also a manometer on the side of the tank used to measure the pressure inside the habitat when installed. This tabletop model represents part of the ocean with depths varying from 50 feet to 60 feet at berth 6. Here we see the offshore tank into which product from the Sealine 36 was pumped to facilitate clearing of the said line. This manometer represents the pressure gauge used for monitoring the pressure within the habitat where the divers would execute their work. We also see a 5-inch diameter plastic bottle with a PVC pipe at the top to represent the habitat, and stovepipe through which tools and materials can be fed and suspended. We also see an aquarium pump used to represent the compressor for supplying air to the habitat. The 1,200-foot long line filled with fuel can be seen with the levels at berth 5 and berth 6. So what we have here is a huge manometer between berth 5 and berth 6. This product in the line, as shown with the pointer, has to be removed to facilitate repairs. The 1,200 long line is actually straight, but is shown looped here for clarity. We also see the compressor hooked up at the top of berth 5 to facilitate the air required for pushing the product out. A line was pulled between berth 5 and berth 6 to show the levels in the risers. We also see an aquarium pump at the top there on berth 5 to supply the air to facilitate the air blowing as per Paria's work instruction. This line diagram shows the piping configuration from berth 5 to berth 6 to facilitate air blowing using a compressor at berth 5 to displace the subsea line contents to the offshore tank 111 as shown in the line diagram, drawing 1. Compressed air was used from the compressor at berth 5 to displace the fuel oil from the line. we see the fuel oil being pushed forward along the line, subsea line, into the riser at berth 6, through the gooseneck, and onto through line 66 onto offshore tankage. A point will be reached where more air than fuel was seen coming from the control valves at berth 6 and onshore, where flow was monitored and measured. As phase 1 air blowing was not capable of displacing all the product in the line, phase 2 air blowing using a 6-inch diameter dip hose at berth 6 was done. Drawings showing the line diagram with dip hose at berth 6 and an expanded view of the modified blind flange at berth 6 to accommodate the dip hose and inspection port can be seen. A modified blind flange was used to accommodate the 6-inch dip hose at berth 6. A blue plastic hose is shown in the model to represent the hose inserted into the berth 6 riser to the bottom of the elbow to facilitate removal of the remaining fuel oil. The sealed 30-inch sea line being blind flange at berth 6 and at berth 5 was pressurized at berth 5. The pressure within the 30-inch diameter subsea line then forced the remnant fuel into the 6-inch dip hose to storage as seen. This continued until air with little fuel oil was seen emanating at the collection area, at which time the dip hose was removed. The air supply at berth 5 was subsequently closed and the system stabilized. The remnant fuel oil was pushed up to a certain height in berth 6, balanced by the locked-in back pressure at berth 5, giving a false impression of the subsea level line being filled with oil still, and not realizing that the line was practically empty with a large gaseous void. A line level was pulled between berth 6 and berth 5 to show this difference in levels between berth 6 and berth 5, as was reported. At this point, as liquid was seen in the riser at berth 6, a decision was made to install the migration barriers from the top of the riser. You will notice the sea level here, and also at the moment the inflatable plug is being installed from the top of the riser down below the cut line. The plug is now being inflated to form a positive seal to facilitate insulation of the habitat and create a dry environment. The habitat was being lifted by the crane and placed over the riser. The habitat was at this time being flooded with water, and we can see the water level rising in the habitat and filling the habitat. Also, we can see the insulation of the manometer, which records the pressure within the habitat when the habitat is pressurized to blow the water and also facilitate work. The pressure is being applied to the habitat and the water is being displaced below the cut line. That silver strip there represents the cut line, where a new flange would have to be installed to facilitate the installation of the new riser. During this time, they install the flange, and the next clip you will see the habitat with the installed flange there, and we're preparing for deflation of the plug. plug was deflated, and immediately we saw a rise and a formation of a vortex, entraining a lot of air being supplied by the compressor. And also all loose impediments were sucked into the riser at that particular point. When the system started to stabilize, the compressor pushed back down the water into the habitat, creating a full dry atmosphere once more. A simulation was done with the existing model to demonstrate a filled line with an inflatable plug and the effects of deflating the plug at that particular time. Here we see the line filled with liquid up to a certain point there. The compressor is installed on the right to pressurize the habitat. The inflatable plug is inflated, and the men are inside the chamber in a dry environment working. The riser at berth 5 it's closed at the moment, and men are in this chamber working with an inflated plug forming the seal. We will inflate the plug. We will deflate the plug now, and once it's deflated, they'll see no effect of the pressurized chamber. The men are still floating around with no vortex being formed, and the plug is deflated.
Thank you very much indeed. I want to express my gratitude, first of all, for the models that you produce so that we can understand it much more clearly. I'm really grateful for that. Whatever else may come in the moment by others, for my part, it has certainly assisted me in understanding the dynamics that take place in a pipe. A couple of questions arise, please? First of all, are you able to guess, which is what I suspect it would be, how much water would have been sucked into the pipe once that vortex was created?
I can venture a guess, but I didn't do any calculation.
No.
I calculated the kind of rate at which the volume will be sucked. The rate of the contents will be sucked in. I think it's 514 gallons per second, right? So you're talking about a lot of gallons there.
Per second? 540 gallons per second?
Yeah.
But is that contingent?
No. That will start at that figure,
yeah,
and then slowly decrease.
Right.
So reduce to zero when the vortex stops.
Of course.
I could not measure how long the vortex take to perpetuate and to stop. The duration of the vortex, I could not calculate that. I did not know the time, and it wasn't timed. But I know the system stabilized.
Yes,
because you can
and
see
quite
that.
quickly.
Quite quickly.
Yes.
Everything happened in a flash, you know, because the guys on the monitoring camera say all of a sudden is a splash.
Yes.
And that was the end of it.
Yeah. By the time they got back into the habitat, it all stabilized.
When he went, I think one of those guys dived back to sea, and he reported, hey, nobody inside there. Place empty.
Yeah. The other question I have is this, given that the blowing or forcing of the attempted forcing of this fluid out of the pipe in order to create the necessary ullages failed, what would you say would be the best way of doing it in order to create the necessary ullages?
Well, when I was given the job to do, they told me they will allow me to review the scope of work, the method statement, of the documents that was submitted.
Yes.
At the tendering stage. And the document that was submitted by the contractor LMCS, those are the documents I looked at, and those are the documents that were available to me from
No, I
OSHA.
thought
Yeah.
that's clear in your report.
Right, okay. And what did, I lost my train of thought here.
Yes, the question is really, given that the way in which it was done created this latent delta P condition in the pipe, how would you, let's say they got to do this again next week, and how would you suggest they created the necessary ullage at either side without doing it that way?
It's simple. So I'll explain here now.
Yes.
All you have to do, at least you take off you open the flange at 5 berth, or you take out the gooseneck on 5 berth, and you remove the gooseneck on 6 berth. After you drain the pipe on the top side.
Yeah.
Because I think the original proposal by I think with Paria or LMCS was to drain the top section of the pipe and collect it. Yeah. So the top section will be drained. So then you could remove the gooseneck, the elbow on top the number 6 riser.
Yes.
And then if you remove that, you will see liquid right on top there.
Yes.
So what you do, as LMCS stated, they use an air pump.
Sucking.
A sucking air pump that operates like an ejector. So you put air on one side.
It's like sticking a straw in a bottle of Coke and sucking it out.
And you're pulling it out.
Yes.
So you would see the level right there in front of you going down, and you measure it.
Do it at both ends or one end?
It will
should equalize.
Increase at both ends come down, because as a manometer, it balances itself. Once both sides of a manometer is open, it will balance itself. Can I show this?
Yes, please. Yeah. I think you've been dying to do so.
Oh, right. Well, I have to close it. Take me a little time to open this.
That's
but
all right.
This is just to show you here. The manometer is here. Once I take out from here, all the same level.
Yes.
If this was here, this would have been here.
It's a spirit level in any
It's
other
a spirit
way.
level.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a basic manometer.
Yeah. If you're building
And
a
if I
brick,
tilt
you're
that
building
like
a brick
that-
wall and you want to know the height at that end and the height at that, it can
If
be
I-
50 feet between the two.
And if I tilt this a bit, the level almost remains the same.
Yes. Yes.
Water seeks its own level.
So if I stick a straw down one end and start sucking some of that fluid out, it will
Drop
it will
here
stay,
and drop here at the same time.
which is what you were illustrating with the line on the
Yes,
on the
yes,
thing. Yes. All right. So the lesson to be learned, I suppose, in short order, is that if you want to create that ullage, suck some of the fluid out rather than trying to pump air in.
But I recollect when I reviewed LMCS method statement, he said using an air pump, suck out and get the haulage. I don't know what changed that.
Yes. Well, I'm very grateful to you. Mr. Maharaj, is there anything else you need to ask?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Marvelous. Right. Who has some questions? All right. Bearing in mind, it's just a little past 3 o'clock.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I need to mention 2 things need to be corrected
Go ahead.
in my thing statement. One, I just wanted to, as I said in my previous letters, the amount of information flow after I did my report, I will have to modify certain things. And I said, I called OSHA and I say, hey, based on the information, I have to modify. And they say, is it a major modification? I said, no, it will not change anything, but it's just for the records. And they said, no, don't bother with that. So I choose to modify one sketch.
All right, hang on. Just pause for a minute. Right. So you approached OSHA, who were the original.
Yeah,
who were the
they are
people
my client.
Who originally instructed
Yes.
you, quite.
Yeah.
And you said that now that you're seized of different information,
Yeah.
you would like to correct the record.
Correct. Because they had already
But
paid me.
let me see if I get it right. Just a minute. My turn to speak. I have the talking stick at the moment, all right? What you were saying is that you told them that there were changes in the parameters and you would like to correct the record, but that the final outcome or your final conclusions about this would remain unchanged. As a consequence, they said to you, no, it's fine, don't do anything. Have I got that right?
That's correct,
All
yeah.
right. Well, if anybody asks you questions and that relates to the sort of parameters you're talking about, you can point that out to them, that those are the issues that you would have raised had OSHA permitted you to do so. So I have that in mind. You said there was something else you wanted to raise.
What? Another thing is, one drawing I need to change for clarity. And that is, I think it's an SK. You could pull up that SK5.
Yes.
The one that I drew
SK5, just a minute.
with respect to
SK2, SK. SK5, yes.
where it shows that the plug is deflated, though.
That's SK5.
SK4 probably then.
Go back one, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
This represents when the incident occurred.
Pushing the plug down.
Pushing the plug down. The plug was lying somewhere here, and the men were on this side.
Yes.
Okay. The plug, the flange was installed, so this would have been a little compressed air. And I just wanted to drop that level to this point for clarity. So this level and this level will not be the same.
Right. Sorry, I'm gonna make my amendment.
Make my amendment.
You don't need to redraw the thing.
That's one amendment, right? And one thing, again, in the...
Just a minute, I'm making a note. The level would be lower.
Yes.
On riser 5. On berth 5.
Because
of
this
the
would
air
be
pressure between the flange
Yeah.
and the fluid would be, the air would be compressed.
Yeah.
And so it'd be pushing the fluid down more, trying to expand itself. Right, I get it. Yes, thank you.
And one of the videos, I think it was the last one where I showed the deflation of the plug with a fill line. I said the riser was plugged. I really meant that the stovepipe was plugged. Yeah, the stovepipe.
Sorry, say that again. I haven't understood that. You said that the riser was...
A riser was plugged. And when I demonstrated the condition where the line was filled,
right,
and I deflated the plug.
Yes.
Right. During the conversation, I said the riser was sealed, but it's not the riser.
No, it's the stovepipe, the top of the stovepipe.
Yeah.
In order to create
the displacement so the thing could fill up.
I got you, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Just before anyone asks you questions, I just want to take a look at this, the plug itself. You can tell me which way up it was supposed to go. Let me just have a look. Yes, well, you can help me. Which way round does it go, first of all?
This area here, this section is the top of the plug.
Right, so that's what you'd be looking at if you were looking down the tube.
Looking at it.
Right.
And that's a relief valve there.
Right, everyone can see that now.
You can see it.
Oh, you got your stick out again, I see it.
20 to 36 inches plug. So this plug can fit a pipe that is 20 inches up to 36 inches in diameter.
So at the moment, this is something less than 20 inches
Less
in
than
diameter.
20 inches. From here to here,
Yes.
I think it's about 18 to 19 inches from here to here.
And then
So you could shove it into a 20-inch pipe easily.
And you inflate it how?
You inflate it by through this, it is an inflation port here.
Right.
That's supposed to have a nipple on top, some valves on top here.
Okay.
So they could connect a hose here and pressurize the plug when they insert the plug into the line. So this plug is inserted into the line, deflated. And when they introduce pressure like a big balloon, it will swell up there.
Like a car tire.
Yes, but more like a balloon.
All right. I'm not going to contradict you, trust me. All right. So, and this, was this how it came out of when you?
This is how it came out from me, from here.
So was the nipple ripped off?
Here?
Yes.
That is what, sorry, sir, my mistake here. What was here was a broken nipple.
A broken nipple?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. But that's where it's inflated.
That is where it inflated.
And to deflate it, what do you do?
Well, deflated, you just open back the valve on top here.
So the nipple.
The
that
nipple
fits
was
on-
here,
Yeah.
and the valve was up here. You can open the valve and deflate it slowly. You know, you could deflate from this area too.
Unbolt that in some way.
Yeah, and bolt that in some way.
Yeah.
Or this one here too. You can deflate it from here also.
Right.
You see, it's marked here, you know. If you look closely, it's tell you exactly what to do. This is a return line. And you could inflate here or inflate here.
Yeah, inflation, it says there.
Yeah,
yes.
see, you could inflate from here.
Right.
So it's written here.
And these cleats that are at the top.
These cleats there are for support. If you want to pull it back up.
Right. Why is this one missing?
That was missing from day one. When the plug came out, it was missing.
You mean to say it was ripped off?
No, it was not ripped off. It was, in my view and my inspection, it tells me that they had only 2 here instead of 3.
This was supposed to be brand new before they fitted it.
I don't know.
Well, that's the evidence that this is a brand new plug at the point of being inserted. So what I'm interested in is if
This does not show evidence of ripping.
no.
No.
So maybe it just didn't use
Just
this.
these 2 here.
Right.
And you see on this side, there are 3 eyes.
Yeah, well, that's what I rather thought. There'd be 3 on the top as well.
Yeah, 3 on the top. But here is the place they should have 3 because you're hooking it from here to lift it up.
Yeah, get it out.
Yeah.
All right.
And when the crane lifts this to insert it inside the riser, you have to hook from here also.
Yeah. All right, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. You can take that as well. All right, thank you. So who wants to ask some questions? Yes, Mr. Ramadan. Mr. Pegas, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Right, so is it Mr. Ramadan, Ms. Maraj, and you, Mr. Mutu? Right. All right, well, we'll do it in that order, shall we? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for your highlighting what is very important information for all of us. My name is Prakash Rawada. I represent the interests of the Kurban family and, of course, Aliyah, the daughter of Yusuf Henry. Do you know when it was that the plug was actually installed?
Yes.
Good. And do you know how long before?
You want a date?
No, not yet. Not yet. Do you know how long after the plug was first installed that the Delta P event occurred?
The plug was installed.
Yes.
And when the habitat was installed and pressurized.
Right. Yes. And do you know when the plug was first installed and when the oil and the fluids were and the contents of the pipe were actually pumped out?
Raise that question
Yes,
again.
certainly.
Please.
You have told us, of course, about the pumping out of the pipe.
You mean the removal of the contents?
Yeah, the removal of the contents.
Yeah.
And
that happened before the installation.
Absolutely. And do you know the date that occurred?
It's on page 1536D.
Yes.
I can't remember.
There's a schedule showing several dates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of you've told us now at Berth 5, there was a flange, a secure flange that was placed after the fluids were pumped out.
No. On Berth 5,
yes,
the flange was installed to facilitate the air blowing.
Thank you. And then sealed off, of course.
Well, a blind flange
yes,
is a seal.
Right.
But on that blind flange, you had a nipple.
Yes.
And a small valve through which compressed air was introduced.
Thank you so much.
To pump the stuff out.
Thank you very much.
To blow the stuff out.
Yes. But would you tell us then, you told us about a carber testing.
Mm-hmm.
What was the What is that and what was the consequence of that?
Really? Are we not established what the carpet test is now?
Well, with all due respect, Chairman, when I had first asked about whether there was for instance, an opening of a valve or so, I was told that there was no such removal of any air pressure within Berth 5.
Carpet test is just going to test the integrity of the weld
Yes.
that has been put together.
Yes. Was there any removal of any air pressure during any event before the incident on the 25th at Berth 5?
As I recall, I think they went to do the carbon testing.
Yes.
I look at the chronology, as somebody
Yes.
had a chronology on this on site.
Yes.
And they said that they wanted to do the carbon test, which is a pressure test to test the integrity of the well, on Berth 6.
Yes.
And for some reason it was done, and they went across and did it on Berth 5.
Thank you.
To do that test, you had to remove the flange.
Thank you. So there was.
So you depressured the system on that side, because at that particular time there was a locked-in pressure there.
Yes. And because of the fluid, as a result of the angle that you've described to us, that would have created a suction below the plug.
Not at the angle so much, but the pressure drop on Berth 5 would have caused the liquid on Berth 6 to come down a little.
Yes.
And obviously, that is sealed, so you would create a small vacuum there.
It would have created a vacuum. And as you've told Mr. Mirage, that would have ensured to some level that a delta P event would have been more aggressive. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Yes. And in fact, not just more aggressive, but more likely, because you've created now another force in addition to the air pressure from the chamber itself.
Well, it's not more likely, but it will be more aggressive.
More aggressive. Thank you so much. You appreciate that in the oil industry, the main part of its function really is about pumping. And therefore, the issue of delta P is a most live one. Isn't that correct? Differential pressures.
As I mentioned before, we have to be very careful with respect to using the terms delta P, differential pressure, and a delta P event.
Yes.
Right? All systems, as the chairman said, there's a delta P right there.
Absolutely. So the point being, this is one of the very clear, it's obvious to me, and I'm sure obvious to many, but maybe not obvious to others.
Yeah.
That in terms of a refinery environment or like at Paria, the essence of the science of their business is about pumping.
It's a major part of a refinery business, pumping and moving of fluids from A to B.
And you would expect, of course, that the professionals there, including management, should have some idea about delta P, as you have so easily explained to us today, that it should have some of that knowledge at least.
Yeah, that's a common knowledge.
It should be.
In the refinery.
It should be.
Differential pressure is always there.
Absolutely. And of course, you would appreciate a senior person like Mr. Wade not knowing about differential pressure to be a bit surprising, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And including the general manager to not understand or know about differential pressure to be a bit surprising equally. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So now that you've told us that the pipe...
So, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to intervene in my friend's cross-examination, but the questions he's putting to the witness are premised on the fact that neither Mr. Wade nor Mr. Mohammed had any knowledge of differential pressure. And that's not the evidence. So I'm objecting to the questions on that basis.
That's not the evidence. The evidence is that Mr. Wade said he did understand differential pressure.
And that was after the event.
Well, no, that's not quite how it works. I think he recognized that he didn't appreciate that the differential pressure was an issue in relation to this particular job, but he understood what differential pressure
Thank you.
was.
Thank you. I'm grateful for and thank you, Mr.
Still, Mr. Mutu.
Mutu. Yes. You would understand, sir, Mr. Khan, that the very idea of pumping out that pipe, the fluids from that pipe, would have created that environment for differential pressure and certainly for a possible differential pressure delta P event.
Yes.
Thank you. That's a point. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Mutu. Now, in terms of the volume of air and the volume of fluid that would have been in that pipe after the event on the 25th, or from that the evening of the 25th, that knowledge would be very helpful to have determined how much air would have been in the pipe. Let me make it simpler.
Mm-hmm.
There was a moment when a decision had been taken and when they actually pumped out the contents of the pipe to retrieve bodies. As horrible as that is what happened. Do you not tell us if it would have been helpful to know how much fluid actually came out of that pipe during that operation, so that we could all know, now looking in hindsight, how much air might have been available within the pipe? Because it's either air or fluid, meaning liquid, in the pipe. Isn't that correct?
One can deduce that there. One can deduce if you're trying to remove contents from a line, you know the volume of the line.
Yeah.
And if you know the contents that are removed,
Yes.
whether it's oil or water and oil and water mix up, you will have an idea.
And from that, what is not oil and water would be air.
Yeah, but I'm not aware, I'm not privy to the method they used to pump the bodies out. I don't know.
Okay, but the volume that comes out of the pipe will help us, or would have been able to help us as how much air would have been in the pipe.
That depends upon the technique they use to exhume the water.
Forgive my lack of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
What technique would have been different, or what techniques were available?
If you use a pig, for instance.
Yes.
To remove the water from the line after the accident, then you would say conclusively how much was removed, how much liquid was removed. I don't know if they use a pig or they use air or some other, or they pump water behind that. I don't know.
Could you help us, for some of us who do know what a pig is in relation to this event, what is a pig?
A pig is, in simplified terms, is like a plug that fits inside of the pipe, and you push air or water behind that plug and dispel exactly what is in front of the plug. Right. So you can measure exactly what is in front of the pig.
Thank you. And of course, what comes out the other end, if there is a measurement of that, that is how you would know. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Are you aware as to whether there was any effort to measure how much fluid or whatever came out?
No, that was not my remit.
Of course. So the most interesting part of this for us who represent the interests of the families is that when Christopher came out of the pipe, by which time, as you've told us, and to be quite clear, the pipe had stabilized.
Yes.
Right. And as you've told the chairman and Mr. Miraj, that you needed an event to trigger something, creating a delta P event, a trigger, correct? And you've already told us that, like, for instance, removing the flange at 5 could have caused that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A rescue with human beings going in, divers, would that have likely created a trigger sufficient to create another delta P event?
Not in my opinion.
Thank you.
I understand that one diver went in.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. And that certainly one would have thought that as we are building up now, that the knowledge base within an oil company of many years standing with all the professionals that they pay should have known as basic a thing as that once the event has occurred, unless you do something to trigger, the likelihood of another event happening was quite limited, isn't it?
I would think that's a fair judgment.
Sounds like a submission.
Well, I'm asking, and he has...
No, sounds like a submission.
Well, I submit.
To me, not to him.
Oh, I see. Well, I've started today then. Yes. Yeah. And what we knew then, at the time when Christopher would have come out, from all that you know, was that men were still alive at that point in time, within the pipe. From what he said.
Well, prior to his attempt to exit the pipe,
yes,
the men were alive because the voice, the GoPro, is verification of that.
Yeah. The voices are vital if you've heard them.
Yeah.
Yeah, much
So,
alive.
I'm objecting to this line of questioning on the...
Yes.
I'm objecting to this line of questioning. Mr. Khan is an expert witness. What Mr. Ramada is doing is that he's putting a summary or his interpretation of the evidence before the witness and asking the witness what third parties would be expected to have known or did in fact know. It's really in the domain of non-expert opinion evidence and can be of no assistance to the commission, in my respectful submission, and ought not to be elicited as evidence.
Well, he's putting various propositions. Mr. Ramadan?
I do not know if we wish to change the game at this late stage, but we have been doing that throughout this inquiry, putting things. And
well, I think you have.
Yeah.
Well, look, I've already made the point that dressing up a question as dressing up rather a submission as a question and trying to get a witness to agree to it isn't the appropriate way of doing it. And you know that. So please ask him questions. Save your thunder until tomorrow when you will be addressing me on the submissions that you have to make that can be drawn from the answers to the legitimate questions that you ask today.
To see that it's inappropriate, with all due respect, I do take some umbrage at that because I am doing what has been accepted within the commission to put and indicate information and for him to give his opinion. And that's all I'm doing. So whether it is offensive, I apologize that it may sound like a submission. The only intent here was this is the person who I consider to be one of the most valuable witnesses and who possibly should have assisted us even earlier so that a lot of the blank shots that would have been fired would have been saved. So all I'm asking is simply this, that at the time when Christopher came out, you said the pipeline had been stabilized and that a venture of human beings, as you've indicated you knew, of a diver going in could not, in your view, trigger a second Delta P event, because it did not. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
The perfect proof is the reality of what happened, isn't it?
Yes, I would say so.
Thank you. And that had a rescue been endeavored at around that time, the likelihood of saving those lives were real and germane, isn't it?
You asking my opinion as a professional?
Yes.
Well, I think realistically, all he can say is that if men had gone into the pipe to effect a rescue, it was unlikely that they were going to trigger any Delta P event.
That is
I think that's all he can say.
Far superior to what I was attempting, so I will adopt that. Men attempting to rescue would be very unlikely to have triggered a Delta P event.
Very unlikely.
I'm so
trigger the event, to trigger the Delta P.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Very grateful.
Good. Yes, Ms. Maharaj.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. My name is
Hi.
Kamini Prasad Maraj, and I'm for LMCSS Limited. I just have a couple questions for you. I'd like to refer you to paragraphs 2.6 and 2.7 of your report. This is where you have described the air pressure in relation to the Delta T event. And I do have a question to ask you in relation to the plug with respect to the measurements that you have placed here. So what I would like, let me say what it is that my understanding is, and then I will ask you the question. So this plug, at the time that it was being deflated, had not fully deflated. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
All right. And your measurements would give us an idea as to how much was deflated. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Would you be able to describe to us how much, because we know the capacity of the diameter of the pipeline, and we know what this can be inflated up to, which is not greater than the space it's occupying. So would you be able to say how much, in a visual manner, now that we have this in front of us, how much would have been deflated, if it's a substantial amount or just a little bit?
No, I said approximately 11.4 psi.
Right.
See, when the plug is inflated,
right,
there's something called reaction force. I don't know, can you get into that?
No.
Huh?
No.
Reaction force.
I don't think we need just
coefficient of friction.
Just pause for a minute. I don't think that it's necessary to have an explanation on reactive force. What I think the question is after is, are you asking him to describe the size of the plug?
Precisely.
And I think the effect of her question is this, if you can help us, please, Mr. Khan. Once you start to deflate this plug, it having been inflated so that it's hugging the insides of this pipe. Obviously, as you start to deflate, it started to shrink a little. And it gets to the point where once it's shrunk enough with the slippery sides of the inside of the pipe, it's going to start to move because of the differential pressure that exists. Right? It starts to move. And so in this case, it moved almost instantaneously once it got to a certain point, sucked and pushed, as we described. So what you're left with at that point is that the nipple and the whatever it is that's deflating it is now separated as it's moving down, isn't it? Whatever it was that was deflating is now separated from the nipple. Does that close the valve at that point on the plug? Do you follow what I mean?
No.
Or is it continuing to deflate?
It will continue to deflate. Now, at 11 pounds pressure, the plug is still holding on to the tube side. That's where you're getting at. It is still holding on to the tube side. But remember, there's 4,000 pounds pushing down on the plug from the 6 psi in the hyperbaric chamber. So 4,000 pounds pushing down on that plug, plus whatever vacuum they had beside, underneath, the resistive force.
Plus gravity.
Plus gravity, yes. That's what you said. Correct, because the weight is 100 pounds.
Yes.
The resistive force is the reaction force created by the swelling of it onto the pipe, ID, multiplied by the coefficient of friction.
No.
That gives you the resistance.
We're not going there.
No. You see,
right. So
that would have to balance the 4,000 for it to stay put.
We need it, Mr. Khan, in lay terms, all right, so that we can all follow.
So that's the way I could explain it.
No, I follow, but I think you're actually a rather better teacher than you are giving yourself credit for, because I've understood, and I think we've all understood very much the sort of dynamics that exist in this pipe. What I think I would be interested in knowing, and I think Ms. Maharaj is also keen on, is once that plug is deflated, first of all, does it continue to deflate until it gets to the size that it is? Or does it stop deflating? It's continuing to deflate or not?
It will continue to deflate
Right.
because there is no check valve with respect
Right.
to.
This is important for a number of other reasons. Do you
Because
follow?
when they opened the valve on the deflating side
Right,
and the plug and it was open, they were deflated.
right. So,
And the plug started to move. There's no control again.
right.
They can't close, they can't open more, but they will continue to deflate.
So as it's passing down into the tube, it continues to deflate. In fact, it's actually got a force of pushing itself, isn't it? Like a sort of, like a jet, as it were. So there's an additional force, and I don't want to get into that. But in any event, it continues to deflate. Now, this is important for a couple of reasons, right? First of all, as you told us when I came up and had a look at that plug, this plug works for different sizes of pipe. Yes?
Yes, correct. 20 to 36.
Between 20 and 36 inches. That is in its almost completely deflated state, as it is at the moment, which means that it is even less than 20 inches. Correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Can I take it that when this plug was passing down through this pipe, continuing to deflate, it would eventually get to the state it's in now, in the pipe?
Of course.
Right. So there comes a point where it is actually sitting or floating in the pipe. It's not creating a seal, is it?
It's not creating
Couldn't
a
possibly.
seal. Can't. And if you look at my report on photograph number 5, you will see that's very plug.
Diagram or the photographs?
Photograph number 5.
Yes.
I don't have my report. Can you pull it up, please?
It's on page 1466. No, 1408. 1408. Next one down. Move it down. Move it down.
Picture.
Keep going. That's
Okay,
there.
hold it there. You see that photograph number 5? That's the size of the plug inside that exact pipe. 30-inch diameter.
Right.
Yeah, you see that pipe there?
We're fine.
That's a 30-inch diameter pipe of the same size and schedule.
Sure.
I made it my business to do that.
No, I understand.
And that is the deflated plug waiting to be inflated.
Yes.
To test its integrity after the accident.
And did you test its integrity after the accident?
Yeah, go up to see the other ones.
Yep.
How about the pictures showing you? That's at the top.
No, the other way.
Oh, go down again.
That's
yeah,
it,
you see that?
yeah.
That is where the plug is inflated to 20 psi.
Right.
And it's held for. You see the pressure gauge there?
Yeah.
It's 20 psi.
And it's now hugging the inside of that
Hugging the entire
30-inch
inside.
pipe.
Yes, 30-inch pipe.
And
It's held. I just did that test because OSHA wanted me to test it.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
To ensure the integrity of this plug is intact.
It worked.
It was intact.
Yes.
My report says there were no pressure loss.
No, but when what I'm after understanding is this: is that once the delta P event occurred, this plug would have been continuing to deflate as it went into the pipe until eventually. So scroll back again, please, to where we were looking, to that picture on the right-hand side. It would have been in a similar condition to the one on the picture on the right-hand side.
That's
inside
correct.
the pipe.
Inside the pipe.
Inside the pipe,
Inside the
sorry.
pipe.
And the consequences of that are that there is no way that plug could have created a seal of any kind inside the pipe.
There's no way.
No way. Thank you very much. Is that what you were after?
Partially. There is a second part.
Okay. All
There's
right,
a
well, you
second
go for
part
the
to
other
it.
part, all right?
Yes. So, Mr. Khan, when that plug was being pulled in together with whatever and all else, right? We mentioned just now to Mr. Ramadar something of a pig. Would it have been operating in the same manner as a pig?
No, it can't, because it would have been deflated.
No, at the time that it was coming in. The deflation, so that's why my first question was premised on the size of the deflation.
Initially,
yes,
it will operate as a pig.
Right.
Initially.
Right.
But as it started to deflate, it loses its
integrity.
adherence to the side.
Right.
And it gets smaller in effect then.
Right. But we know, and you have said it yourself, that this Delta P event which occurred was very quick. It was
almost instantly.
Almost instantly. So we can accept from that the deflation would not have been substantive in terms of the size to get it to this stage that we're looking at on screen.
I don't follow
You don't follow? So the plug was being deflated in the riser.
it moved.
And then it moved, right? At that point that it moved from the top of the riser, not really the top, but to the top of where the men were working.
Yeah.
And wherever it landed or wherever it stopped at, yeah, it would not have deflated much more than what the men had seen or observed at the time that they were deflating it.
No. It continues to deflate until it gets to the state that it's in now.
Yeah, continue that.
At the initial stage.
Well, we're talking split seconds.
That's correct.
At the
So
initial
therefore,
stage, it was hugging the pipe.
right. So, and at
But
that
it was
stage,
sliding.
and whilst it was sliding, it was acting as a pig.
At the initial stage,
At the
yes,
initial
onset.
stage. So therefore, whatever may have been there, any big item would be carried to the back of that plug now.
No.
No. Well, I don't know what type of item you're talking about. I don't expect the pipe to have any big items while in
Certainly.
service.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly.
Like
Yeah.
what? What would have been on the other side of the plug?
Nothing. And that's the point, please. That whatever was there would have been moved if ever there was anything in that line, please.
Yeah, well, there was oil in it.
The
A little
third
bit.
part of this question in relation to the Delta P
Yeah.
event occurring was
Well, the first.
we know that equipment or tools, persons were pulled in and diving apparels were pulled in. Is it possible that air, because we know that there was air pressure into the chamber, yes? Is it possible that air was also sucked into the pipe in this event?
That is what I said in the vortex.
Yeah.
For a vortex to originate and a vortex to perpetuate,
Right,
it needs air,
right.
right? And that tube that's coming out in the vortex that's the air. That's
So
the
that
air
would have
that
been-
is circulated inside
That would have
there.
been breathable air.
Of course, because it's air from the compressor.
Yeah.
It is air from the compressor. So that is breathable air that will be sucked in with the vortex.
Correct.
With the water.
With the
people.
water.
And the people and all the tools
Yeah,
and everything
everybody
else.
inside there,
Sucked in
God.
everything. Air, water, people, everything. Yes.
It was sucked in spanners too.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything.
So that was a tremendous force.
I believe those were all of the clarifications that I needed from you, Ms.
Thank you. Yes. Is it Mr. Matu? You're going to ask the question, sorry. Can I ask you how long you think you'll be?
Depends on the answers, but.
Well, it always does, but
Maybe about 20 to 25 minutes,
should we take a 5-minute break?
if that's.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Right. Yes, Mr. Mutu.
Thank you, Chairman. May I begin? Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. My name is Jason Mutu, and I represent the interests of Paria. I have a few questions for you. Just by way of preliminary inquiry, how long did it take you to prepare this report?
I said in my statement what.
Have you got your microphone on? I don't think you do. And perhaps you'll move, since Mr. Mutu is going to be asking you questions, the natural tendency is to turn towards him. So that's it. Thank you.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Once you're comfortable.
Pardon me?
I said once you're comfortable.
Yeah, how comfortable, yeah. I started the report. I said in my statement that I give the dates when I was assigned the agreement with OSHA.
I'm just after approximate dates. I'm not going to hold you to an exact. Is it a week, 2 weeks,
No.
a month?
It took me about maybe about 3 months.
Okay. And
3 to 4 months.
right. And on my reading of the report, the analysis is quite thorough. So apart from the actual preparation of the report, the analysis that you've done in the report, would it be fair to say that that would have taken a substantial period of time as well? And if so, what that?
The entire report duration encompassed investigation, review of documents, talking to OSHA, visiting the site.
Yes.
Doing the calculations, and everything was gelled together and issued the report.
Okay, and in a best case scenario, if you had nothing else occupying your time, and you were to focus on the preparation of this report exclusively, how long would it take you?
This would have been dependent upon the timely issuance of information I requested from OSHA.
Assuming you had all the information. So you had all the information, and OSHA came to you and said, Mr. Khan, this is a complete package. Undertake an analysis for us and prepare this report. Well, how long?
That's a hypothetical question.
Yeah, it is. But how long would the analysis have taken? Because it's quite, at least.
When you say analysis is different from discussions.
Yes.
So you're talking about the entire report in its entirety?
Yes, the analysis and the findings.
Findings and review of all it. Well, as I said, it depends upon how much documentation were given to me. So I cannot quantify.
Well, as you said.
What I would say, maybe within the same period, I suppose.
Okay, 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You are aware of the use of work permit systems in the oil and gas industry in Trinidad and Tobago, aren't you?
Well, I have an idea.
Yes.
But I don't know it. Different companies have different rules and regulations with respect to permits. I don't know which one you're talking about.
I'll come to that in a minute.
All right.
But you are aware that the use of work permits is a fairly common feature in the oil and gas industry for the execution of.
Is that fairly? It's common.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. It's common.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that despite the variations that different companies may have in their work permit procedure, that it's fairly standard industry practice that where a work permit system exists, crucial aspects of work are not expected to be undertaken or executed unless they are the subject of a work permit?
Can you really answer that?
I would think that.
Can you answer that question?
But, pardon me, sir?
Do you think you're able to answer that question? Do you think you're?
Could you rephrase that question?
we've already established that you are of the view that the use of work permits fairly standard in the industry, and you've told me that the procedure may vary from company to company. What I'm asking you is, notwithstanding the variations in the procedure, and given your industry knowledge about the use of work permits, would you accept that where crucial aspects of work are to be undertaken, those aspects of work are to be the subject of a work permit, specified in a work permit?
For each individual one, you should have a work permit for each individual major activity.
Good, okay, good. Now, you have told us in your report at paragraph 3.4.1 that the removal of the mechanical seal and the inflatable plug were crucial aspects of the work. Yes?
That, in my opinion, they were.
Yes. And based on your industry knowledge and experience, would you therefore agree with me that for a contractor, let's be specific, in your experience, for LMCS to undertake or embark upon the removal of the inflatable or mechanical plug on the 25th of February, a work permit would have been necessary in respect of that item of work?
I would.
Well, I regret I think this is an unfair question to the witness.
I was about to say yes.
No, well, it depends upon the rule. The work permit, there are rules, specific rules, express rules. And I think he came here as an expert in a certain field, not an expert in work permits.
Well,
and he came as an expert in a particular field.
I'm going to allow you to ask that question, but I am concerned about where this is going. We've already established through other evidence what the work permit regime is. You've made it pretty clear what your case is in relation to the work permits, that there needed to be a work permit in relation to the removal of the plug.
Well, Chairman, I understand that, but what this witness has done in his report, and the Commission hasn't confined him in his evidence, is that he's spoken directly to work permits.
Yes.
He's expressed his view as to those work permits and what they should have.
Where are you referring to?
He starts at paragraph 3.4. He deals with it at 3.4.1, 3.4.2. He says the work permit focus on too many key activities. So this is a witness who, based on his experience, knowledge, and skill, clearly knows about a work permit system. He's told us that today. And more than that, he's considered Paria's work permits. So I don't know that it lies in the mouth of counsel to the Commission, having been alive to this evidence, adduced it without culling it, to now stand and take an objection that somehow this witness has trespassed out of his expertise and it would be unfair.
No, I'm not suggesting that. And that's why I've said to you, I'm going to permit you to ask the question. But I am concerned of where this is going and to what extent you're proposing to mine this field.
Well, what we have here is a witness who, in my understanding, he has come primarily to give evidence with respect to Delta P and the factors,
yes,
which gave rise to the event.
Yes.
But what he's also done is that he has given evidence about the work permits. He has attempted by his report to attribute blame, and I am entitled to interrogate that, unless, of course, the Commission says, insofar as his statements are concerned in that regard, they're going to disregard it.
No, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to take it into account with all the other evidence that we've already heard about work permits, certainly. But as I say, I'm not stopping you at this stage. What I am going to do, though, is to keep an eye on where we're going with it. All right?
Yes.
So you ask what you need to ask, and I'll stop you if I think it goes too far.
I'm grateful. So I think, Mr. Khan, we were at the position where we had established together that based on your experience, one would have expected a separate work permit, if I hear you correctly, to be issued for the removal of the plugs. Yes?
A separate work permit for all the activities listed on that work permit.
Okay, good. But for the questions that I am...
All the activities, major activities.
I hear you. But for the purpose of the questions I'm going to ask you, I'm just focusing on the removal of the plugs at this moment. And you have seen the work permits in this because you've annexed them to your report. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Good. And would I be right in saying, in your opinion, having looked at the work permits, there was nothing on the work permit that spoke, in your interpretation, to the removal of the plugs? Would you like me to take you to the work permit to refresh your memory?
Nothing was mentioned.
Yes.
In the work permit concerning plugs.
Good.
That's a fact.
Yes. Now, you've also said in your report, and I can take you to it if we need to get to it. You looked at a variety of documents, the job hazard analysis, the toolbox meeting documents, and so on. And I think it's your conclusion that having looked at those documents, the removal of the plugs on the 25th of February was not a matter subject to discussion. You've expressed a view on that, haven't you? You recall expressing a view on that?
Could you make a reference to that?
I will, but do you recall expressing a view on it?
A view on what aspect?
That no discussion was held on the documents you reviewed. There was no discussion about the removal of the plugs on the 25th of February, 2021.
Yeah, what I reviewed, I could see any discussion.
Right.
I reviewed.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Would you like me to take you to that part of the report, or you?
I would.
If it pertains
Yes,
to your
okay.
question.
If I can take you to paragraph 3.4.4, which is on page 126, the top of that page. No, 126. Oh, it's page 12 in the top right-hand corner of the report. Well, it starts on 11, but it goes over the page, which is a conclusion. Right.
Yeah, bring this from here. Which section you're referring to?
I'm at the top of page 12, which is part of paragraph 3.4.4.
Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I think the chairman wanted it for clarity.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
The passage you're concerned with, as I understand it, Mr. Butu, is that the final sentence of that paragraph says no discussions were held on one of the key activities, for example, removal of the mechanical seal or removal of the inflatable plug, and then seeing reference to toolbox meeting.
Yes.
That's what you're referring to, isn't it?
Indeed, sir. And part of the reason why I'm undertaking this exercise is this report is not just a technical report. It's an investigative report done for OSHA, which on its face straddles a number of issues. So am I therefore correct to say, in other words, from what you've seen and the documents that you got there was nothing which said to you that LMCS intended to remove the plug on the 25th of February 2021.
That's correct, but so was no mention made of other key activities.
Yes.
No mention was made on things like cutting the line, cutting this, taking off, you know. Those are key activities. I just brought this one because this was important.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes. So no, I have to comment on that. Well, because the topics were discussed had nothing to do with the work, only the work environment. Nothing to do with the actual work.
I'm not disputing that.
But I just want you to make sure that you understand that. And that was the point I was getting at.
I'm not disputing that, Mr. Khan. Thank you.
And,
so,
if the work permit had said, "Hey, do this, do this, do this," those are important items that are listed on the work permit, but nothing was mentioned. That was a very strange thing. In my opinion, that's not a toolbox meeting.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
In fact, in your opinion, unless a major activity is specified on a work permit, the activity shouldn't take place. Shouldn't be undertaken. Isn't that right?
Well, that will go for cutting the pipe too then.
I am not.
Whole job should be shut down.
I need to be a bit careful because there's a difference between the work permit, which does specify certain things to be done, and the toolbox meeting, the notes of which seemingly do not touch upon any of the work being done at all. Is that not right, Mr. Khan? The paragraph you've been specifically referred to at 3.4.4 deals primarily with the toolbox meeting. And your observation that in fact all that seems to have been discussed was, as Mr. Mutu has put it, I think it was him, the conditions rather than any of the actual work being done.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
So his observation to you is toolbox meeting didn't actually, on the face of it, appear to instruct on any of the work due to be undertaken on that day, on the face of the document. We've heard other evidence, Mr. Boudram and others, but the fact is that is what was that's what's disclosed on the face of the documents, the contemporaneous documents at the time. I think is the point that Mr. Mutu is making.
That's correct. But can I be refreshed of the actual work permit?
Yes. There's no reason why you can't see the work permit. You'll find it in our core bundle 3 at page.
Mr. Chairman, it's actually, if it's attached to his report.
It is, I think, yes, that's right. I just got to go to my original because it's the one I scribbled on.
His report is at page 14. The work permit in his report is at page 1497 of the supplement.
So it's in that bundle.
I'm happy to take him to it, but I think he's answered the question, the limited question I have on it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's let him have a look. Put it up on the screen, somebody, 1074, core bundle 3. It's there, thank you.
It's an attachment.
It is an attachment to your report as well.
It's not in the report, it's an attachment, but it's still in the report. It's not in the body of the report.
No. The reference to the jobs that were to be done in that particular work permit is set out at the beginning. Do you see it says specific tasks? To remove and install a 50-inch flange, remove and install a 30-inch riser pipe, remove a 30-inch solid flange. Do you see, etc.? And there's nothing in there about a plug.
That's correct. I said yes. I agree with you there.
And so the only reference to any kind of plug or barrier is if you scroll down a little further on the screen, you'll see there that it says under section B1, cleared of process hazardous materials, yes, migration barrier to be used. Do you see that? That's
Yes.
the only reference to a migration barrier, presumably this plug. Yes?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Mitchell.
I have no questions for you on that document arising out of that. You say at the commencement of your report, you looked at a number of documents, Paria's scope of works, a series of documents. I believe there are 15 documents, yes?
That was the rebate given to me by Usha. Just for your information. It's kind of.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I understand. When you, having looked at those documents, did you become aware that LMCS was responsible for draining the line between Berth 5 and Berth 6? In other words, was there a contractual responsibility to do so? Was that something?
I think I remembered in their statement, they say a controlled training.
Okay, but my question is a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing anywhere in the documents that it was LMCS's responsibility to drain the line?
After, well, if you cite an area,
Perhaps I
like
could
to
take
see
you
it.
to,
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw what is addendum 1. May the witness be referred to page 598 of the core bundle. 598.
What was the date of that addendum 1?
I'm going to get it for you now. In fact, it's up on the screen. Right? Yeah. And I'd ask you to look at question 1, the query and the response. The date should be at the end of the document, I think. $598.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. It appears to be unsigned, but we do know it's not controversial that the addendum was issued before the works were executed and the contract awarded. But just so you can follow, Mr. Khan, you see the answer to query 1?
Well, first of all, I think we should ask him if he's ever seen it before.
Yes. Have you ever seen this document before?
Not before I wrote the report.
Okay, but have you seen it since writing the report?
I've seen it after.
Okay, so before I asked you this question today, you had seen this document?
Before today, yes.
Yes, okay, good. And therefore...
So that is why it doesn't form part of my report. But I can see it, I can comment on it.
That's all right, but
yeah.
my question to you is very limited, right? You therefore don't dispute, it's not an issue, is it, from your perspective, that LMCS was responsible for draining the line?
So, I've seen a response to a query. Can I
Yes.
read the query?
Yeah, look, first of all, so that you
Who
follow,
is responsible
the
for?
query comes from the contractor,
Yes.
LMCS.
Now, I am not sure
And
whether that came from LMCS or not.
Well,
because
I'm
they-
telling you that
Oh,
that's the
came
evidence,
from
all right?
LMCS.
So that you understand the
Yeah.
question that Mr. Mutu is asking.
Because-
The query
Yeah.
comes from the contractor, that is LMCS, or a contractor. A contractor.
A contractor.
Yes.
Because in a meeting with contractors before the submission of the proposal, all contractors are asked to
Yes,
submit
you're
the
right.
report.
So this is from a contractor
From a
rather
contractor,
than necessarily
Yeah,
LMCS.
I didn't want to be clear.
Either way, it makes no difference because
Yes, the question is asked.
the question is asked,
Yes.
exactly. And the answer given by Paria is that the contractor is responsible for the safe removal of the hydrocarbon contents from the line to ensure that the line is clear and dry.
But in my opinion, sir, with all due respect, that query was not answered properly.
Okay.
All right. The
Mr.
question
Khan,
is to
Mr.
clear the
Khan.
lines with water.
Mr. Khan,
Yeah.
please, we're not getting into anything other than, for the purpose of my question,
Okay, good.
as to where the responsibility lay.
No, I'm not talking
for the
about
draining.
responsibility, sir.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. So if you answer me on that, we can move on to some other questions.
But I have to say my
So
say.
are we,
But
Mr.
let me
Khan,
finish my section, please.
Mr. Khan, please.
I'll listen to you first.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Khan, the process is this, is that Mr. Mutu is entitled to ask you the questions he asks you. You will confine yourself to answering that question. As I've said to many, many witnesses in this hearing, you will answer the question as best you're able, if it's at all possible, with a yes or no answer. If you wish to add something after that, you'll be permitted to do so. And I will ensure that you are, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it's straightforward enough and it's a yes or no, and it can end there. That way we progress much speedier, and we will get done today because the evidence will conclude today, whatever time it is, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sorry about that, sir.
That's okay. Just to be fair to you.
Yeah.
So that we proceed from the same point.
Mm-hmm.
You now accept that LMCS was responsible for draining the line. Do you?
Yes, according to this response.
Okay, thank you.
But I need to clarify that statement.
Well, before you do,
well, do you to what end? I mean, you really...
Because you see, the query was to clear the lines with water.
Who says that?
The query, who is responsible for pumping back from the birds to clear the lines with water?
Right.
And that is I don't understand.
Okay, Mr. Khan, let me see if I can help you.
Yeah.
Because this is appears a little problematic for you. You remember LMCS prepared a project work statement for this job?
Project works statement.
A method statement.
A method statement, yes.
Yes, they call it a project work statement.
A method statement.
You have it next to your report. You remember looking at it?
A method statement from LMCS, yes, correct.
You remember looking at it?
Yes.
Do you remember in that method statement that LMCS set out a procedure for removal of line content between berth 5 and berth 6?
Yes.
Right. We can go to the document if we have to, but I'm trying to save time. This is a small point. But, and therefore, don't you accept that if they've prepared a procedure for the removal of line content, that it's their obligation?
To remove the line content, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Khan's concern was that the query suggested that the berths be clear with the lines with water, as opposed to removing of the oil from the lines.
So I understand that perfectly, but as I explained to him more than once, I wasn't concerned about how.
Right.
I was
Or what.
concerned about where the responsibility rested.
You're not concerned with how or what?
No.
Just where the responsibility lay?
Yes.
And just for everyone's education on the matter, you referred him to his method statement on the question of the removal of the contents of Sealine 36 between 5 and 6, and that is at 1041. If anybody wants to look, that is the work method statement relating specifically to the removal of the material from the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, if I understood your expert evidence correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you spoke about a void created as a result of air blowing. Am I right?
Yes, I did.
Good. And the air blowing on this job, from what you've looked at, that air blowing was undertaken by LMCS.
That's correct.
Good. So, if LMCS was undertaking the air blowing, would you not accept that they should have been aware of the possibility of the creation of a void? As a contractor doing work of this nature?
I'll answer that question before, but I'll clarify my statement.
Yes.
Please repeat that question.
Would you accept that LMCS, being the contractor responsible for air blowing, ought to have been aware of the possibility of the creation of a gaseous void as a result of the air blowing process?
Yes, but.
Okay.
Right, now you can add your but.
Okay, good. No, they were working on a procedure, a work instruction, as far as I understand, from Paria, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And I was looking at a statement from Mr. Kurban, which he said he had no communication with respect to how much liquid is being removed. They just were asked to supply a compressor and pump out the line in accordance with a procedure, a work instruction issued by Paria. So that is what I understand.
So let me understand your evidence. You are saying that the contractor who has the responsibility for air blowing the line has no concurrent responsibility to be aware of the fact that air blowing might have created a gaseous void?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. Well, would you accept that they should have such a responsibility?
Truth and in fact, yes, I'm answering you, okay. You're supposed to have that.
And in fact, if the air blowing, if the clearing of the line was a contractor's responsibility, the method for clearing is normally that of the contractor. Would you not accept that as well?
Yes, but no, I mean to say, you asked me a question, but I have reservations about the question. I'm a professional, I understand the exact method, but the contractor is operating on instruction, a work instruction issued by the client.
What is
so he has to work in accordance with that. If he had, okay, I'll end there.
No, well, let me take you on that. Because I'm suggesting to you that the contractor is to fulfill a scope of work, and that the method by which that scope is achieved is the responsibility of the contractor. In other words, would you accept that? He's given a scope. The method by which he achieves that scope is his responsibility.
Not if it is clearly outlined in the scope. He'll be deviating from the scope.
I think we should have a look at it.
Yes. Well, I'm about to take you to that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You looked at the technical specifications for this job. It's also attached to your report. Didn't you? Scope of work, the technical scope of work. It's at attachment 7.
Page.
I am seeing it, Mr. Chairman. The difficulty I have is I'm working off a document which is number 149 on the bottom, but I'm not entirely sure it accords with the. Yes, it's attachment 7. Let me see if I can help. I think it's a page. Technical scope of work is at page 558 of the core bundle.
Volume 1. Yes, yeah, volume 2. Yes, got it. tab 19. Yes.
Scope of work technical, okay.
Scope of work technical. Yes. Where should we go?
If I can take the witness to item 2.1, which is on page 561.
Yeah.
Elements of this project should be included, but is not limited to removal of fuel oil from line with zero spill. Right, so that's one of the items. But what I understood Mr. Khan to be saying, essentially, is that the methodology for the execution of the scope, he agrees with me that that is a matter for the contractor, subject to a limitation, any limitation imposed on the contractor. So he was anxious to point that out. So I'm inviting him now to point to the scope and show me where Paria imposes such a limitation on LMCS.
A limitation?
A requirement that they engage in air blowing.
Where's the documents that?
And follow your, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can help
Yeah.
you. You said to me that you would agree with me, but there was a but.
Mm-hmm.
And the but was, well, where the contractor is expressly instructed to do something. Yes?
Yes.
So this is the scope.
Mm-hmm.
We agreed on that?
Correct. This is the scope that you worked with.
Right. You didn't point out in your report, did you, any exception that pointed to LMCS having to engage in air blowing pursuant to instruction from Paria, did you?
No, I didn't point out that.
So this is the scope.
Right, but okay, go ahead.
This is the scope.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the scope is there this exception, or is there no exception, Mr. Khan?
I still don't understand there.
All right, well, maybe the error is mine.
There was a Paria document. Somebody has to help me. There was a Paria document, which I thought that's what he was referring to, which set out part of the work plan for the removal of fuel from the line.
There was a Paria document, but that Paria document
was an internal
document.
Yes.
That wasn't issued to LMCS. It was for Paria's operators.
No, I understand that, but in fact they had it, didn't they? I thought that there were evidence. Sorry? A work instruction. That's what it was called, I think. Yes. Where do we find that, please? Because I'd understood that the evidence was that it was intended to be an internal document.
So that's core bundle 1033, right?
There was evidence that it was intended to be by Mr. Piper. But there was other evidence that it was communicated.
No, I'm not entirely sure that I agree with that interpretation of Mr. Maraj's summary of the evidence, but be that as it may. Before we actually take the witness to it, I want to understand something. May I ask him this preliminary question? Are you saying that you have seen a document that Paria required LMCS to engage in air blowing? Is that what you're telling the commission?
I saw that document subsequent to issuance of my report.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, can I continue, sir?
But I just want to, I want to know which document we're talking about before we go any further.
Work instruction, QO something.
Can you just put up on the screen? Yeah, it's on the screen now. Is that what you're talking about? 1033.
QOFW, work instruction, correct.
You've seen this document.
January 5th, 22.
You've seen this document before, have you?
I've seen it before, but subsequent to the
After you've drafted your report,
After,
but you've
after
been
it-
shown it since.
Pardon me,
You've
sir?
been shown this document since
Yes.
drafting your report.
And
Right.
I'll tell you why the circumstances I saw that document.
Right.
And I say that.
Well, yes, all right.
Now, prior to my issue of report, I was pestering the OSH department to tell me how the line was drained,
Right.
what method they used,
Yes.
and how much liquid came from the line, because that was fundamental in my report.
Right.
I need to find out that, because a vortex was formed and the men were sucked in. So I pestered OSHA to get this information for me.
Right.
And the day I issued my report was the 19th of July. And they sent this information to me on the 27th of July.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
Right, okay.
It
so
was given
take
to
it.
OSHA.
All right.
And they sent it to
Take
me
your
on the
questioning from there.
27th of July.
All right. I understand now.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Vincent.
Mr. Khan is taking us slightly off course, so I'm going to try and
Bring him
refocus
back.
my question.
Okay.
Right. You are familiar with work instructions in the context of contracts of this nature?
Not necessarily, but the work instruction has many forms and facets.
Mr. Khan, can you
Yeah,
answer my
I'm not
question?
familiar with,
You're not familiar with work
I'm not
instructions?
familiar with any particular one, but I have an idea of a work instruction.
Okay,
They could take many forms and fashions
you've seen several of them over the years.
over the years.
Yes, and of course, an elementary component of a work instruction is that it is addressed to the contractor. Isn't that right?
Yes, a work instruction is addressed to the contractor.
Yes. Can you show me where on this work instruction it is addressed to LMCS?
I don't know. I have the.
Well, you've looked at it, haven't you?
Pardon me?
You've looked at it, haven't you?
I've looked at it, but I
Is-
can't
and what
remember
I'm
seeing-
suggesting to you, it's not addressed to LMCS.
But LMCS.
I am suggesting
Okay,
to
all right,
you.
it's not addressed. I
Okay,
agree
good.
with you, sir.
Would
But
you also not accept that a work instruction is an important document?
it is an important.
And if it is an important document, if it is issued to a contractor, a normal requirement is that if it is intended for him, he is required to sign it as having received it. Isn't that so?
If it's.
Isn't that so? It is a normal requirement that if a work instruction,
This could. On two main grounds. Paria ought to know that these work instructions were communicated to the contractor, and remember the cross-examination. And there was an email from Mr. Rampasad Singh to LMCS, and that is in volume 2 of the Witness Supplemental Bundle at page 917, which says, "Dear Senior, see attached, signed draining procedure. Let us meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss draining schedules. I want to start as early as possible this week, bearing in mind the cruise ship loading is on the 14th. I will discuss the ops now to firm up with any other issue." But one of Paria witness also expressly stated, Mr. Jonathan Ramdan, in his witness statements, and he was cross-examined, and he admitted, and I read his cross-examination last night, at volume 4 of the Witness Supplemental Bundle, at the Witness Statement Bundle, at what paragraph? Page, yes, at page 1470, paragraph 8 and 9. As part of the pre-work, LMCS undertook to drain the product from the pipeline at berths number 5 and berths number 6 in accordance with a Paria work instruction effective 5th January 2022, which was developed by the offshore section of the Terminal Operations Department, and they refer to it. The process of draining the line began on or around the 18th of January 2022 and continued in 2 phases over several non-consecutive days up until on or around the 3rd of February 2022. LMCS undertook the draining of works by air blowing the contents of the line from berth number 5 to berth number 6 into a subspath. So this was communicated. The witness said it was to be done in accordance with the work instructions, and Paria accepted it.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Mutu's point is that the document itself doesn't show that it was actually given to anybody at LMCS. This was an internal document. And the point he was trying to elicit from the witness was that ordinarily, if this document had been handed to LMCS, it should have been signed for as having been handed to them. Now, I think there was some evidence that it had been seen by those who were carrying out the work at LMCS, by LMCS. But I think that the point is still nonetheless well made, that they didn't sign for it. There wasn't a formal handover of this document, although they seemingly worked to it.
Yeah. And the email was sent. Send it, and in effect said it was a drilling procedure.
The email, did it contain this document as an attachment? I think that was the evidence that it was attached to the email, whether intentionally or not.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's attached at page 928 and 929. I can't see anything to be clearer than that.
So this document that we've been looking at, and it's on the screen now, which has been reference has been made to, and the evidence, the state of the evidence at the moment is that this document was passed from Paria to LMCS prior to the work taking place by way of an attachment to an email, and that therefore they were seized of it.
So with respect, that really doesn't address the issue at all. The fact, and Mr. Maraja said a lot about it, the fact that LMCS may have been made aware of an internal instruction, one, doesn't make it an instruction. That's fairly elementary. Secondly, they obviously needed to be aware of it because the evidence, which has not been referred to before you now, is that Paria had a certain schedule and the instruction had to be prepared internally for that schedule to be accommodated because it had other activities. And in due course, we can come to what the contract requires for instructions to be issued under Paria's general terms and conditions. So there's a fundamental distinction to be made between knowledge of a document, knowledge of an internal Paria document, and whether a contractor has been instructed. Whether they are doing something in accordance with it is another matter, but the displacement of a contractual responsibility is not achieved by knowledge of a document. But anyway, we can deal with that in the course of
I was going to say, it sounds like a submission as to how we should view this evidence rather than a question for this particular witness. I think what you were after was whether, as I hope I fairly characterized it in answer to Mr. Maharaj, was whether or not it is his understanding that an instruction would ordinarily, a work instruction, would ordinarily require the signature of the recipient. Yes. And we haven't got an answer to that yet. Do you agree that ordinarily a work instruction would require a signature by the recipient that he had received it and understood it?
That's a normal, yeah, well, I could say, in some instances, yes, and some instances, no.
Right.
A lot of things happen in the industry.
I'm sure they do. And sadly, some undocumented. But can we be clear? It would be prudent and sensible for it to have been signed by the recipient if it was a legitimate work instruction to the contractor, wouldn't it? And you can agree, I think, with Mr. Mutu that nowhere on this document is it signed by the contractor.
Yes, I say that.
Right.
Is there a place for him to sign on it?
Well, there isn't, apparently.
Okay.
Well, that proves my point.
Right. Whether it is or not, the fact of the matter is it's unsigned by him.
Yes.
And there is, and we can make the observation, there's not even any place for him to do so.
Okay.
But, and I have well in mind what we've been told by and reminded of by Mr. Maharaj, that one way or another it found its way into the hands of the contractor. And I dare say the contractor working for Paria might well have taken the view that if it's coming to my hands, I ought to pay attention to it. But that's another matter.
That's another issue, Chairman.
Yeah, indeed. Mr. Mutu. Yes.
What all of this was leading up to is that in your report, you say that the LMCS divers were most likely unaware that a large gaseous void existed behind the inflatable plug. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what I'm suggesting to you is that if LMCS was responsible for the air blowing, they therefore ought to have been aware of the possibility of a large gaseous void having existed. Correct?
With the but, I will answer that question.
Yes, we'll get to the but. Yes.
Either you accept or you don't. The persons who were responsible for pumping air into the pipe should have been aware of the possibility of creating a large gaseous void. That I think is fairly uncontroversial, isn't it?
I would say
yes.
Yeah,
So
that must be right, mustn't it? Yeah.
So when you say at paragraph 5.1 of your report that at page 15 of that document, of the report itself.
1403.
Thank you. When you say the last sentence, the divers were most likely unaware that a large gaseous void existed behind the inflatable plug due to excess line contents removal. If they were most likely unaware, it would have been because LMCS, the company, didn't tell them. Isn't that right?
Chairman, before I answer that question, I have to make a statement.
Well, I'm afraid you're not permitted to make statements.
Okay.
You have to
but I have to clarify my answer.
Well, if we're going to have a clarification with every single question asked, we're going to be here for a very, very long time. I would have thought it was pretty uncontroversial that your observation that divers were most unlikely unaware that a large gaseous void existed behind the inflatable plug was the fact that if they had appreciated that, it wouldn't have opened it.
That was a fact, yes.
Yes, but they were. Would you not also accept that while they may have been unaware, LMCS, the company, ought to have been aware?
I need to answer that.
Given the nature,
the
nature of the line blowing exercise which was undertaken by LMCS.
I will answer your question, but I have to make with a but in it.
Right, we'll answer the question first, and then we'll have the but.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
But am I allowed?
Yes, please, briefly though.
I heard Mr. Kazim's statement, and he said nobody told him how much product was moved from the line. Although and I showed in my demonstration, the method of that removal caused an apparent haulage which was incorrect.
When you say you read that he said no one told him,
Yes.
Don't you
He did
think?
not know.
Don't you think, as the contractor, he should have made it his business to know?
But he had verification from a dip
But
on the ullage.
hold on, we'll get to
He
that.
was not
Don't
measuring
you?
the content on shore.
Don't you think he should have made it his business to know?
To a certain extent, yes.
Yes. And from
Answer your question
from the expert evidence which you gave us here today, you have sought to demonstrate that the ullage reading was in fact unreliable. Isn't that so?
The ullage reading, yes.
Was unreliable. And it was unreliable because of the air blowing exercise which LMCS, Kazim Ali's company, did.
Because of the methodology of
Yes.
the MCS.
Now, do you know that LMCS, insofar as their knowledge is concerned, because you said you looked at certain contractual documents, do you know that LMCS was treated, in fact, contractually agreed to be treated as having visited and carefully examined the site of the work and the surroundings? Did you acquaint yourself as to that?
I didn't. Come with that question again, please.
Did you acquaint yourself to the contractual documents between LMCS and Paria? Required, not in fact required, stipulated that LMCS was deemed to have visited and carefully examined the work and the surroundings and satisfied itself as to the nature and conditions of the site?
That is part of a standard agreement, you know, when you're looking at a contract.
Oh, so were you aware of it?
Well, I can't remember if I've seen that in the document.
Okay.
Because that is a standard procedure when a contractor bids for a job.
Good.
So would you have assumed it in any event? Would you have assumed it in any event?
Yeah, I would assume that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, we went through the permit and we've gone through the existence of the gaseous void. Would you not accept from me, given the evidence you've given us today about the importance of a work permit, an individual work permit, that LMCS should not have removed the plug on the 25th of February because there was no work permit identifying the removal of the plug on that day?
But so too was the...
I am not asking you that, Mr. Khan.
No, please answer the question, Mr.
Yes,
Khan. It's
okay.
easier that way.
Phrase the question again.
That, let me put it even in a simpler way.
Yeah.
That given the evidence you've given the commission today about the importance of the work permit and the importance of the issue of a work permit for each activity, that LMCS should not have removed the mechanical and inflatable plugs on the 25th of February because there was no permit authorizing its removal on that day.
The answer. Yeah, you want a question, yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Yes.
Good. And would you therefore say from the evidence you've given that the removal of the plug at that time by LMCS was therefore unauthorized?
I will not say that.
Okay. Would you accept that the incident about which you've given all of this evidence concerning Delta P, I think it's a fairly elementary question, but I'll ask it anyway. That incident would not have occurred
if LMCS personnel did not remove the plug on the 25th.
Is also true.
I'm not asking you that, Mr. Khan. You're at pains to qualify everything and extricate LMCS. Please answer my question.
I am not trying to do that, sir.
No, that's not entirely.
I am not trying to do that. I am trying to answer a question that makes a lot of sense without any caveat in it.
And, look, Mr. Khan, we've had the benefit of being here for many, many weeks, all right? I've heard a large volume of evidence, and you can rest assured that your answers will have to fit into that large body of evidence. So every caveat that you seek to add, you can rely on the fact that we already had those in mind, all right? If there's something specific you feel is absolutely imperative that you add, by all means do so. But it seems to me that some of the questions that Mr. Mutu is asking are uncontroversial. They're not something with which there can be much dispute. Where he goes too far, as he just did a moment ago, and making a suggestion that you're at pains to try and extricate LMCS, I will stop him, and I have. All right, so let's just, Mr. Mutu will confine himself to asking the questions without that kind of comment, and you will answer them, please, as best you're able with the shortest and simplest answer.
But,
all right,
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to the leaded counsel here, I take umbrage to him for him accusing me of something that
I've told him he must not do that, and I've made that clear.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if it makes Mr. Khan any more comfortable, first of all, I apologize, and secondly, I withdraw the remark.
Thank you very much. There you go.
You were questioned today about the evidence which you gave about the safest time for the rescue to be effected on the 25th of February. You recall that?
Yes, yes, yes.
And I think the chairman made reference to the evidence of Mr. Donovan yesterday. And in the course of questioning, one of the issues arose was whether there was a risk of a further Delta P event occurring on the evening into the night of the 25th of February. You recall that?
Yes.
Yes. And you told us a number of things. And I just want to, well, make sure that I understand your evidence first, and then I want to ask you a few questions about it. Am I correct in that you said that the inflatable plug would have initially operated as a pig?
Yes, I said.
Yes, okay. But you wouldn't have known the rate of deflation of the plug.
I wouldn't know that.
Right. Now, we've established that your report would have taken, and the analysis would have taken 3 months to undertake, right? But I want to take us back to essentially what had to be happening on the night of the evening into the night of the 25th of February. Now, nobody could have undertaken that scientific analysis which you have performed now in the course of that evening. You agree? It would have been unreasonable to expect that to have been undertaken at that time.
I don't think so.
Okay. And
you have several engineers in Pointe-à-Pierre.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. I believe you told us earlier, and I was at pains to ask you about it, that if you had nothing else to do, it would have taken you 3 months to prepare, to do the analysis.
To then write the whole report, not the analysis.
Well, I asked you specifically about the analysis.
No, but I said the entire report in its entirety.
Okay, so all right. So am I to understand you to be saying that you could have done the analysis in one evening, but the writing of the report is what took you 89 days?
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't.
No, I did not say that.
Okay. So is it that your evidence now that all of this analysis which you've done in your report could have been done on the 9th of the 25th of February by an engineer?
Of course,
Yes.
the analysis pertaining to what, there's no much, there's not much analysis in the report.
Well,
there's much review in the report.
Well, hold on. Do you accept that on the night of the 25th, no one, in fact, not until several days later, when the line was cleared and the plug retrieved, no one actually knew the state of the plug? Do you accept that?
That's correct. No one knew.
Right. And therefore, if no one knew the state of the plug, similarly, no one would have been able to definitively form a view as to whether the plug itself was in such a condition in the line to create the possibility of two areas of differential pressure.
There's a lot of speculation.
I know. That's exactly what they were engaged in on the 25th, is what I'm suggesting.
There's a lot of speculation, but the plug did move and negotiated a radius.
No, we know that now. Don't we know that now? But
you could have known that then. No, then when Mr. Boujram came out the line, just 2 hours after,
so
he didn't encounter any plug, and the plug, he knew that the plug passed the elbow.
I understand that. But what Mr. Boujram did not do, unless you're suggesting that you have different evidence, Mr. Boujram didn't give anyone any information about the condition of the plug in the line.
He didn't do that, yeah, he didn't do that.
So
when was he asked?
So no one knew, Mr. Khan.
All right, no one knew, I agree for that.
And as a scientist, are you asking us to believe that your report now, which is based on a number of confirmed facts, that same report, the analysis, could have been done on the 25th of February when those facts were not known? Are you asking us to believe that? Really, Mr. Khan?
Some judgment could have been made.
What I'm suggesting to you is perhaps the answer you want to give is that some speculation could have been made. Is that what you really want to say?
Some engineering input could have been made.
But so it would have been in the realm of speculation. Isn't that
well, as
so?
an engineer, I don't speculate that much.
So if you don't speculate that much, and you're suggesting at the same time some speculation could have been made, what are you really saying? Does it not amount to the fact that you would lean against speculation? As a scientist, you would lean against speculation. Is that a yes?
Depends upon the circumstance.
So yes, depending on the circumstance. And as a scientist, you have exposure to other scientists in your discipline. Isn't that so? Some of whom are probably watching you now.
We have been finding with scientists. I'm not a scientist. I'm a failure analysis consultant.
Okay. You have a professional qualification?
Yes.
Right. As an engineer.
Could you bring your microphone a little closer to you, please? Move the papers out the way so that you add.
Yeah. Can we move it now?
Your profession is based in large part on science, isn't it? On the application of scientific principles?
Yes.
Yes. And you wouldn't expect another professional in your discipline to proffer an expert opinion predicated on speculation, would you? Mr. Khan, a yes or no will suffice. Would you?
No, speculation, okay?
I know what
Conveys
speculation
doubt.
is, Mr. Khan.
Doubt?
Yes.
Okay.
When
And-
men's lives are hanging in the balance,
Mhm.
you are going to proffer an opinion based on speculation? Is that what you're asking us to believe?
But the converse is
Mr.
also
Khan,
true.
is that what
Give,
you...
give him a chance to answer it.
Well,
But
Mr.
you
Chairman, he's
see,
not answering the question with a
the
yes or no.
speculation. But some questions you cannot answer yes or no.
Let's be clear. You wouldn't wish to speculate on matters of any importance when it comes to your professional analysis of a particular issue that might arise. You wouldn't wish to speculate. You'd want facts. Correct?
I wouldn't wish to speculate.
No. You would want the facts, or as many of the facts as you could garner, in order to come to any kind of judgment.
That's correct.
Right. And to that end, that is the reason, one of the reasons why you asked OSHA to provide you with additional facts even before you'd concluded your report. But you didn't get them, so you concluded your report as best you were able. That's the position, isn't it?
That's correct.
And fresh facts have emerged, which may or may not affect your judgment in the report. Correct? Right. So really, all that Mr. Mutu is saying is that nobody in your position as a professional would want to speculate any more than a lawyer would wish to speculate about the outcome of a case without knowing the facts. You follow? That must be so, mustn't it? It's uncontroversial, Mr. Khan. You know, it really is. I know. You see, part of the problem is witnesses often try to understand why the question's being asked. And what happens when witnesses do that is they try to tailor their answer to what they think that the question's about. When really all you need to do is to answer the question as straightforwardly as you can, because you can rely on the fact that I've been doing this for 40 years and I know how it works, all right?
But Chairman, with all due respect, sir,
Yes.
you know, the media will take it up and say something else. Mr. Khan says this and that and the other.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
But that is precisely what I'm
and
getting
that
at.
affects my reputation,
Now,
sir.
of course, you must preserve your reputation.
Correct.
There is no
So
question.
I have to answer appropriately to protect my reputation.
But Mr. Khan,
Yes.
the easiest way to protect your reputation is to answer as forthrightly as you possibly can, because the last thing you would want to be accused of is being evasive or trying to dodge the question in any way, because that wouldn't do your reputation any good either.
That's correct.
As far as I'm concerned, your reputation sits as high as it can on my desk. All right, you please will answer the questions Mr. Mutu has for you as straightforwardly as you can. You can rely on the fact that if there's something that I feel needs to be developed, I will ask you about it.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions already. All right, so just help us all by answering Mr. Mutu's questions as straightforwardly as possible. As I say, if you feel the need to add a rider, say yes or no first, and then add the rider. All right.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Khan. I don't have much left for you. I want to take you to the methods, LMCS's method statement, which is in the supplemental core bundle, and it's at page 1484. It starts. While that's being brought up on the screen, right? In this inquiry, we've had some evidence about the sequence of events in this method statement. Now, this is a method statement that you're familiar with. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes?
Correct, yeah.
And
that's an attachment to my report, sir.
yes, it is. It's attachment 10. Correct. And I just want to deal very briefly with the first page. In fact, we're right at the top, under the heading. Do you have it in front of you?
Well, I can see it there.
Yes?
I'm seeing it on the screen.
Right. Good. And you will see there's a paragraph beginning. This phase commences on completion of 1, removal of fuel oil from Sealine 36 between berths 5 and 6. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So just to put this document in context, this document comes on the heels of the contractor having removed the fuel oil in accordance with whatever the contract required. Yes?
Yeah.
So it's a subsequent step. Now, having heard your evidence today, I want to take you down to items 56 and 57 of that method statement. And this deals with the removal of the migration barrier from the line and the deflation of the plug. Correct?
Yes, of course.
And then following that is the installation of a blind flange, and then the chamber crew is to demobilize and return to the exterior. Good? Now, if I understood your evidence correctly today, what you said is that as an expert, and this is my conclusion, as an expert, if the ullage had been taken down to 35 feet and was genuinely read as 35 feet and was in fact 35 feet, there would be nothing wrong with the sequence of events of removing the plug at this time, because no delta P would have occurred. Am I right about that?
Yes, but
Well, there's no but. It must be right.
yeah, but
mustn't it?
yes, but
Yes.
I will answer the chairman Herrick's here.
Yes.
To me,
So-
answer clearly.
So therefore,
Yeah. Mhm.
the criticism, all of this is reduced to not really the method statement, but the fact that LMCS got a false reading of the ullage. And that's really why this entire event occurred.
That must be yes.
Isn't that right?
I would disagree with that. That's not the reason why it occurred.
The false reading as to the ullage
Mm-hmm.
is not why this occurred.
No.
The four.
I think
Yes.
you've got to put it in a
Yes,
different way.
yes, yes, I will. The event occurred because of the differential pressure, because of the void in the line. Yes?
I'm not sure that that's right either. He was at pains to explain the difference between delta P and a delta P event. Right? I hope you were paying attention.
Yes, I was. I was.
Right.
Mr. Miraj wasn't the only one schooled at that time.
And I think you need to address that terminology.
Yes.
If you want Mr. Khan to agree with you.
Let me see if I can put the question slightly differently. On your evidence, LMCS obtained a false reading as to the ullage. Correct?
The reading that they got was correct. What he said, he got the required all in 30 feet he measured, or something like that.
35.
35 feet, yes. So that was correct.
No.
According to him, he said he measured with a tape,
Okay.
unless he used a wrong tape.
No, I'm not suggesting for a moment that that's not the reading that he got.
Yes.
But the ullage reading was intended to measure the true level of fluid in the line. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And on your evidence today, accepting that he got 35 feet, a 35-foot measurement, that really was not a true reading as to the level of fuel oil in the line because the line was populated with voids.
Well, it was a true reading.
It was a
point
true
of the
reading.
allege, wasn't it?
It was a true reading.
What you're saying is that the reading, be it true, was only able to be read in that way because there was a delta P within the pipe, which was effectively pushing that fluid upwards, so as to give what was a reading that belied the truth of what lied in the pipe, or
That's
what lay
correct.
in the pipe.
But the man, whoever took the reading, they took the correct dimension. Because they're looking at liquid and they put down their tape and say, hey, that's it. But that the reading was correct.
Well, it was correct.
I can't say the reading was wrong.
First of all, it was correct in the sense that that is what the level of liquid in the line showed.
That's just there. I agree with that.
But on your analysis, the line at that time had air in it, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Pressure there.
And that a person taking the reading would you not agree with me that the purpose of that reading was intended to show the true level of fuel oil in that line, absent any air pockets? That was the purpose of obtaining the reading. They weren't taking the ullage, Mr. Khan. They weren't taking the ullage to take into account, or when that reading was taken, it wasn't taken on the basis or the supposition that there was air in the line, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And it wasn't intended to be taken on that basis.
Well, he took his level.
It was not intended to be, I'm not asking what he saw. It wasn't intended to be taken on that basis.
Well,
correct?
Seeing something and intention of something is different.
I'm not asking you that. I'm saying it wasn't intended to be taken on that basis.
Well, I cannot answer that question.
So you don't know what the contractors objectively, you don't know what his intention was when he was to take that ullage?
Yes, he had to measure and see that he got his correct dimension from the top of the flange. That's
So,
what I understand.
so irrespective of what was happening underneath, he didn't need to concern himself with that.
Well, he couldn't see exactly.
I'm not asking you whether he couldn't see.
Well,
he didn't need to concern himself with that. On speculation.
I can't answer a question on speculation.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Yes, all right. Well, I do. So, the learning that you have,
Pardon me, sir?
the learning that you have on
Yeah.
this subject, is one which has been described as scientific, and obviously you rely on science and maths in order to arrive at the
An
conclusions.
engineer has to rely on science.
Yes,
to some extent.
Yes. And you were being asked as to the question of whether or not you would wish to speculate, if you had been present on the night, as to what the outcome might have been, and whether you would be able to prepare the kind of report that we've been able to analyze in the process that we've been engaged in. But what was known at the time, you would have been told of had you been there. Let us just consider that for a moment. You would have known that these men had been working in a pressurized habitat.
Yes.
You would have known that there was a pipe that they were working on, which was open at one end in that pressurized habitat.
Yes, sir.
You would have known that the pipe had removed from it a substantial amount of oil and or quantity of material from it, even if you didn't know precisely how much, but that a substantial amount had been removed. You would have known that, right?
Pardon me, sir, could I interject?
No, not for the moment. You can. I'm just setting
Yeah,
up
yeah, set it
what
up,
you would have
okay.
known because that was known to Paria.
Well,
Right.
okay.
So I'm assuming for a moment, you see, that you've been engaged by Paria
Paria, okay,
to
that's
help
what I
them
wanted
on
to
the
clarify.
night. To help them on the night, all right? Let's
Mhm.
suppose they'd given you a call and say, can you give us a hand here, Mr. Khan? We've got a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Right? And so they would have been able to tell you all of that. They would have been able to tell you that there was a plug that was in that pipe, 2 plugs, and that those plugs had been removed. And that when one of the plugs had been removed, it was seen that these men just disappeared, or that there was a splash. And within minutes of that splash, the habitat was examined and there was nobody there, no equipment, nothing at all. Right? You would have known, certainly after Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe, that one man, Mr. Boudram, had come out of the pipe 2.5 hours or so after the incident had occurred. Right? You would have known that another man went in the pipe and came out a little while later. You would have known that the habitat was still under pressure. You'd have known that the flange at the other end was closed, and a whole range of other facts that were known. Would that have allowed you to have come to any kind of conclusion at all as to what might have happened, knowing all of those facts?
Yes, of course.
And what would that conclusion have been?
The man was sucked into the pipe because of
As a result of?
Because of a?
As a result of what?
As a result of a Delta P event.
Right. Would you have been able to express a view as to whether or not there remained a latent Delta P feature within that pipe? Or may have done?
I would have been able to express the view, yes.
Yes. And would you have been able to express a view as to the stability of the pipe as it was in that condition before anything was done, before the flange was removed at one end and the hyperbaric chamber at the other?
Based on the information that they would have had, I would be able to do that.
Yes. Not a perfect world, obviously,
Yes.
in that scenario,
Mhm.
but one in which, with your experience, you'd have been able to express a view.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. And the next thing I want to ask you is this. Would you go, please, to our page 1033, which is the 1033. It's going to come up on the screen. It's on the screen now. Just have a look if you would, please, because it's point 2 that I want to draw your attention to. See, this is not...
What's that document, sir?
This is the document that is described as the work instruction that shouldn't have gone to LMCS.
Yeah.
The fact that they may have had it is neither here nor there for these purposes. The scope of the work internally on the part of Paria was what?
Clearing of Sealine 36.
Clearing of Sealine of Sealine 36 section between berth 5 and 6.
Yeah.
What do you understand to mean by the word clearing?
Getting rid of the contents of the line.
Removal of just a bit of ullage or all of it?
Clearing mean complete removal.
Right. To your knowledge,
they didn't say okay.
No, to your knowledge, that's all I want to ask you about this. But to your knowledge, who had the information as to the number of barrels that were being removed through this pumping operation? And we know that the pumping operation was being done by LMCS on Paria's plant, right? They were engaged to do that job. No issue about that. But who knew how much was being pumped out at the other end? Who
The
had
operations department.
Operations department of who?
Paria.
Right. Now, given that their work instruction was to clear the entirety of that pipe on its face, if that's the work instruction as it seems to be, there would have been no reason for them to have passed that information to anybody, would there? Because they thought that all we're doing is clearing the line.
There was no reason.
No. Of course, if they had been told that actually the work instruction should have been only clear as much as is necessary to create a 35-foot or 36-foot ullage at either end, then the number of barrels being spewed out at the other end would have been a factor, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Which you might have expected them to say, well, hang on a minute. We're supposed to be clearing 36 feet or so at either end of this pipe. Why are we pumping hundreds and hundreds of barrels out? It may well be that it's perfectly proper to say that LMCS should themselves have been asking, well, how many barrels are being pumped out, so that they would know what was being extracted from the line. And it may be that they themselves also were seeking to clear the line. We've seen the addendum to the work, the method statement, where a contractor was asking the question, whose responsibility is it to clear, and they made clear that it was theirs. But it's clearing the line, isn't it? Mm-hmm. On any view, that is at the kernel of the incident that took place. Had that line not been cleared and had been left full, we would have ended up with the situation in your video number 4, wouldn't we?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Well, I've asked a number of questions that clearly touch upon. I don't know if Mr. Wilson has any questions before I pass it back to the council. Do you? Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, let Mr. Wilson ask any questions. Then of course, anything that arises from what either I or Mr. Wilson have said can be explored. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Khan.
Hi, yeah.
During the conversations this afternoon, I became curious. I've sat in, first of all, I want to say I don't have any formal training in root cause or failure analysis, but I've sat in teams and incident investigations and stuff. So I want to start there, which generated my curiosity. Is there a difference between failure analysis and root cause analysis? The process.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
Is there a failure? I mean, is there a difference between failure analysis and root cause analysis?
Root cause analysis is more specific.
Okay.
Targets the root cause.
Okay.
Not direct cause.
Okay.
The root cause. There's a difference between direct cause and root cause.
Thank you. So your report, I think, is titled a root cause analysis as well.
Yeah, that is one of the remit that was given to me by OSHA to find a root cause analysis and what caused it. That is why they use the word causative action.
Okay. So the methodology employed in your investigation, and this is why I'm asking the question if there's a difference between, because I didn't hear anything for failure analysis. So I understand the philosophy of root cause. So you employed a known methodology for root cause.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing really failed. You understand?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Nothing really failed in the true sense.
Uh-huh.
No, but an accident happened.
Yes.
And every accident has its root cause.
Okay.
Every accident has its root cause. There may be several instances where it happened before, but the root cause is something. I might be driving and I make an accident.
Uh-huh.
And the direct cause is I bounced another car.
Uh-huh.
But what was the root cause?
Maybe you
I broke the traffic light.
Break the traffic light, a number of components.
Yeah, you see? So, every accident has to have a root cause.
Okay. So your report addressed direct cause or all the components or to be considered in the incident?
Yeah, the components that contribute to the root cause.
Contributed to
because
the root
I
cause.
was asked to determine the root cause.
Okay.
I wasn't asked to determine the circumstances surrounding the accident.
Okay.
The OSH department was specific in their requirement That is why I was specific in my delivery.
Okay. So in your delivery or the report, sorry, I see you mention other components, like you made some assertions as Mr. Muta indicated on the permit to work. In your deliberations, did you ever consider interrogating the ICT philosophies or practices of Paria?
I could make a statement on that. Am I allowed to make a statement on that?
I'd rather you didn't. I'd rather you just answer the question from Mr. Wilson.
All right, phrase that question again for me, please.
Take it, the components you're taking into consideration for the delivery of your report. Yeah. Did you ever consider interrogating the ICT of Paria?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on from there. I heard coming to the conversation. Sorry, yes?
But I like to see. There was you see, this is one of the reasons I did not go that way to interrogate them. Right? I don't know if you want to hear the reason.
I don't think it's necessary.
No.
I mean, you didn't, and that's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
That's not what you were asked to do.
Yeah,
you told us you were asked to make a
yeah.
root cause analysis. That's what you've done.
Yeah.
I think that's all we need. Thank you.
All right, good.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on from that. But I heard in the room conversations took you to that night. I heard in the room conversations.
In the room?
This room.
Oh, yeah, this room.
The commission. Yeah. That they took you to that night and asked you.
The what?
The commission.
Yeah.
Query that came out today. You with me so far?
Yes, yeah,
All right.
okay.
They asked you as an engineer if on that night you would have been able to contribute. I'm not with the question as yet. And why I brought up the ICT, it's a process that is a component of what happened on Friday that would have gotten to a probable or an attempted, rescue attempt. I would like to know, and from my experiences with root cause analysis, if at any time you would have considered the human factor or behavior of a dive supervisor and or the divers as an engineer.
Well, can you really answer that?
Yes.
I don't have enough information to understand.
Good. Well, where I'm going with it is a diver or dive supervisor without the benefit of an engineering degree or the competence of a practicing engineer, he would be guided by his trade, what he understands. So in the absence of someone like you or with your competence, a diver hearing that there's a latent delta P or a possibility of a latent delta P.
Event?
No, just possibility of it existing in the pipeline. And this is why I'm asking you. I don't have your competence to make the distinction, and I appreciate it today. I've learned something. So again, that's why I'm driving you to a dive supervisor. Doesn't have the benefit of an engineering degree.
I'm sorry, I'm really struggling to understand what you're asking.
Well,
I'm not sure he's competent to answer that, though, is he?
Well, you see, if you're taking into account the root cause analysis and you're looking at all the components of that existed that night, right? I mean, by virtue of you looked at the permit to work, but didn't look at the incident command system, there's a process that takes you up a quality timeline into a probable attempt.
I mean, he's an expert as an engineer.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
I'm listening.
Go on, go ahead. I'm not sure he can answer it.
Right, but, okay, well, I'll change it around. In a root cause analysis and or incident investigation, is it not possible to take into account the human element around decision-making processes?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd end it here. Did you consider that in terms of the remit given to you by OSHA?
I did not consider it because, in my opinion, there was a lot of activities, but no actual achievement.
Understood very much. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
A lot of activity, but no actual achievement. Right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mutu, did you want to ask anything arising from either questions myself or Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Chairman, I wanted to ask a few questions arising out of the questions
Of course.
you posed and the answers elicited. Mr. Khan, very briefly, the chairman took you to item 2.0 of the document on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And you said
2.0?
2.0.
Yeah.
And I believe you told him you understood that to be clearing the line completely. Yes?
Yes.
You've already told us you are familiar with the evidence which Mr. Kazim Ali has given. We have received evidence in this inquiry from him that he only cleared not that he only cleared the line, that he took an ullage reading of 35 feet. Yes? You would agree with me that therefore, given his evidence, he could not have been of the view that he had cleared the line. I need you to answer.
No, that's correct.
Yes. And therefore, that either LMCS did not interpret that as an instruction to clear the line, or they didn't comply with it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, to answer your question.
Yes. Okay. The chairman asked you, or he put to you certain information you would have had on the night and asked you whether you would have been able to come to a conclusion, and I'm using my words here, whether there was a latent delta P event present, right?
No, a latent
delta P.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sorry. I removed the word event from there.
Something happening.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
I stand corrected.
Mm-hmm.
What I struggle with is, I think it's would you agree with me that at that point in time, on the night, you therefore would not have known of the state of the plug, the true state of the plug?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes. And if you didn't know the true state of the plug, you could not really eliminate the possibility of a latent delta P in the line.
Yeah, I could have eliminated that. I don't know.
You need to be by that microphone, otherwise you're just talking to Mr. Mutu and none of us can hear you.
I'll tell you why I put that to you. If the plug had been sucked into the pipeline, but it was only minimally deflated at that time, just marginally, is it not possible that through the violent delta P, the plug itself could have been lodged in that line in a fairly disfigured condition, but still reasonably inflated, to have created an area of differential pressure?
Not possible.
Not possible. when you gave your evidence earlier today and you inspected the plug, I think you also identified this in your report. You acknowledge that, I think it's in photograph 3 to your report. You acknowledge.
Photograph 3?
Yes, I think so. We have a notation to photograph 3. Struggling to, yes.
Page 1408.
Right, it's on page 20. Yeah, you note a broken inflation nipple.
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is it not possible that if that nipple is broken or defective or in some way not functioning properly, that the inflatable plug on the night in question could have still been in the pipe but inflated to a substantial degree?
At what point?
In the night, on the 25th.
At what time? After the
event.
After the event?
Yes. So in other words, the plug is removed.
The mechanical plug is removed.
Well, mechanical plug is removed.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the inflatable plug has been sucked into the line. Mm-hmm. Well, is it your evidence that once the mechanical plug was removed, if the inflatable plug was entirely intact, it would have been sucked into the line?
No.
Okay, good. I didn't think that was your evidence. No. So what I'm suggesting to you, therefore, is it not possible that the inflatable plug on the night, remember we're on the night in question, nobody has seen the plug. Nobody's seen
after
it.
The incident, after the accident.
The incident occurs. Well, let me take you through it step by step. What we do know is that the plug was sucked into the line. Would you accept from me, we don't know the condition of the inflatable plug on the night of the 25th of February. We just don't know the condition of it.
When you say condition, can you be a little more
We don't know the
precise?
physical condition of the plug.
What? Inflated, partially inflated,
yes, as
deflated?
to whether it's, as to the extent to which it has been deflated. We don't know it.
We don't know.
Good. And therefore, you accept it could have been minimally deflated.
I wouldn't accept minimal. It was deflated to an extent that it can negotiate around an elbow.
But didn't you tell us early on in your evidence that you actually did not, want to be fair to you, that you wouldn't have known the rate of deflation?
Of course, I would have known the rate of deflation.
Right. And you didn't, my note is you didn't compute that. So if you didn't compute it and you wouldn't have known it, I'm suggesting to you that you wouldn't have been in a position to theorize properly about the state of deflation that the plug was in on the night of the 25th of February. And that to do so would have been a matter of pure speculation.
I would have known for sure that the plug is deflated to an extent that it can travel through the line. And negotiate an elbow.
Can I ask you, when you were given this plug, weren't you?
Yeah.
Have you ever traced where the nipple is?
I asked for the nipple.
Yes.
But they said they couldn't find it.
They couldn't find it, right.
Because I took that plug from Berth 6 platform itself.
Right. So
I looked at the plug there.
Right. And was there a nipple then?
No.
No. Where the nipple should go is a hole.
It's a threaded hole.
It's a threaded hole where you screw the nipple in.
Mm-hmm.
If you stand on that plug now, the air that's in there will actually come out of the hole, won't it?
That's correct.
So it's completely open.
It's open.
It's not like there's a valve still in place, which may or may not have been letting air in or out.
There's a one-way valve there.
Like
There's no one-way valve.
Thinking of a car tire, if you take the valve right out, or a bicycle tire, if you take the valve right out, you're left with a hole and it will just deflate completely, right? If you leave the valve in and there's a faulty valve or something, it might let some of the air out and then close again. Is there any possibility that the nipple was in place, still in that barrier, and in some way closed itself so that it retained some of the air inside?
Only a one-way valve will do that.
Right. And that's not what
There's
this
not a
was.
possibility.
Right. So is there any, what Mr. Ruto is asking you, is there any prospect at all of that being in such a state that it could create a barrier between different pressures on either side of it? Any possibility?
I don't, as an engineer, I would say no.
No. And if you've been asked that question.
I mean to say the line remains static.
Right.
For 2.5 hours. Or whatever, when Mr. Boujam exited the line.
Right. Well, if you've been asked that question on the night by anybody from Paria or LMCS, you'd have been able to tell them what?
I would have said, hey, the plug was sufficiently deflated to propel itself through the line and negotiate an elbow.
Would it create a problem as far as you are concerned in terms of anybody entering that pipe in order to effect a rescue?
Not if I weigh all the conditions there that existed at the moment. No, I would say it wouldn't prevent anybody.
I mean, obviously you can't get past it.
We can't get past it.
No, but given that it's in the line, clearly you couldn't get past it. But would it create an issue as far as you're concerned for anybody seeking to effect a rescue in the line at that time?
I wouldn't say it creates an issue.
Just arising out of that, give the evidence that you've just given. Have you looked at the manufacturer's specifications in relation to this plug for the purpose of preparing your report?
No, but I got all the information that is written on that plug was sufficient for me to make a judgment on the plug.
So for your purposes, what the manufacturer's specifications as to how the plug is to operate, how it's to be inflated, what its properties are, all of those things were of no importance to you for the purpose of making your assessment?
All those things are important, but I said enough information was written on that plug to give me enough guidance with respect to the limitations of the plug, the size, the pressure, everything, the back pressure, everything is on that plug.
Right. One last question, one last group of questions arising out of that. You told the chairman when you were conducting a physical inspection of the plug.
Today?
Yes.
Yeah.
That one of the rings, well, I'm using the word rings, but one of the rings on the top of the plug was missing. You recall that?
Yes.
Right. Did you, and those rings are to be anchored to something, isn't that right? For the purpose of stabilizing the plug.
That's correct.
Yes. And I think your evidence was, well, it's supposed to be anchored at 3 points, isn't that right?
Well, their facility there for 3 points of tethering there.
Yes. And you wouldn't.
And those 3 points there,
right,
from an engineering point of view, is to ensure if you let it down the plug down a line,
right,
it will stay vertical.
Right.
So you wouldn't have any problems when you insert the plug into the line in a vertical position.
I hear what you say, but would it surprise you to know that the manufacturer says that you are to use multiple points of contact on the plug in order to spread the back pressure or to test pressure forces? Would that surprise you?
No.
So in other words, the manufacturer considers that those anchors are important to deal with
back pressure.
Back pressure.
Yet, on the back of that plug had the 3 plugs, had the 3 attachment points. So as far as any restraint on the back of the plug was okay.
No, I'm not talking, but there was no restraint. We know that there was no restraint on the back of the plug, don't we?
That's correct.
Right. And we know that there was supposed to be restraint at the top of the plug, don't we?
Restraint on the top of the plug?
Yes, for removal purposes. Well, when you're
There-
removing it,
When you're removing it,
don't you attach it from you're supposed to attach it from the 3 anchor points?
Well, that is the way they recommend it.
Yeah, and that's the way you would recommend it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course, to
Right.
make it an easier proposition to pull out because you wouldn't have an imbalance in the vertical axis.
Well, I'm dealing with the question of pressure at the moment. Do you know what is the cable strength required to be applied for the purpose of securing the plug for removal? You have any information about that?
No.
Did you consider it?
No, I didn't consider it.
Do you think that with the appropriate cable strength, or that in principle you could have a cable secured at 3 points to that plug to prevent the plug being pulled in a delta P event?
Well, that in that event.
No. Just answer my question. Yes. Do you accept
Sorry,
that?
that question again?
That you could have utilized the cable at the 3 anchor points to prevent the plug being pulled into the pipeline in the event of a delta P event?
Yes, but where would you attach the cable?
Well, that's a separate question.
Yeah.
But you accept that. And you accept, well, you just accepted. I'm not going to go over it. You just accepted that.
But there was no attachment point.
For the purpose of removal. And if there was no attachment point,
no attachment point to anchor.
The responsibility.
Because on top of that plug was the mechanical plug. And you have to remove the mechanical plug, so there you break the attachment.
Okay, Mr. Khan. You remove the mechanical plug. You set it aside. You now have the inflatable plug fully inflated. It is operational.
Yes.
At that time. There is no delta P event at that time because the inflatable plug is functional.
Hold in.
Right. But in order to remove the inflatable plug, you need to attach the anchors to remove it. We just went through that.
Yes, correct.
So I'm taking you to a situation where the plug is being removed. You've accepted that the plug could be appropriately secured so as not to go down in the pipeline. But you say there was no point to attach it. When you give that evidence, you mean there was no point to attach it in the chamber?
No. There was no point. There was an attachment point on the mechanical seal. At least the manufacturer says you
forget
could
the
do
mechanical seal.
You take out the mechanical seal.
The top of the plug is sitting exposed.
Yes.
We have the 3 rings that are there.
No, 2.
Okay, but
well,
in a proper plug, we've gone through this. There would be 3.
There would be 3.
Good. So if we're using a proper plug, the proper plug is to be secured at those 3 points for removal.
Yes.
Good. LMCS is to remove it, not Paria. You said to me that there's no proper point to anchor or secure the cables
onto the mechanical plug, but
no,
prior to that,
no,
you could have attached the inflatable plug anywhere you want inside the chamber.
Precisely.
Yes.
So if LMCS, you having accepted that the plug could be anchored at 3 points and should be anchored at 3 points.
Yes.
And that it is capable of being securely anchored using the appropriate cable to resist a delta P event. It was therefore open to LMCS to utilize the appropriate cables and anchor it in the chamber without it being pulled into the pipe. Will you not accept that?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good. I can't doubt you on that. Yeah.
Please.
Mr. Khan, we've heard evidence from you as to the violence of the delta P event. Would a restraint have prevented the plug from being pulled with that level of violence?
It depends upon the strength of the restraint.
Well, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? If it's a piece of string, it's not going to hold it. On the other hand, if it's a steel cable, it might. Or it might pull the cleats out of wherever it was attached to. Who knows? Fact is, it wasn't anchored. It went
Yeah.
down. All right. Thank you very much. Can I express our gratitude for the way in which you put together your evidence so that we can understand the whole scientific concept? As I expressed earlier, it certainly helped me, and I know it will have helped us all understand the dynamics and the mechanics of what happened. So I want to express my gratitude for you doing that. I think this particular plug is in your possession, is it not?
Yes.
You can take it with you if you like. And if you could pick it up.
I am the custodian of the plug
Yes.
right now.
All right. Well,
So the plug has to be taken downstairs and put on my trolley.
I was just suggesting.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not suggesting.
No, I understand.
Take it under your arm now. So leave it there now. We'll make
Yeah.
arrangements for it to be returned to you. Thank you very much indeed. So you're free to go now, and with our thanks. Please, yes, go now. What happens next, gentlemen and ladies, is the reading of two statements by the witnesses themselves and a statement which is to be read by Mr. Ramatar from, please just leave. Yes, that's fine if you go out that way. Take your things with you. Make sure you take your bits with you. Hmm? Yes. No, I'll get in the car to do it. That's fine. Have you got all your things? Sorry? Should we just take 2 minutes while this is all done? You needn't get up. I'm not going to. Yes. Can we resume then, please? So there are two statements which have been edited. I don't know where Mr. Ramatar has gone now. Well, should we have the witnesses then, please? Let's have a Fisher Henry first, please.
I, Fisher Henry,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence
the evidence
I shall give
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now, please take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Bring that microphone a little towards you. That's it. And first of all, let me say thank you for coming.
Sure.
I know this is not easy for anybody. Take your time. If you need to take a break, you just pause. All right? No one mind. All right, you take a pause. If you need to stop for any reason, you stop, take stock, and then carry on. All right.
Sure.
I've received yesterday your handwritten statement. It's quite long, and I have taken the liberty to remove those parts which are not either admissible or are repetitive. All right.
Okay.
But I think you've got a copy that has that redaction from it already.
Sure, yeah.
All right, good. Well, you take your time, as I say, and you tell us what you have to say. All right.
Okay. My name is Afisha Henry, and I'm the sister of Yusuf Henry. On the 25th of February, 2022, I remember receiving a phone call around 4:45 p.m. from my brother's friend that she called Yusuf's phone and someone by the name of Dexter answered. He immediately said that Yusuf and 4 other divers were working underwater since about 2:45 p.m. and have not yet surfaced, and they seem to be stuck under there. I then took it upon myself and mustered every bit of courage to personally call Yusuf's phone to now get first-hand information from Dexter. I spoke with Mr. Dexter, which he did confirm that the information I received were in fact truth. I kept asking him how. He really didn't have any additional information or explanation for me. He just kept saying something happened and they believe the guys are stuck in a pipeline. I wasted no time at all gathering my parents to get to that location. Mr. Dexter then gave me a contact number to call for directions to Paria's car park. I was given Mr. Monroe's number. He was said to be the captain of the boat. Mr. Monroe didn't, I also asked Mr. Well, I did get information from Mr. Monroe, but instead offered words of encouragement, and he also gave directions to Paria's compound. I remember asking him if he think those guys' air supply would last this long. He replied, I can't be certain. It all depends on the diver's ability. Also, he kept repeating, look, deep down in my heart, I don't think those boys are stuck in that pipe, God isn't a wicked God. I have a feeling that they all were washed away in the open sea. Then I mentioned, if so, that can be good news because in 2018, Yusuf, along with a couple others, were heading to Grenada on a vessel when it turned over, and Yusuf was the diver that saved himself and a couple others. So if that's the case, chances they can be okay. He then said, sister, just keep praying. At this point, I couldn't remain focused at all. So I was on and off calls with Mr. Monroe, following directions to get to Paria's compound. We were all coming from the far east, Sangre Grande, which took us up to about 3 hours after being lost and redirected by police officers that were conducting a road exercise. At around 8:10 p.m., we arrived at Paria's compound. I didn't notice anyone present there, but very little movements of vehicles going in and out of the car park. I approached the guard booth and spoke with a female security officer. I shared with her the information I learned, and then I asked her if she knew anything additional. She said, yes, I know about the incidents that happened earlier, but nothing beyond what you mentioned. I then asked permission to enter beyond the main entrance to gather information, but my request was denied by her. She stated that beyond here is unauthorized to anyone that doesn't obtain an identification from their respective companies. Also, you must be escorted in from this point, so no, I can't permit you to enter. My family and I were left in the car park unattended, but instead informed by another security officer that we can stay, but please do not leave our vehicles unattended because they won't be responsible if anything happens. We then agreed to remain in the car park and await any information at all. It was now around 11:30 p.m. where I personally called both Dexter and Mr. Monroe for any updates, but nothing changed. Around midnight, Mr. Monroe called me now saying that Paria sent in something called a robot, which has a camera attached to it to give them video footage from inside the pipeline. Shortly after another call, they both told me that that was a fail and it didn't work. We were still there waiting. Multiple hours has gone and still no one with clarification as to what's going on. Ever so often my mother would cry so hysterically loud. I'm certain persons a mile away could have heard her. My mom, my dad and my stepdad, also Yusuf's friend, and I all shared a wooden bench and the one vehicle we came with in the car park, so we don't miss the opportunity to speak with someone with information or at least victorious news. It's now around 2 a.m. and the rain just kept getting heavier. So we are now sitting in the car on sleeping shifts. Still no movements of persons or vehicles at all to assist us. At around 3:09 a.m. or so, I saw a vehicle entering the car park. I immediately approached it. Two men introduced themselves as LMCS workers. Minutes after, another vehicle entered the compound and the guy introduced himself as Nicholas Kerban. Nicholas then informed us that he was on the site and the guys are really in fact in the pipeline and still have not been rescued. He also said that he was the one that called for backup help from his brother Michael Kerban, and up to now they won't let anyone rescue the men. They are purposely taking their time, like they want the men to die in there. I asked who? He said Paria officials won't issue a permit to allow the divers or LMCS to go into to do a rescue for the men. He emotionally expressed that his brother is the one of the best divers that night on the site and have been begging to get up and go in and been constantly turned down by a very unpleasant woman on site. I then asked, who is her? He said, a Paria official. Then I asked, but why? He kept repeating, they insist they stand down and await further instructions and a permit before any dive rescue starts. This took us up to 4:30 a.m., where the traffic of vehicles started to increase. 3 ladies started walking towards me. Then I introduced myself, and they told me they are family of Faizi. I remember a pleasant lady speaking before I learned she was the wife of Faisal Kurban. She spoke so highly and confident of Faisal. She kept saying my husband is a very, very good diver, and she believed he would do anything he can to save his colleagues and himself. I remained very close to them in order to grasp any information they kept receiving. As the sky started to clear up, more and more persons started gathering in the car park. I even noticed media persons started rushing in, and that's where I really believed it all. The adrenaline massively increased. By now, media persons are rushing towards us for interviews and pictures, and the car park became filled, loud, busy, and crazy. Information about a rescue diver now being circulated but the name wasn't certain. Around 9 a.m., my family and I was introduced to Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. and his wife, Catherine Ali. This is where the rumor of a rescue diver was confirmed to us. But unfortunately, the other 4 are still stuck in the pipe. Learning that Yusuf were one of the men stuck sent my parents into a further state of emotion. Mr. Kazim informed us that he been and still trying to convince Paria officials to allow him a chance to have his diving team perform a rescue but are being told no each time. He expressed it's been hours he begging Paria officials to accept his request because his only son too is also one of the men in the pipe. Mr. Kazim reassured us he's not giving up. He will continue to exhaust and explore every attempt to convince Paria his team can perform this rescue. He asked us all to bear with him, but made it absolutely clear he has enough men, equipment, and a perfect plan. Paria is the keepback before his visit came to an end. I can vividly remember the OWTU members coming out in their numbers and wasted no time sharing food, water, encouragement, and prayers with. They even began protesting at the main gate, still begging the security guards to allow the other LMCS workers or additional divers to enter the compound and proceed to the site. It's about lunchtime and still no one from Paria came to update us all. Information kept circulating about knocking on the pipe from the inside, which really lifted us all that there was proof of life. More friendly civilians kept bringing additional chairs, tables, and even portable toilets for us at the car park. Small businesses even rendered support of food and drinks. Shortly after lunch, we were greeted by a security guard wearing a different uniform saying they were instructed by Paria official to escort the family of the divers to join in at a secured location that they would be conducting a meeting. Based on how they delivered that message, everyone was annoyed and very reluctant. They spent about 10 minutes trying to convince us to attend the meeting. My cousin Leah Span then announced that it's wise we attend the meeting to at least hear what they has to share, and if it somewhat doesn't bring us any comfort, we should all ask to be dismissed. On arriving there, I saw Minister Stuart Young, Michael Way, Mushtaq Mohammed, Naresha, and many others. There were a ton of armed, plainclothes police officers too. They prepared a seating room for the families. Mr. Young took control of that meeting. After introducing himself, he allowed the others to speak. They all were very brief with the same thing to share, that at this time no one was permitted to enter because they must be very certain of the conditions in the pipe before sending another person to be possibly trapped too. I do have recordings of that meeting because we were told then that we are not allowed to go live on Facebook or anything like that, so we were just allowed to do audio recording. After learning about this air pocket, etc., I personally raised my hand asking Mr. Weir, who was introduced as the engineer and shared some knowledge about it. He looked so confused. I couldn't answer the question. I remember shouting at him, "You don't know anything about this pipeline, etc." Everyone was so outraged that they called us here. It seems to be nothing but Paria buying themselves some time. It felt like a total distraction. During the meeting, a clipboard was passed around to provide them with a contact for each family member to be provided with additional information. Mr. Mushtaq just kept smiling. He then gave his speech that a rescue plan is being prepared at this time and there are men working very hard to leave no stone unturned. There he captured my attention, that there is a rescue around the corner. My mom showed him and everyone else a picture on her cell phone. This is a picture of my two sons that I recently buried. The first one died on 13th December 2021, and the second on the 29th of December 2021.
Please, I beg of you, I can't afford to bury a third. Mr. Mushtaq reassured her that the guys would be rescued because they have and still requesting some of the best technology to assist the rescue. Mr. Young then expressed that he just got off a very lengthy flight and not even Paria officials knew he was about to attend this meeting. So he advised us that the guys at Paria are working to please be patient. Narisha announced that Paria is offering counseling for those interested. And she promised to create a group chat on WhatsApp for updates with respect to the rescue. In conclusion, Mr. Mushtaq did urge us to be patient. They are working around the clock, but it must be done in stages. Tons of questions came from family members, and Mr. Mushtaq just kept smiling. Mr. Wei weren't very vocal, in my opinion. Guilt was written all over his face. But of course, everyone left there even more annoyed than we arrived due to the fact that Paria official called us here to give us what? A little bit of AC and a room temperature bottled water. Because little to no information was shared. I felt like they could have sent that message with a security guard. So we left the conference room and my mom held on to that promise from Mr. Mushtaq that they would get the men out. On returning to the car park, I shared my contact with Salisha Kurban and a few others because my family and I wanted to return home to shower, etc. I kept asking if anything changed and still nothing. About 8 p.m., Paria official Narisha added me to a WhatsApp group stating that they have started the rescue mission and it would be conducted and carried out in 3 stages. Stage 1 has just commenced and will update us here as the information reaches her. I waited all night, but not another message was sent from Narisha. Around 8:10 a.m. Sunday morning, that's the 27th of February, that stage 1 has failed and they were unable to move on to stage 2. A machinery part broke, causing them to abort the mission. She then asked us for our email address to send additional information there. I became absolutely annoyed and responded with a very ugly message that email and WhatsApp ain't very different. Why can't you just send the stuff here? Which Narisha never responded to. Narisha discontinued all communication in the WhatsApp group. At this point, everyone became loud, angry, and very emotional. More media and plenty movements in the car park. I remember sitting next to a group of persons, one being Mr. Philip Alexander and an ageable man being called Mr. Ali. They were on numerous calls even with Mr. Kazim Ali, that this guy is prepared to assist with a rescue if possible. If possible, Mr. Kazim can convince a Paria official for his judgments or inputs. Mr. Kazim kept saying Paria is tying my hands and won't allow opportunity. Shortly after, media persons, they are informing us that Paria has now shifted rescue to recovery and just extend condolences to the family of the divers. Everyone was in total shock because they lied to us all. It was the greatest amount of deceit we endured. It's about 5:30 p.m. when Mr. Philip Alexander and Mr. Abdullah prepared an area in the car park, inviting media persons with adequate camera footage to join in. He's about to go live. Michael Kurban joined in as he informed the public and everyone in the car park who made the shift from rescue to recovery. He expressed that it was Mr. Piper that stopped all diving since Friday and never signed a permit to allow LMCS or any other company to perform a rescue or even try. Mr. Piper even demanded close the opening of the pipe. Mr. Kurban said it was murder to even do such. He was deeply hurt and emotional. We even made mention of the misleading info Narisha shared with us on WhatsApp. After that heartfelt gathering, my family and I left and returned home to Sangre Grande. On Monday, 28 February 2022, we arrived at the car park around 6:30 a.m. Still no one there from Paria. The entire day passed by and everyone still gathered in the car park. I remember being very emotional and loud because I have not yet accepted the fact that all my siblings are gone. And I'm here in a car park annoyed, angry, and torn to pieces. That a big established company like this made such a bad choice and little to no effort to save my brother and these men. It was about 7 p.m. Ambulance and DMO are seen entering the main entrance. A OWT member came announcing that Paria will soon be asking for a representative from each family to visit the site to identify their loved one's body. I made it absolutely clear that no one from the Henry family will be going there because since Friday we've been begging to go there and we're being denied. Why now? It's now safe to go. My family and I left Paria's car park, torn to a million little pieces, really emotional and cold. Very early Tuesday morning, Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. called me that they were able to recover only 3 bodies, so one family will be disappointed this morning at forensic facility. On our arrival there, my mom asked her sister, Wendy Phillip, to accompany my dad to now identify Yusuf's body. They both confirmed Yusuf's body was the first in line by his tattoos on his chest and arm. They described the state of the body and features to be a totally different person. If it wasn't for his known tattoos, they could not recognize him. My dad said all the guy's face, mouth, eyes looked the same, so he can tell that they died the same way. I've never imagined at such an early stage in my life, I'll lose all my siblings. I can't even grieve in peace, but instead fight for closure and clarity for justice for one. This pain won't leave me. I live day by day turning, trying to open the next chapter of my life without my riders. That's my brothers. It's one of the hardest things I've ever been faced with. I've sat here at this inquiry for a number of hearings and witnessed person laughing while sitting here telling obvious lies, and I can't express how much this has added to my depression.
Ms. Henry, thank you very much.
Problem.
I know that was not easy, so thank you for coming, and your evidence will be taken into account. Thank you very much. You can go this way. You can stay or go as you please, obviously. Take that with you. Maharaj, I believe the next witness is Miss Nicole Greenidge. Is that right? Come this way, Miss Greenidge. Be careful.
I, Nicole Greenidge,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
to
this commission
in this case
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's Nicole Greenidge, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I know this is not going to be easy, but I'm very grateful for your coming. All right. It was your daughter who's just given evidence. Is that right? All right. Well, you've got your statement in front of you. It has been a little edited, but if you just read it to us now, thank you very much.
My name is Nicole Greenwich. I am the mother of the late Yusuf Henry. Yusuf was a dedicated and hardworking father of four, Aliyah, Isaiah, Tamaya, and Tariq Henry. Yusuf was a diver and became employed by LMCS from the latter part of 2018 to the 25th of February 2022. Yusuf was vibrant, determined, funny, and had a passion for the sea. He was whom one would describe as the life of the party. On Friday, 25th February 2022, I was at my daughter's official home residence located at Ramnot Terrace, San Grande. At around 4:30 to 4:45 p.m., Official received a call on her mobile phone. She answered, and all I heard her said in a loud tone was, "What?" I looked in her direction and noticed a change of facial expression as she sat on a nearby chair. I quickly walked up to Official and asked what was happening while she was still having a conversation with the caller. Official showed me a sign to wait as I stood in front of her. Official then told the caller that she would call back in a bit, and in a very low tone said to me, "Ma, sit." I asked what was happening, and my daughter repeated, "Sit down, Ma." By this time, before actually hearing anything from Official, my eyes were already welled with tears. Official then told me that the caller was a female friend who she said called Yusuf's cell phone, and someone by the name of Dexter answered, told the young lady that Yusuf and four other divers were conducting underwater works at around 2:30 to 2:45 p.m. and had not resurfaced to the platform since, and they are missing. I kept staring at my daughter in disbelief as the tears freely flowed down my cheeks. I said to Official, "What are you telling me, girl? That man sure about what he said?" The young lady told Official that she had asked Dexter for his contact, but he gave her the contact for one Mr. Monroe and said, "You can call this person." Official asked the young lady for the number she received and quickly got off the phone with her to call Mr. Monroe. The first and second call, I believe, went unanswered, and in her third attempt, Mr. Monroe answered. Official introduced herself, and Mr. Monroe told her that he was the captain. Official asked Mr. Monroe what was taking place at the moment, and he said that there isn't much information he can give her, but he heard that Yusuf and other divers were sucked into a pipeline while executing works. Mr. Monroe said that he will keep us informed as soon as he learns more, and hung up. Official called her father, Joseph Henry, to inform him of what we were told, and I called my common-law husband to do the same. When my husband answered his phone, I hysterically asked him where he was. He said that he was on his way home. I urged him to hurry and that something had happened to Yusuf and four other divers, and I need to get to Paria's compound as soon as possible. My husband and my children's father, Joseph Henry, arrived at almost the same time at around 5:45 p.m. Eventually, we found our way and arrived in front of Paria's compound at around 8:10 p.m. Official again called Mr. Monroe, informing him that we had arrived, and he told her that we can park our vehicle in the car park and he will meet with us there. The security allowed us entry into the car park, where we noticed Yusuf's vehicle along with a few other vehicles. My husband parked his vehicle a little way in front of Yusuf's vehicle. We all got out of the vehicle and started walking around the car park. I walked across to the security booth and asked the officers if they had any information on what had occurred, and they said that they did not know much. Official called Mr. Monroe's phone again, asking him if any new updates. He told her no, but said to her that one of the divers were rescued at around 6 p.m. 6 p.m., I believe, and that he was taken away by an ambulance to the San Fernando Hospital. He did not give a name, and we did not ask. We later learned that the rescue diver name is Christopher Boudram. My family and I kept the faith that the other divers will soon be rescued as well. After waiting in the car park for about 2 hours, I told Fisher that we should pray. She quickly alerted her father, and I alerted my husband. We all got into the vehicle, held hands, and individually said a prayer for Yusuf and the other 3 divers' safe return. As I started praying, the tears kept rolling down my cheeks. I begged God, please, not another one, Lord. Please, not Yusuf. Please, not Yusuf too, God. We already lost 2 in December, 16 days apart, God. No, 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 Lord, not another one. I felt so scared and confused.
Would you like some water? Yes, can we have a bucket of water? All right. You all right?
At about 3:55 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Saturday, 28th of February.
I think
On
that's to
26th
4.
of February.
That's from 3:35 to 4 on Saturday,
Yes.
is it? Yes.
I noticed vehicles entering the car park one by one, with some of the vehicles leaving in less than a minute and a few parking in available spaces. Around 4:15 on Saturday morning, I noticed people walking in the car park. I then noticed my daughter talking to 3 females, if I'm remembering correctly. I remember walking over to where they were and soon learned that one of the women was the wife of Faisal Kurban. We introduced ourselves, shook hands, and Salisha Kurban, the wife of Faisal Kurban, started interacting with us. She referred to her husband as Faizi. More hours had passed by, and by this time, more people had entered the car park. Everyone interacted with each other, speculating and hoping for the best. We all were devastated and awaiting some kind of information or approach from someone in authority at Paria. I noticed some guys wearing coveralls similar to the ones Yusuf wore. I was approached by a young man who introduced himself as Dave. He asked me if I was Yusuf's mom, and I said yes. He looked at me in almost teary eyes and said, "Oh gosh, mom, oh gosh. Yusuf is a good one. He is a real boy." Dave indicated to me that Yusuf recently turned to work and that the crew knew of the family's bereavement. Dave hugged me and said, "Moms, don't worry too much. Yusuf is a fighter, and anybody to come out of that pipeline next will be Yusuf." He then walked away. Moments after, I was introduced to Michael and Nicholas Kurban, the sons of Faisal Kurban. I understand that they were waiting permits to enter into Paria's compound to render any assistance necessary. As far as I knew, they never got those permits. Not too long after, I met with Vanessa Kassim, the wife of Rishi Nagasan. She came up to where I was standing, asked who we concerned. We introduced ourselves and hugged tightly as if we knew each other. Vanessa also met with Fisher Joseph and my husband. Frustration started mounting. Members of the Oilfield Workers Trade Union arrived, media personnel, and other caring citizens. People brought in foodstuffs and water for the families. The families expressed gratitude for breakfast and water to drink, as we were in the car park for quite some time with no water, no food, no toilet facilities, and no information on what was happening that Saturday morning. I met with Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. in the car park at approximately 10 to 10:30 on Saturday. He informed me that his son Kazim Jr. was also in the pipeline and that he was trying all he can to get some assistance, but authorized personnel were not too cooperative in speedy actions that was desperately needed. He apologized and then proceeded that it was a busy morning for him. It could have been around 12:30 p.m. at the time when the families of the divers were approached by a security officer who gave his name as Colin Rodney, I believed. Mr. Rodney informed us, the families, that officials at Paria wanted to meet with us at the golf course to have a meeting to inform us on what was taking place. And if agreed, we will be escorted to the venue. We all told Mr. Rodney that if we were to attend, we will in fact record everything being said at that meeting. Mr. Rodney told us that recording was prohibited and we all declined from having a meeting. Mr. Rodney then made a phone call and told us that recording will be allowed, but no live streaming. We accepted and were escorted to the venue by security. At Paria's golf course, we were directed to a room where we met with Minister Stuart Young, Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, Mr. Michael Way, and I believe the young lady by the name of Nourisha, who was the communications officer. There were a few other people in the room, but I paid no attention to them. Minister Young welcomed the families and expressed his regrets for what had occurred with the divers. He then started talking about his travel patterns and arrival into the country, but was quickly stopped by Salisha Kurban, who indicated to him that no one was interested in his travels. We were all there for information on our loved ones. Another person blurted out, "Yes, give us something to work with, man. Time running out." Mr. Young shortly turned the floor to Mr. Mohammed. In Mr. Mohammed's speech, he mentioned that it was risky to send someone into the pipeline, but they were exhausting all other alternatives and that they received the equipment to help in the search and rescue for our loved ones. Family members began asking Mr. Mohammed questions of concern. I raised my hand and was given the opportunity to voice my concern. I introduced myself and deliberately asked Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, how is it that a company of this nature existing for such a long time, how come there is no emergency plan put in place for when or if an accident should occur? We are all aware that jobs conducted here are high risk. So how it is things are taken so lightly with regards to the risk attached to jobs? I also asked Mr. Mohammed, so as we speak, are operations taking place to rescue our loved ones? Mr. Mohammed said yes. I ask again, as we speak, operations are being carried out? And was given the same answer, yes. Someone asked a question and Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed laughed. And someone from the Kurban family said to him, what is the big joke? People here under seriousness and you laughing? Someone else said, at least you can laugh. I believe Vanessa Cassie also commented on the laughter by Mr. Mohammed, telling him she has a 3-year-old son home waiting to see his father. I said to Mr. Mushtaq, sir, I recently lost 2 sons in December, 16 days apart, and cannot afford to lose another. Mr. Michael Way then came on to speak, but he too did not make sense at all. He stood there lamented about engineering like if he was given a quick course. Joseph Henry, I believe, told Mr. Way that we wanted action, not talk. My husband then said to Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Way, with all respect due, what families are being told here, nothing is the same. It is, in my view, all a wasting our time, so it's best to end the meeting. Other family members agreed and proceeded to exit the room. Nourisha quickly came forward with a notepad, I believe, and asked for a contact number from one member of each family. She said that this request was to create a WhatsApp group chat to keep the families abreast of what was happening. The next thing I was told was that Paria was now asking for an email from the families. This was after we had returned to the car park from the so-called meeting. I remembered hearing Afisha saying in a loud tone, what is this, boy? So if someone don't have an email address, then we won't be able to receive information, like Paria trying to trip up somebody here or what? Other families also expressed their disapproval. At around 3:30 to 4 p.m., my family and I left up the car park and headed to Sangue Grande. At around 7:50 to 8 p.m. on Saturday night, my daughter received text message Narissa, I think, telling her about what was happening around that time. Official asked Narissa how long they got with the rescue and if any other diver were rescued, and Narissa said to official, nothing yet. The rescue team is awaiting a permit to commence a rescue and that the procedure will be done in 3 parts. I blurted out profanities and said, but that is not what we were told in the meeting, my mistake. Caring citizens continue to provide food and drinks for the families. Later on in the evening on Sunday 27th, I heard people talking in the car park that the rescue plan was turned to a recovery.
I think you may have missed a page. That's all right. Just take your time. All right. So
okay.
It finished on the previous page.
Yeah.
When you told us
so that we were told in the meeting by Mr. Mustak.
Yes, that's not what.
So Paria taking us for clowns then. As far as I was aware, is that we were fed lies. I broke down in tears saying, well, those divers' chance of survival now gone to our next level. On Sunday, 27 February, my family and I arrived at Paris car park around 7:45 a.m. As I got out of the vehicle, I heard a voice said, look, the lady reached, and was quickly approached by Mr. Eon Allen. Mr. Allen said, good morning, ma'am, and I answered. He went on to say, come with me quickly, miss, and alerted the man holding a camera to come along. Mr. Allen said to me, ma'am, I just want to ask you a couple questions. He first asked me to introduce myself and state the name of my family that was in the pipeline and his relation to me. I did so. Mr. Allen then asked, ma'am, is it true that you recently lost 2 sons? My eyes immediately welled with tears and I shook my head in a motion to indicate yes. Mr. Allen then turned to the cameraman and said, Trinidad and Tobago, we are here live at Paria car park and this mother recently lost 2 sons in December and by the look of things, possibly a 3rd. I could not contain my tears at that point and broke down once more. As I walked away, I noticed portable toilets were placed in the car park. Caring citizens continue to provide food and drinks for the families. Later in the evening on Sunday 27th, I heard people talking in the car park that the rescue plan was turned to a recovery plan by Paria. Voices became loud and it was difficult to hear properly what one was saying. Everyone was voicing their opinion all at once. I walked over to the vehicle, opened the door, and sat in the front passenger seat, leaving the door open. Again, I broke down in tears. I then felt a little hand on me and realized that it was my granddaughter, Aliyah Henry. Aliyah said to me, Nana, don't cry now. My daddy real strong and he will come out just now. Wait and you'll see. She sounded so sure and hopeful. I just shook my head and hugged her. A short while after, my daughter told me that she had received a call from Narissa inviting us to a room in the golf course area with seating and air conditioning. Official said she asked Narissa, to me, you all created a group chat. How come this is an individual call? And Narissa said to her that she had called the other families and offered the same. Official then said to Narissa, well, I think we should have been contacted all at once in the group chat. Official said she also told Narissa that she will have to decline because she's not making any decisions without her parents. And also, there are a lot of families who came in support and she's not about to just move away from them. Official also made sure to remind Narissa that since Friday, 25 families were left in the car park with no source of comfort and goodbye. Narissa said to Official that she understood and hung up. My family and I left Paris car park around 10:30 on Sunday night. On Monday 28, we returned to the car park around 10 a.m. By this time, my family never received a direct phone call nor in the group chat that Paria had now changed the rescue to a recovery. I found it a bit disrespectful to the families, as it was, in my opinion, a wrong-sided decision to have media release before contacting the families. However, we just waited again in the car park. Sometime later on that Monday afternoon, I noticed a group of people rushing to one area in the car park. I was unsure of what was taking place, and I then learned that it was Vanessa Cassie, the wife of Rishi Nagasa, that fainted. I later learned that she had received a phone call informing her that her husband's body was recovered. I held on to my stomach and immediately felt sick. Moments later, my sister came to me and said that she got a phone call from a close friend who was present for the retrieval of the diver's body, that they had just pulled up the body of my son, Yusuf Henry. My sister hugged me and we both started crying. My family and I left the car park around 9:45 p.m. on Monday night. On Tuesday, which should be the 1st of March, 2022, my family and I went to the Forensic Science Center in St. James to identify Yusuf's body. My sister volunteered to go along Joseph Henry to do the identification, as a patient and myself were not prepared to do so. I was told by my sister and Joseph that Yusuf's body was the first to be shown to them, and they easily identified him by a tattoo on his right arm. Joseph walked out in the yard of the forensic center and started to jump and shake his head while tears streamed down his face. On seeing his reactions, I immediately broke down into tears myself. Joseph was interviewed by a media personnel, and a short while after, we headed to Sangre Grande. On Wednesday afternoon, I believe I heard on the news that the last body was retrieved.
Yes. Well, look, thank you very much indeed for coming. I know that that was not easy for you, but I appreciate what you've done, and you can be assured that we will take it into account, all right? So please feel free to go and take a seat. The final piece of evidence at this inquiry will be the reading of the statement of Alaya Henry. She is the daughter of Yusuf Henry, and it was received by this Commission of Inquiry on the 5th of January of this year. She is 11 years old, and I have permitted her statement to be read by Mr. Ramadan. Would you do that now, please?
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Aliyah Henry, I'm 11 years old. I was born on the 28th of July, 2011. My mother's name is Tia Gopal and my father's name is Yusuf Henry. I have known my father, Yusuf Henry, all of my life. He was a great dad to me and loved me unconditionally. He always supported me in everything together with my mom, Tia Gopal. I remember him singing happy birthday for my 10th birthday, and I can't stop watching the video just to see my dad's face and his smile. He stood with me when my grandmother Mary died in 2021. Also during Christmas time, he bought gifts for me. He always was in contact with me, giving me all the courage and strength that I needed and support I needed. When I got word of my father stuck in a pipe at Paria on the 25th of February, 2022, I froze to know that, but I prayed and prayed that my father and his friends will be safe. I went down to Paria with my mother and other family members, praying for a miracle for my father and his friends. However, same didn't happen. I later received news that my father, Yusuf Henry, died in the pipeline. I will never get over this horrific death of my father. He didn't deserve that death. Every day I wake up is like I'm living a nightmare that my father is no longer with me. And I love him so much that every single day that passes, I miss him. I remember all the nice times we shared. I write SCA this year, and I don't know how I'm going to do it without my dad's support. I will never ever forget him. And most of all, I will always remember how tragic his death was. Daddy, I miss you dearly, and I know one day you'll be united again. You will always be my hero. Justice will be served by the Commission. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you. That brings the evidence at this inquiry to an end, with the one caveat that in due course we will be inspecting the hyperbaric chamber that was used as the habitat to effect these works. So the evidence is at an end now. there are one or two documents I think we still asked for, which may yet arrive. If that happens, then all well and good, and we'll take it into account. Otherwise, that's it. Tomorrow we'll sit at 11 o'clock with the first address to this commission from Mr. Ramadar. Two others, yes.
Out of an abundance of caution, is an unavoidable issue you have to deal with, a personal matter in the morning. I expect to be here by 11, but I've taken the liberty and I bring it to your attention and your permission. In the event that something goes wrong and I'm a bit late, my friend, Ms. Alfonso, would be ready and available to go first. But I intend to be here, but I just wanted to put that on caution.
Well, that's all right as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
Provided Ms. Nairi Alfonso is content with that course. But could you make sure you alert somebody here so that I know that before we start?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
sir.
right.
My colleagues will be here. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. That's how we'll commence tomorrow. As I say, it's an administrative matter that I have to deal with up until 11 o'clock. So we're adjourned now. We will hear addresses tomorrow. Thank you very much. You can grab your papers. I'll get up in a moment. So I'll just grab all my bits.
Thank you for watching. Tomorrow we return at 9:30 a.m. It really has been quite an emotional end to the events given to the Commission of Inquiry, and I really thought it was important for the families to be heard. So that's all I will say on this matter. Thank you very much for joining, and do join tomorrow for the final statements of the attorneys, and then we move on. Tomorrow is going to be quite difficult because tomorrow is actually my birthday, but I will ensure that you're getting access to this inquiry. But it has, in fact, been quite an emotional day, but I will ensure that you get the stream, access to the stream when it returns. So thank you so much. Yes, so we will return. I will confirm the time that we return, but we will return at the start of the Commission of Inquiry so that we do not miss anything. It's 11 a.m. as far as I understand. Okay, folks, all the best. Thank you for joining and for being part of the Commission of Inquiry. And thanks to everyone who's wishing me a happy birthday in advance. I appreciate it. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.